Hello everybody, yours truly CaneFan701. As you can tell, my room is nearly completely done, and apparently, as you can hear out there, it's bonfire night crazy out there. Some of the best fireworks I've seen all day long. For those of you who want to join in on this to hear them go off, you're more than welcome to. I'll just leave the link in for the private chat for you, and you'll be joining us. You can hear them clearly here, they're so loud. That's okay, man, I know. As you can clearly see, they are going off like crazy out there. Now you can't hear it, but right now it's absolutely just bonfiring crazy. Like literally going everywhere else. It's bonfire night, David. Some of the best bonfire I've ever heard going crazily. They're going all over the place right now. Like legitimately all over the place. Oh, we've got an airplane flying over our heads now. Going a bit way too low than it should be. As you can clearly hear, they're going crazy out in the back. It's bonfire night crazy, man. I've never seen some of the best I've seen in a long while. As you can tell, my room is nearly done. You can hear everybody's just going crazy out there. It's amazing. This is by far the biggest and best bonfire night I think I've ever seen in a long, long time. They've really put a lot into it. If you guys want to join in, Michael, if you want to join, pop in and have a good listen. It's really going good out there, man. It really is. That's why I've got the window open so you can hear and see. Okay. So guys, if you want to pop in, the link's right there for you if you want to see the fire channels. Well, there's one right there. Right in front of us, far distance. Yep, it's really good. Hey, Michael.
Howdy.
Help. Oh, there he is. Hey, Michael, you can unmute yourself if you want to. No problem.
All right.
It's now bonfire night here in the UK. We're all going crazy.
Yeah, I can see that.
Yep, if you want to talk on, you're more than welcome to. This is a great bonfire night. And like I said, I've walked all the way around in the cold. I've seen took some photos as well, but now I thought, do a stream for this case as well, like I try and do every year.
I guess it's pretty late where you live because where I live it's like 3 hours into the afternoon.
Well, it's only 19:15 right now, so we're 18 hours ahead of you. It's just like I said, we've been going on for a couple of hours now, and we're still ongoing. Like I said earlier on, there were some big ones coming. Oh, holy shit! Some of them are just going like crazy in the back. Oh, there's one of my neighbours in the back. If you can't see it, there. If you can't see it, it's just over there, illuminating in the dark. I know it's pitch black out there, and I thought my thing could pick up the lens up quite quickly. Oh, there's some out the front there, which I can't see, but over here is where most of them are flying off like crazy. Got a nice full moon as well to complete the picture. Well, sorry if you can't see through my there, just in the far corner. Yeah, I wondered. Oh, Jesus Christ! I saw one just blew it at a low pace. Though. What the hell was that? There's one over there in the background. There, blowing a bit too lower. Got some fell got some failed ones that are blowing a bit too low as well. Smoke's driving everywhere. Like, it's really good. So, what do you like fireworks as well, Michael?
I remember back when I was younger, we used to go to those like fireworks displays at baseball games, and they used to scare the hell out of me because they were so loud. But now again, I'm like gotten used to them. Unless for the ones like there's a quick flash, and then they have like the loudest bangs, and I'm like, holy crap!
Yeah.
Someone's gonna lose hearing if they hear that.
Yeah, I used to be scared of bonfires. It's like when we used to do footballs as well back in the day. But I just love them now. They used to do it with all kinds of good stuff, especially on New Year's Day or the 4th of July. But it was really lovely. I love it now. I used to do it every time. You know, me and my dad would go down there at the bottom, get the fire burning up nicely just to keep warm. And then we would launch some of the best off, and it would be like a party almost.
Well, bonfire does make sense that you have to keep warm.
Oh, it does, yeah. But also at the same time, it's also a lovely thing just to celebrate. It's almost like you celebrate New Year's Day or Christmas as a prelude or whatever.
Yeah.
You know, it's kind of funny, actually, now that I think about it. I know it's a good annual event, but could you imagine if they could do bonfires on Christmas? Imagine if you could do that.
That would be actually very interesting. Christmas is already a festive kind of holiday.
It is.
Yeah, but they could like increase it.
Just to make it a little bit special, to make the spirit more special, you know, just to kind of, it'd be quite nice, actually. I would love to see it. And, you know, do it on Christmas Eve, you know, because, you know,
yeah,
well, like Christmas Eve, to celebrate it before the day comes, you know, like give the Lord above, the Christ, a good welcome in as he descends. And there's one outside right now. I don't know where that was, but that was low enough. Oh, there's some more in the back. Sorry if I'm flipping my camera around as much. What the?
At least they're not so loud they break the windows of the house.
No, I know. But I was more worried about my hearing. But since then, but it's really, really good. I can just see the smoke coming through. But what I always find every morning when I go on my walks, I see the remains of the fireworks and the burning sticks that fall down with it.
Yeah,
and you'd be thinking, how the hell did that go that far? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I know what you're saying.
That's the funny thing about it. That's the funny thing about bonfire. You know, you go on your walks and then you see what's left of the sticks that they fell from. Like those ones that will be flying down from the sky somewhere. This is like the biggest bonfire night I've ever seen in a long, long time. And everybody's just so into it. As you can tell, my room, as you've noticed, is nearly done. I've got my brand new bed installed. Just had it this morning.
That's nice.
Gotta get my curtains sorted out, which the bar over there above me has been sorted. So it's looking good. My bed's doubled up so I can look even higher. And yeah, now you can tell I'm leaning in. I've got a bit of space in here. Just to squeeze in a bit. Doing well, Gabe. If anybody wants to pop in and join, you're more than welcome to help. Oh, there's another one.
Yep.
That's why we call a big bonfire in. Yes. Engine 832, it is a little bit early for New Year's. Yeah, it feels that way sometimes, actually. It's like a prelude of, like, in a way, yeah. This is also our version of what you guys do in America when you celebrate the 4th of July.
Exactly.
This is us in the UK. This is what we Brits do it in, you know, in Ireland and in Scotland. This is our version, just a little bit later.
Yep, I could just imagine the Scottish twins just like sitting on top of a cliff playing bagpipes for 7 hours straight.
Don't get me started on on the Scottish twins, Michael. It's like, it reminds me of that time they did that thing for Neil. Here we go. For New Year's Day, when in NWR 91 did his thing, something called like a New Year's Day or whatever it was called, Mahogany.
Yeah.
They give, as he said in his funny Scottish accent, they give you a good handshake, a fruit cake, and some good Scottish coal. And then they even do the fireworks at the end for New Year's Day.
Yeah, to be honest, I feel like in the RWS universe, not the TVS, because Donald and Douglas were forgotten about after like what 2 seasons. They were pretty like festive, I guess.
No, oh, they did come back later though.
Yeah, but like
Whoa! Oh boy, now we're getting good.
that was a sparkle one.
There's some sparklers going off at the bottom as well. This is where, as the night wears on, it gets more intense. Oh man. Yeah, but I still look at Donald and Douglas both for TBS and Railway Series, if you get my drift.
Yeah, but I'm saying like if you remember back,
CGI.
I forgot what story it was, but I think it was the final story of Enterprising Engine where Flying Scotsman leaves. That Donald and Douglas are like singing, and I'm like, man, these are really festive engines.
They are. I guess in the Sky's community, it's part of it.
Yep.
It's a part of it, I guess.
Actually, what's your favorite like portrayal of Flying Scotsman, except the season 3 Jennifer Henry cameo that he had for like 2 seconds? Do you
Well,
prefer his Great Race look or his RWS look?
I'm going to be strictly honest with you, mate. It's just Flying Scotsman. Doesn't matter what version he's in.
I mean, I like how they try to combine his current form with his like
Oh, yeah. The current
19
version,
yeah,
the current
1980s two tender versions.
look, the current version of Scotsman we've got is like a hybrid, and it was again, it was to promote his return as well. I'm used to that version now, Scotsman, so I like to look at that as possibly as a TVS / Railway Series Scotsman, and to me, it's canon. It's like how he would. I think it would possibly how he would look now in the Railway Series if they ever brought him back in.
Yeah, actually, I don't know if you realize, but he's almost 100.
I know he is. He'll be. That's happened. That'll happen 24 days. Wait, no, 19 days after I turn 32.
Now that is interesting.
Yeah, in a way, me and Scotsman are technically somewhat brothers in a way, or you could say brother and sister in a way, because the engine's a female regardless. But I don't really care about the gender for Scotsman. It can be male or female regardless. It doesn't really bother me too much, but it's part of my, family tradition nowadays.
Yeah,
Because,
I can
because
honestly.
growing up, because growing up, I had a love affair for Scotsman growing up. It was my number one favorite. There was like a strange romantic affair with that locomotive, but I had no idea it was built in the same month as my birth year. That's the thing. I know it was built in 1923, but they never said what date or what month until a couple of years back after it was re-overhauled in 2016, and I realized this locomotive is related to my family.
Uh,
You know,
I kind of feel you're the same boat because our version over here in the States, our version of the LNER A3s, the Pennsylvania Railroad K4 Pacifics, they were kind of like how the LNER A3s were like in the UK.
well, here's the thing. It was because Sir Nigel Gresley went to America and he actually saw the wheel arrangement. If you look at the wheel arrangement, it's just like Flying Scotsman's, and that's where he got the idea for his Pacific class. So in a way, the American Pennsy K4s were the solution of what we were going to see in the UK because we never had a Pacific like that before. So
I've actually had seen a Pennsylvania K4 in real life, not 1361 because that's being restored. I forgot what was the other one.
I'm looking forward to that one to come back. I really am.
Yeah, I forgot what number it was, but it was the one that's at the Railroad Museum, Pennsylvania, where Ariel is.
Yeah, well, there's two K4s. There's that one in Pennsy, and then the other one who's being restored.
Yeah, I saw Ariel in real life, and I'm like, holy crap! I'm seeing the engine who actually pulled the Broadway Limited in real life.
Yeah, it doesn't really matter if you want to call the engine from the Clinchfield film or anybody else. It's up to you, fans. And Ariel's an original OC. Anybody can call her that name, so I don't have the ownership of the name, but I still like to go with the character. But any cases, before we go off track with this anything, but like I said, I loved Flying Scotsman, TBS-wise or Railway Series. And I didn't know it was Flying Scotsman at the time in Season 3 until I discovered the Railway Series and Enterprising Engines. And again, that was just freaking awesome. So if you wanted my opinion, I loved Scotsman in Railway Series for a long time until they brought him back in the CGI. And I was just thinking, to me, that's just Flying Scotsman. Perhaps as we could like to see him in the TVS, just ignore the CGI. Period.
I do find it odd how in the TVS version of Tennis for Henry, Gordon has no idea who the heck the Green Engine with two tenders is.
Do you know what I think it could have been? I
What?
know it was kind of. I know Brittlecroft had a way of tweaking the story. Maybe it was because for the TV series, maybe we fans didn't know. Like when we were discovering it, we didn't know that was his brother. So maybe that was a little bit of a hint of, I guess, who could that be?
I
You know, and
personally thought that Gordon was just sent to the Asura Railway before he even knew he had brothers. That's why he didn't know about Flying Scotsman.
same thing here. I didn't realize Scotsman and Gordon and the other classes were related until many years later on. But back then, that was just the awesome thing about season 3. We didn't know who it was, and I thought he wasn't Scotsman related. I didn't even realize it until because I thought the TV series differed from the railway series, so I felt like there's no relation.
Yeah, actually, here's a funny story. Actually, and my dad's here; he might remember this story. We once actually saw the wooden railway version of Flying Scotsman, the one where he's winking. And I asked
I've got that one. I've got that.
Here's the funny story. I asked if I could get that, and my dad said no because he looked like he was sleeping.
Yeah. Well, I got Flying Scotsman. It was one of the last great ones I got because I'm a Scotsman, Mark.
I kind of wish they made a wooden railway with City of Truro.
Yeah, I would think that too. Who knows? Maybe in the one that we've got now, since they're coming back in the wooden series, we might get that.
Yeah.
It's a possibility. Anything can happen.
I do kind of feel like City of Truro should have made an appearance in the Great Race, not as like some competitor or anything, but like as a special guest per se. That sounds like a full-blown war out there.
Yeah, there they are.
Yeah.
Oh, I missed that one. Damn it. That's what you call fireworks right there, brother.
Yep, exactly.
So if I'm going a little Hulk Hogan here.
I understand.
Yeah, I'm a big wrestling mark, I know. This is what I like, man. This is what helps me up. But this is, imagine if they did this, and I know. And I hate to go off topic, but I've actually have noticed recently on the news. I just checked this out. You're not going to believe this. I know I'm going off topic, but it turned out this morning, 3 hours ago, turns out that the Russian soldier stages a mutiny and used Cleo demanding to go home. How about that? That's awesome.
I have heard about that.
I didn't know that. Just letting you know, like, holy shit. And imagine if this happened.
Exactly.
If this all happened, this would have teased them out, blow them out with fakeness or whatever. But in any cases, this is really good. Yeah, there's there's some down there next beside me. Oh, someone's blown their car off, and that's not good. You can hear in the back. Now you can hear that in the background. That definitely sounds like there's a war going on out there.
Exactly.
Holy criminy. I can't go all over the place because I don't want to drop this computer out everywhere else, all right?
Yeah. I'm sorry to bring back bad World War II flashbacks, but this is probably what Gadwall heard in his final moments of life.
It almost does. Or you could say this is like a series of fireworks going off with the Hood and Bismarck in the when they shot their cannons off.
Yep.
Now, I hate to admit this. Imagine if you were like, I know this is going to be silly, going back to warfare. Imagine if you're in the trenches, if we went back to 1914 when they had the Christmas truce, and just think about having the fireworks going off for that.
Exactly. Then you would feel like, then it'll be sudden panic.
Oh, it'll be like celebrating, like, oh, they're not firing at us, they're just blowing the fireworks off.
Exactly.
Yeah, having a truce and having fireworks going off. Yeah, I've just gone to my other room as well. So I apologize if you can. Over there where that big lamppost is, that's where the big bangs are coming from.
Wow.
Yeah.
By the way, I saw your Black Wolf Mountain Ghost video. It's really nice.
You mean the one? It's not quite related. It isn't quite related.
To the Clinchfield curse, but I
Like
know.
it's not the movie, but it
Yeah,
is
I
part of
know.
the strain. But let's just say it is kind of it is and it is not. It's like a 50-50. Like it's like a forgotten report. I don't know what made me do. I just did no line, just spoke full born. And I borrowed
Yeah,
a lot of imagery, and I borrowed a lot of imageries from my demon art that I used to as best I could with
at,
other
le-
images.
at least you gave us like a different version of someone other than a certain Frisco T54 4A2
Right.
that someone else remembers. Jessica.
Yeah, listen, that I need to clear up a lot, and I'm going to tell you right now. I did mention Frank from Sound One, but this Frank you saw, who's 2844, whatever the heck his number was, that was a different Frank, and he's not related to Sound One, but he's also related to Sound One Frank, if you know what I'm saying. But he's not related
I
to
did.
Fresno.
You kind of actually made me do some research into like if there's any other T54 482s out there, and to be
Yeah,
surprised, there's actually quite a few left.
that's what I mean. In the real world, Fresno 1522. I mean, we need to separate, Sound One Frank from the actual, just to get confusion.
Yeah,
The actual engine, it has 5 other surviving sisters. So in total, there's 6 Fresno mountain types alive, still preserved, mainly in public parks.
I kind of actually wish we would see an engine like 1522 back in operation because I learned that it was known as the loudest steam locomotive in the world. I mean, if you want to take 2102 into account, maybe that's unbelievable, but yeah.
Actually, no, I didn't think 2102 was the loudest.
Because I've ridden behind 2102. That's a loud engine.
Any engine's loud, like
I
44,
mean,
40. Any engine.
I did ask a conductor who worked there, and he said that Reading and Northern 425 was the loudest. And I have listened to a couple of videos, and yeah, she could rival 2102.
Yeah, but they can all rival. Put that together, and you could rival 15. I always felt that 1218 was the loudest, not in terms of like power, but in terms of whistle.
Now, when it comes to articulated locomotives like 4014 and 1218, their smokestack sounds like a full blown storm when they're in operation.
Oh, of course, that's ultimate steam power. If you want to talk about that, you should see 44, 49, and when you look at the Northerns, they can leave a massive big plume mouth, a big plume as well, and they're easy to spot, and it's a Northern. Like
Yeah,
look at what like look at 44, 49. She can leave a nice trail plume as cleanly as 1218, whatever we've done. But like
yeah,
I said,
and
and
actually, I don't know.
611 can do the same as well.
Yeah, and I don't know if you've heard about this, but what are your thoughts on Union Pacific 3985 and Union Pacific 5511 being restored?
I was very shocked. I had a feeling that 3985 was going to come home, in terms of like return back to Steam, but they did a good. But I didn't think they were going to get the other one, the other one who's besides 3985 again.
Union Pacific 2102, number 5511.
Oh, nice! They're bringing that another two. Oh, wow! They're bringing a 210-2 back into service. That'll be intriguing to see.
I mean, I think the only 210 tunes that we've ever got in operation as of recently are the 2 Chinese QJs, and then that's about it.
And they're not even American.
Yeah. I mean, then again, I love how they try to make at least 6988 look American, but 7081, yeah.
Yeah, I know. Good. Yeah, nice try, lads. But they didn't. Nice try. I commend them for it. But to the ordinary onlooker, we already know. But any
Yeah,
cases, like I said before, that's really, really good. I'm glad to know that 3985 will return. So it
I was
won't
pretty
retire.
upset when it was revealed that Union Pacific wouldn't like restore their 985 that because she was a bit too under the weather. But I kind of understand what they meaning. I mean, you already got 4014, so why would you restore an engine who's around her size?
Well, it's not just that. Like, just think about it, because the Union Pacific could not maintain to keep 37 and 3 big engines like that running. It'd be too costly. So they can only run up to 2 locomotives, not 3.
I mean, they're not. I mean, I bet they're not. They're trying not to ruin the Living Legends record, but seriously.
But not really, because we think about it, the more crews they put on, it's going to cost them more. Crew cost is quite a lot in the American industry.
Indeed.
Again, sorry if I'm popping back and forth. I'm just trying to catch some of the best fireworks I can see.
Yeah, that's okay.
My neighbours, they're quite loud.
I
Over
am
there, you can't
actually
see them.
over here in the U.S. I'm pretty happy that we're going to get the East Broad Top back in operation soon. Well, it's been back in operation since last year, but I'm talking about like their locomotives, starting with number
Yeah.
16, number 14.
Well, I'm really glad to see that Steam is making a comeback in the US, like in recent years now, because we've been doing so well. It's only a matter of time before you guys started following in our footsteps, and I'm glad to see.
Speaking of which, I will give you guys credit, because if not for your guys' a certain Peppercorn A1 Pacific, our new 50 Pennsylvania Railroad T14444 duplex number 5550 wouldn't be returned to service.
If anybody else wants to join, I'll pop you in, like I said, because we're on a really good topic and we're leaving the background kind of like, what the? Oh, it just went right over my head and it was just a little.
Yeah.
That was a bit of failure right there. I was like, holy sh.
Now, actually, I'm sure you've heard of the Pennsylvania Railroad T1s and S1s. What are your thoughts on them compared to like other quote unquote conventional steam locomotives?
Intriguing question. Oh,
like I think conventional, I mean like more like normal locomotives like the Hudsons and the Pacifics.
I think the Hudsons and the Pacifics are really good. They're very common Americans. But I think a few Hudsons would make a nice return, I think, to be quite honest.
I actually have this friend on Gmail, Ethan Strode, who's a big Norfolk, New York Central fan. And I always have to tell him that, sadly, there was no Hudsons, like, restore. Like, okay, maybe it would have made sense that if all the streamlined Hudsons were scrapped, because I bet there wouldn't be a possibility for them to actually, like restore a full-blown, not like restore, but to preserve a full-blown streamlined Hudson, but maybe like a regular Hudson.
They can preserve a regular Hudson, yes, but to preserve a streamlined one definitely would work. Yes, I could see that. I could see that if we went back in time to do that, but I could also see them preserving a Niagara, And as soon as we get on the topic about the New York Central, rail fans go freaking mental because they love the Hudsons and they freaking love the Niagaras. I know, even I love them to death because, to be honest, they're one of the best. To be honest, they are the greatest northerns to ever wear the basic color of any railroad. Now, I'm not trying to say they're the greatest northerns, because 4449 to me is the greatest northerner, the most beautiful, because the daylight livery.
Yeah.
And 611, in my opinion, 611 shares the number one spot with 4449 because of holy sh.
That's a sparkler.
Yeah, I was going to say a super sparkler then. I was just going to say it was 611 shares number two spot with 4449 for me because they both have similar public relation affairs. They both are adored and loved by anybody.
Actually, speaking of which, I for some reason, ever since I watched the Clinchfield Curse, I had some sort of like obsession with Black Wolf Mountain due to how like mysterious it is. And I looked on your DeviantArt, and I see one that says "True Feelings for Each Other," and it shows, I forgot if it was 844 or 8444 and 4449. And then I was thinking, it makes sense because they were together a lot of times back in their excursion.
Yes, I know. Probably more often. If the only closest I can say they've been together more often would have been 611, 1218, and 765, and along with 1225 and 8765 in a way, almost. But here's the thing. Sorry. But the whole thing is though. No, 44, 49, and 844. Look, I don't care what you say. I don't care what anybody else says. Friends or put them as northern couples or whatever. It doesn't really matter. They do make a great legendary duo.
Exactly.
That's why at the time, before 611 really got me going, let's just say at the time 844, and because I keep pronouncing it by its other number, not the triple fours, because that's how I first knew.
Everyone like at least started to know about 844 when she was known as 8444.
Yeah, because I first knew her in the video I still have called Steam into LA when 4449 and 844 made that iconic entrance at Mission Tower side by side into the Union Passenger Station at Los Angeles, which is still to this day, in my opinion, the greatest intro side by side of two engines just together, as if they were invisibly holding hands. You know,
Indeed. And
it's
also, do you
iconic. It's
think
iconic.
And also, do you think that compared to like other Norfolk and Western engines, do you think, I don't know if you've heard this engine, NKP 587, aka the Screamer, due to her legendary screaming whistle, do you think
Yeah,
she's kind of underrated compared to like the other Norfolk and Western engines?
that definitely. Or you could clearly, not say she's the screamer, whatever. I like to call her the official screaming banshee. You could say.
That actually makes sense. In my opinion, the two Norfolk and Western engines who are so underrated, it's tragic, are Norfolk and Western 2050 and Norfolk and Western 2156, aka the only remaining Y class locomotives that we have left.
Well, they do. They are very underrated, and they do deserve to be recognised because they were one of the backboners of NW. But any cases, I was going to say was, I mean, I did that with 844 and 4449 called their true feelings for one another is because I was just messing about, having some fun, and I was a little bit bored. So I thought, why not put them together again? And there's one called Northern Romance, which of course, I just thought like, just heck with it. So I thought, just put them together because they've been together more often. They've been out. The last time they were together was in 2007, the last I heard.
If you ask me, I think the closest you could get to that are Pierre Marquette 1225 and Nickel Plate Road 765 together because I mean okay other than being the same like kind of like wheel arrangement, they do actually look like sisters
Well,
compared to
here's
the
the thing. Well, here's the thing, Michael. These two nearly identical Berkshire classes, they almost are related, almost, you could say, because despite 765, 765, she's my all-time favorite Berkshire for obvious reasons. I don't know why. But thing is, she's had a lot of upgrades done to her over the years. But despite that, both engines are the same design and they were both built in the same workshops. So technically, that does make them somewhat related, almost in family wise, despite they serve different railroads. Although
exactly.
a part of me makes me want to wonder if they're near identical. I'm thinking, are they kind of sisters or are they somewhat cousin related? Because 765's been upgraded too many times. 1225 has become, as we all say in the eyes, the real Polar Express engine in a way.
You
But
can say that they're kind of like how Thomas and Birch Grove are together.
yeah, but in the same way, I would like to think they would have been related. Well, they are in terms of their class designs, but I'm still stuck with the idea: are they really siblings, or are they actual, somewhat not related by other stuff. We don't want to go any deeper than the whole, what, but they
Yeah.
do make a pretty good duo together. They've been together since they were together firsthand in 1991. That's what you call one for, not brother.
Yep.
Woo! They're still going off.
Yep.
Brother, man, what did they get? Damn, bro.
Yep.
Yeah. Sorry, I missed that. But anyways, as I was saying before we nearly got thunder attacked again, Yeah, I know it feels like a war when you don't hear them in the distance. When the bigger ones in the foliage, it does feel like a war out there when you hear the bigger ones in the far distance when you can't see them. Like now, for instance,
Yeah.
like that sounds like World War Two all over again. But anyways, I know, guys, we are getting so off topic with the fireworks, but hey, that makes the excitement. So get used to it, lads. I was going to say but they do make a good couple together in terms of, 1225 and 765. They do make a heck of a good couple, and they've been together. They first met in 1991, the same year I was born, and then since then they weren't seen again for a long time until I'd say about 2009, which was, I think, their second ever meeting.
I actually saw this on DeviantArt once where someone made like what the Polar Express in the book would have looked like, and in it she's a 482. And ever since then I was always trying to look at 1225 as a 482, and I'm like, well, well, it could work. It's just that she wouldn't look much different. Well, unless if you put like the headlamp would be implanted into the boiler, like what 2102 had when she was a Delaware and Hudson locomotive.
That does make a bit of sense. If
I
there
mean,
was,
in both the book and movie, the headlight on the Polar Express is kind of different compared to the compared to the actual 1225.
now, I'm going to have to be strictly honest with you, lads. If they did have, like, say, if they did the Polar Express for real,
Yeah,
imagine a live version. 1225 would definitely fit the book. You don't need a CGIs for other bits, but if they wanted to do close-up shots or any bits when it's just stationary or whatever, they could do that.
exactly.
They can just use the CGI effects.
And let's not forget that we all know the Polar Express for having. I think this was the last film role to feature Sierra Railroad Number 3.
Oh Lord. Ah. So often going crazy. I can hear them going for there, but those trees are blocking the path. But anyways, there are other good other engines that were really good. I still think that 611, teaming up with 1218 was quite unique. And of course, you had her around with 45 or one at one time, and he did the 76 number 587 was a few times there, and you had all different engines just being together.
And
But
actually, 611 visiting the Strasbourg opens up new possibilities. Like, who could possibly visit Strasbourg?
well, if now listen, if 611 could go to Strasbourg, look, I know Brandon's watching right now. I can see him in the private chat. He does this every time. But I still think if any Northerns can do it, what if Union Pacific 844 could do it? Now imagine that they did. You
Well,
know,
well, if you remember, she was the original. Okay, it depends on either you refer to Living Legend as a male or female, but she was the original Rainbow Sun.
she was for the series, yes, not for the movie.
I mean,
But
I heard they were gonna be using 844, but she was under maintenance, so they had to use 475.
yeah, but if they wanted to do like a commemorative for the event or whatever, if they wanted to do a real day out with Thomas again, bring 844 over, the real original Shining Sun, and then everybody can say, "Hey, look, it's Shining Time Station for real." It's like
I
a
mean,
combination.
it
It would be
depends
nice.
on if anybody even remembers the movie and Shining Time Station to begin with.
I think they will.
I mean,
When
I
they
know in the UK, and not a lot of people saw Shining Time Station, but hey, I mean, Thomas and the Magic Railroad. Okay, no matter what people think about it, it was still a good movie, and I just love how they used 475 in it.
I just loved it for what it was. I am a guy who's like, be happy with what you received and what they could do. I mean, the 20th anniversary release they did was phenomenal, and I think
Exactly.
it solved a lot of things and it made the story even better. I know people have done like unversion and parodies of it, which is even cooler, but I'm just glad that it got the recognition it deserved. But,
Exactly. I
but
do.
anyway, I still love it for what it was. But if there ever was to be a remake, if they did like a different variation, just I think it would make good for another movie if they ever did like a different version of Shining Time Station, except Thomas, comes to it's set in the real world.
Yeah,
No
it'll be
gold,
pretty interesting.
no Goldust, no nothing. But well, Mr. Conductor can still be there, but instead they're using it in Strasbourg, and you got Thomas instead, and all you have to do is just use the CGI effect on over the face. So you
Or
can,
as I like to call it, big world, big adventures done right.
yeah, it'll be like filmed in America and England all combined.
Exactly.
It could be a sequel to the Magic Railroad of what would have happened.
And here's the funny thing. In my universe on Sodor, there is a line on Sodor called the Indian Valley Railroad. It's like somewhere like in a deep forested version of in Sodor, and Thomas does have a few American friends over there.
Mm-hmm.
Other than Rainbow Sun and the obvious, I was like Rainbow Tiger, aka a Norfolk and Western Jacob locomotive, and I forgot who else was in it, but I know there's a few. There's a couple. Sunset Flyer, who's 4449. Yeah.
What about also Michael? Thanks for popping up, man. I really appreciate it. Apparently, we got here in the chat box. We've said about something about speaking of the UP, does anybody know that ATSF 2926 is 99% complete?
Oh yeah. 3751 sibling, I think.
I didn't know that. I didn't know
Oh
they were
yeah,
doing
she's
ATSF.
nearly completion, and 3751, who I know you like 4449, but 3751 is the oldest of the 484s. She has recently returned in the service.
No. I think 3751 is the oldest.
Yeah, she is.
She's the oldest Northern, not 2926.
No, I think 2986 is a sibling to the 3751.
Yeah. Well, the Santa Fe's, I don't know if they were the first Northerns to begin with. I'm not too sure, but whoever the first. But I didn't realize that. I just didn't realize that the ATSF had the oldest of the bunch in terms of the northern 484 breed of locomotives.
Exactly. And to be honest, the one steam locomotive that I was surprised they actually brought back into operation was what is now Western Maryland 1309. I'm like, huh? They actually brought that into the life?
Look, I couldn't believe that. I remember on New Year's, the day before New Year's Day in 2021, when they got that engine moving on its own steam and had 1218's kind of whistle, I was shocked. I was like, wait, they've brought back an articulate loco, a smaller version, a 2882 mallet. I'm like, this is crazy. I mean, it was a crazy time. Still in the pandemic era, but for anybody who was a fan of rail trains in America, it was a great time. So it was a good time to be a rail fan. And for this at the very end, for this to happen, I was thinking the Americans have restored something extremely rare that none of us. I didn't think a mallet was ever going to run again. I didn't know one was restored, but this loco definitely caught my attention.
I mean, I'm sure
surprised. I'm glad it was a CNO loco. I was like, oh, the CNO locos were very underrated.
I mean, I forgot what number it was, but I think it's 2716.
Yeah.
I keep missing up its number a lot, but I know that engine's being restored to operation.
Yeah, but this locomotive now has got a new
identity.
It's got a new railroad identity. It's now a Western Maryland loco now, which kind of makes it looks better that way, because I feel that the Western Maryland engines definitely were underrated as well. That's a railroad I believe was underrated as much. And exactly. I do feel that this locomotive will have a very good future, and I wish it the best. It's quick. God, every time I talk, they just blow off.
Yep.
Oh, they're coming next door. Blowing off next door, and holy shit, there's a lot of smoke blowing over. on the left side. I can see it coming down. I can see them coming. I was just thinking, where are they coming from? They're close, and I can't see them. But in any cases, like I said, I just feel that this engine definitely got my attention, and it's becoming. It's not like I'm not a fan, but it's definitely caught my attention as a rail enthusiast. And if it does win me over, and I have a feeling it's going to, it will quickly regard as one of my favorite articulate locomotives.
The one engine that I want to see like back in operation is Strasbourg 7312 or 31, whatever you want to call her, because she was the very first locomotive that they operated at Strasbourg, and
Yep.
and actually I found this out very interesting. So the locomotives that were brought to Strasbourg were 7312, 90, 89, and then the 475, and I'm like, wait, the 90 came in that early, and I'm like, wow,
Well, she did. She came in the 60s, and of
yeah.
course, she came in the 60s or something like that, and she's regarded as the strongest. Well, I mean, I know 611's been with Strasbourg, but she's not really a Strasbourg fleet member. She's just a temporarily family member because of.
Actually, I did learn about this. There was this book made about the Great Western Railroad, our version called The Sugar Tramp, which is a very messed up name for a book. And they actually said how 90 was basically a jinx locomotive, and ever since she came to Strasbourg, she's been on her best behavior.
Well, listen, I think that's kind of like a 311 relation there. I can see there almost. But here's the thing, number 90, she's my favorite. Like I know I wasn't really a Decapod fan. But number 90, ironically enough, now that I look back on it, she was only my second American like I ever knew of
I
at the
mean,
time. Very briefly.
I've actually been to Strasbourg, and I've been on the 89 and the 90. So, and I've actually filmed the 475, and I know how everyone loves the 90 and all, but you got to give 475 credit. I mean,
Well,
she's a 480 Macedon, one of the rarest locomotives in the world.
well, yeah, she is, and she is grand. Don't get me wrong. No, yeah, she is good. At the moment, she's going to take a backseat after what just happened. But
Yeah, I heard, yeah, I saw that. I saw that.
but the thing is, yeah, I'm sure you guys are loving this. But
Yeah,
anyways, as I was going to say was, but it's just the fact is, number 90 is popular. She's like she's basically the strongest. She can pull a coach. She can pull a maximum of 10 coaches each. Like
yeah.
she's more powerful. She can take the bunch alone. But
They're actually restoring a Pennsylvania Railroad G5 on Strasbourg, which is surprising because none of the actual current locomotives operating at Strasbourg are not Pennsylvania Railroad based locomotives.
no.
Like, yeah,
But like I said,
dang.
yeah, it's just the fact is that I know everybody loves the Strasbourg engines. I like them too, but number 90 is still my number one. Despite the fact 611's there in a way, she's just a temporarily member of the line. But I do think, like I said before, going back to what I said, if she can make it to Strasbourg,
What? Who else can?
who else could? Like my other favorite locomotive, 4501, my all-time favorite Mikado. You know,
And,
he
and
could make
that
it.
that is very interesting.
He could make it.
Now
And
I know how people like 4501, but to me, 630, my girl. All
yeah,
hands down.
bring my two. Yeah, yeah. Like I said, bring them both. They can both come to get to Strasbourg together, and you got And I hate this is going to be a big one, but imagine if 4449 made it to Strasbourg. Imagine the popularity of that happening.
Exactly. I mean, if I'm correct, I think 4449 is the most photographed steam locomotive in the world. I think so.
Well,
So
Daylights were said to be the most beautiful ever built, and I'm not going to lie. The engine's beautiful in America, but 4449, I don't, I can't argue with it. It's just, it was meant. I mean, the Daylight class, I can't argue enough. They're basically the Flying Scotsman of the US, in my opinion. I mean, Norfolk and Western were grand. I mean, not all the engines in America, were basic in black or livery. They did have colors in them, but it was just a basic design for the US, which I can
exactly.
understand. I mean,
Now,
silver and black or grayish or whatever. That's a nice mixture. But I
yeah,
do like a bit of color in them. Like 611's got it. nicely done in the original N&W livery, which makes sense. You got 4449 in the beautiful livery, and and of course 4501 painted in green livery, which was quite nice. And you've got all different types of engines. It doesn't really matter, And you had the higher Woffers; they were beautiful. I mean,
Exactly. Yep.
it's funny actually. It's funny actually because the rolling stock always gets the coloring, and most of the engines just don't. That which is a bit kind of weird, but it's like the Union Pacific. You got most of their coaches were in the yellow and red and silver, and none of the
Exactly.
engines ever had that, except for their auxiliary tenders. But imagine if an engine was dressed up like that.
Exactly. Now I know, like, I'm sure you've heard of the Pennsylvania Railroad T1, like the one they're making, the 5550.
Yes.
Me and my friend on Gmail, we've been like questioning each other about, like, okay, so no offense to the T1, but the T1 is a big engine. Like,
It's big.
when they get it completed, where exactly are they going to run it? Because I was actually on the website a few weeks ago, and they said that there was 3 railroads willing to operate the 5550. The Cuyahoga Valley Scenic Railroad, which is where 765 often runs sometimes. The railroad that owns the 1225, and I forgot what the other one's called, but I know Steamtown National Historical Site. Those 3 sites have said that they would like to run the 5550, but then again, the 5550 is a big engine.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I'm sure you've heard about Steamtown thinking about, let's see if we can get our big boy back in operation. I mean, the 5550 is near a big boy size of a locomotive.
Well, they are big, but don't get me wrong. I think they could run along smooth with no problem because they
I
run
mean,
around.
they are fixing the 5550 to run like the best out of all the T1s. And no matter how you want to say that, she won't beat Mellor's record, even though they were claimed to have reached 140 miles per hour sometimes. I do think that she can possibly do it.
Listen, I don't really care what people think. I want to see it. I want to see if any of you American engines can beat our record, because it would be good for history. Keep the psychological of trains love going. And here's the thing: even if Mallard does have her record broken, quote unquote, she'll still maintain the record of being the fastest British steam engine, which means even more. It doesn't matter about the world; it's about, in my opinion, in your nation. And that to me means more. So it doesn't really matter. So the record will still remain unbroken here in England. So that's fine. It doesn't matter.
Could you imagine Mallard when she hears that her record has been broken? Finally, someone has broken my record.
Or you could possibly say Mallard will be happy to know, like, at long last, finally someone got the courage to try and beat me.
Yeah, I mean, there's touches of Hamilton, but I don't think she never went that fast.
No, well, she was able to. Well, she took the speed limit from her and the Germans as well.
Yeah.
Which I'm just glad. I think it'll be grand. I don't know what Mallard would think. Would she be happy or would she be pissed off that someone cracked her record? But who knows?
I feel like Mallard would be the most like kind out of all the Illinois A4s, other than Dwight D. Eisenhower and Sir Nigel Gresley. But
Snyder Gresley just recently came back. Thank goodness.
Yeah, for some reason I pictured Dwight D. Eisenhower having an American accent, and he just
he is now. But he's been there now since, so I think he has lost his British accent now. He's talking like you guys are.
Exactly. Could you imagine like Gordon saying, "Oh, there's a fellow Illinois A4. How are you doing?" And then Dwight D. Eisenhower, "Well, howdy. I'm Dwight D. Eisenhower," and Gordon has like a face of "What the heck am I listening to?" I mean, let's not forget, Dominion of Canada is in Canada. I mean, I don't know if she would like have her original accent, but still.
Yeah, I can hear you, mate. It's just that.
Sparkler.
Yep, the sparklers are back, baby.
Yep.
Those are the new sparklers, the ones that go that's the new sparkler effect. And someone, just as I turn my back. Oh shit! God damn it! Every time I try and get some of the good shots, they just blow off behind my back.
I do feel like, to be honest, I do feel like the battle between the Pennsylvania Railroad T1 and the Illinois A4 are kind of like how Okay, in American British terms, RMS Queen Mary versus SS United States. I mean, we won in the end. Just want to make things clear, we did win in the end, but Queen Mary, fair fight, fair fight.
Like I know, the classic American and British rivalry didn't really matter. But here's the thing: Queen Mary may have no longer had the title of the Blue Ribbon, but here's the thing: she's still the fastest British ship ever. So it doesn't really matter about being the world's fastest. Not in my opinion anymore. I look at it as being the nation's fastest. So that to me means more than just being the planet. Okay, I mean, maybe back in those times that was right. I'm just saying. But nowadays I look at it for the country instead.
But let's not forget that I believe she was the first fastest Cunard liner since a certain four-funnel Cunard liner, which at
Yeah,
that point had the longest record at the time, but then lost it to a certain German ship. Yeah,
yeah.
I could just imagine how that ship would have felt when she learned that another Cunard had broken her record.
Yeah, I can only imagine. Well, Normandy was the French one who took the record, and then Queen Mary came along and claimed the title back and forth.
I'm referring to the Mauritania versus the Bremen.
Yeah, and here's another thing: even Lusitania and Mauritania, I mean, they're sister.
Yeah, I
I
mean,
mean, the sisters, Lusitania and Mauritania, they traded the record back and forth, and it didn't really matter as long as it was in British hands. That's all that mattered back then.
no offense to Cunard fans, but I prefer Lusitania over Mauritania.
And to be honest, well, if you want my personal opinion, they're both good. But I was always a bit of a, I was kind of a lucid, I was kind of a little bit of a Lusitania mark.
Yeah, I
But
have
I
to be
don't.
honest.
It doesn't matter because they're both among the greatest. I just back then I was honestly, out of the two, I can only pick one. But nowadays they're all good. But here's
I
another
mean,
thing. Here's another thing. I mean, what's the name? Wilhelm de Grosser and then Kaiser Wilhelm, who was
the
the first
second.
one. Yeah, Kaiser Wilhelm II, who was named after the Kaiser. That was the first full-funneled who revolutionized that era. And well, even though it was a female in a way, I don't know what you would call a female queen in German or whatever, a Kaiser and what they're called, which is like a king and what's it called? Uh, yeah, she was the first one who caught the blue rune from us in one fell swoop, and that's when and of course Lusitania and Mauritania came along and they took it back.
And then one day after Lusitania and Mauritania were completed, a couple of people thought on a little napkin, what ships could we make to battle the Lusitania and Mauritania? And we had five. We had three ships. Two of them sank within like months of being in operation. Well, one in within 5 days, and one was survived until the 1930s, despite being in God knows how many collisions.
Yes, we know. Yes, the RMS Olympic, the Titanic, and the Britannic. Well, they competed.
Okay. Do you agree? Okay, here's a quick question. Do you actually believe in the whole like Britannic was supposed to be gigantic and things, but then after Titanic, she was renamed Britannic? Do you actually believe in all that?
Listen, I believe what I know of. It's a bit controversial, but I do think that Titanic, sister of the Britannic, was going to be named gigantic. But here's the thing, all that style was when our style went Titanic went to the bottom, so they renamed it Britannic, which was an even better name. If you look at gigantic, it was like as if attempting fate again. But here's
Yeah,
another thing. It's appropriate that the third name was slaughtered the third sister to have it renamed because it comes from Greek mythology. The Olympic, it was named after the Olympians, which were the triumphant gods, and Titanic, who was named after the three Titans, they were the banished gods, and the
yeah,
giants, and
yeah.
the giants were very synonymous and elated with that war as well, and they were slaughtered as well. So that's another thing. So Greek mythology doesn't always kind of it's a bit like what Captain Smith said when in the '96 adaptation of Titanic, where he says before he dies, he says the words, there's a line often written, and name the Titans. She was appropriately named, and then he says in his words, the Titans dared challenge the gods, and as for their arrogance, they were cast into hell.
I don't know if you've seen the book Wreck of the Titan or Futility, but yeah,
Yes,
I've like okay, I've read like a little bit of that book. The captain deserved what he got. He was reckless compared to Captain Smith.
unlike the Titanic, the Wreck of the Titan, well, in a way, they had very similar outcomes. Very
Well,
similar. They were very similar.
Titans was more gruesome, I would say.
But you can understand they were very similar. Being the biggest, they had four funnels, and of course, they both hit an iceberg, and their fates were eerily similar.
I mean, you have to admit, I know, I bet you've seen like illustrations of what people think the Titan might have looked like. She looks more like a
Yeah.
Q-Noder compared to a White Star Line ship.
Well, who knows? Maybe it could have been an early idea of what a White Star Liner could have looked like with four funnels before Titanic even came into existence.
I mean, I'm sure you learn about how they were originally going to be three funnels, but then they became four funnels.
Yeah, I saw that in the Titanic documentary very briefly in The Birth of a Legend in 2005. So I was like, oh, so they were supposed to be three stack liners. Makes perfect sense. But from the documentary, Andrews did say, one funnel is a dummy to make the ship look impressive, which is a good idea. But
Exactly.
the thing was, as well, one funnel was an ornament, but it says, and of course, what William Peary says the more funnels a ship has, the keener the public are to travel on them. And look at what happened to Lusitania and the Mauretania. They were built with four funnels, and Whitestar didn't want Esme to think he didn't want to have more or less.
Indeed. And to be honest, in your opinion, do you think Aquitania should have been preserved due to her like amazing record?
Oh yeah, she should have made it, man.
I
She
mean,
would
she made it until the
have.
50s.
She was the grand. Yeah, she was like way past her prime, but she continued on. She's the grand old lady.
Yeah, and to be honest, if I was sailing on a ship on New Year's Eve, I'm not sure you've heard of this like story. I wouldn't want to be on a ship called Poseidon.
Look,
No,
man. Listen, man. I've seen the films, the original, which Queen Mary starred in, and I've actually got the 2006 one because that's how I found out about this whole thing. I like every time before New Year's Day comes, or even just hours before it, I tend to watch the movie, so I don't have to just before midnight, to avoid what would happen afterwards. But I'm not going to lie to you. But if they did have one named Poseidon, I think they've had a couple of ships named. I think, but if they had an ocean liner in today's time named Poseidon, I still think it would be quite cool. But I don't think
exactly.
But I don't think a rogue wave could happen like we would say, like, oh, like 2 minutes or so after midnight, New Year's Day, and then also a rogue wave comes and knocks us over.
I
I can't,
mean,
I
it
can't see
nearly
it.
Paul Gallagher, who made the novel, it nearly did happen to the Queen Mary. I mean,
No,
it made the
based
ship
on
and everyone on board very, very sick.
he did no because it's based on that event, what happened. So when you look at
Exactly.
when you describe the Poseidon in that film, it's pretty big. It has like what 2 or 3 massive funnels. I'm thinking it's basically just Queen Mary in the novel portraying like we saw in the movie. So that's just my
Exactly.
guess. That's my guess only.
And actually, to be honest, out of all the ocean liner films, not like Titanic, but other ocean liner films, and I've known you, and I bet you like this film because I've seen like your own version of it in your adaptation. Racing the Titanic, very low on that list because I feel like it was less
Look,
about the Titanic and more like just a movie made to involve the Titanic.
it was based during the Cold War, okay, of some mineral that supposedly went down with Titanic. But the idea is to find it and bring it back. That was the main thing. Why do you think we see in the movie and the novel the iconic
Exactly.
scene that it goes with the name? It's to me. Look, I don't care what people think. I freaking loved the movie. When I still cry. It has its moments, like when they find the vessel, and then you see what we wish it could have looked like, and then that infamous scene where it comes through and then coming out bow first because in the novel it comes out stern first as a reverse of its sinking.
Exactly.
But I loved it, and it grips me. It looks realistic, even when it gets into New York. That was another iconic thing, and like I said, man, I don't care what people say. I love that movie. It still ranks to me number one as a so-called modern film of Titanic, rather than just a several variations of it sinking all over again.
I mean, in my opinion, you would think that people would mostly think that Titanic 1997 was the best film, but in my opinion, hands down, 1958, A Night to Remember, one of the best Titanic films of all time.
No, to me, Titanic '97 and A Night to Remember, they're both equal. because
Exactly.
that's where James Cameron got a lot of these lines from. If you hear them being repeated, so
Yeah.
I don't care what people think. I loved it,
To be
despite.
on, to be honest, I'm kind of surprised that we got a Lusitania and Britannic movie.
Yes, we did. That was another thing. Though basically, well, Lusitania's was more like a documentary movie type
Exactly.
because it had a narrator talking within it. And as for Britannic, it was kind of like a twist of for fiction because the thinking was it was dictated right.
It
It
was
got
different.
yeah, it was a bit like it didn't hit a mine. It was sabotage, which I actually believe was the case because it was the first time I saw this, and I was thinking, huh. I just thought to myself, hey,
I
what happens?
mean, I think there are still some people who think that. I mean, I think you remember that when Britannic first thing, everyone thought it was a torpedo, not a mine. But yeah,
Well, that's because of just remember, Lusitania had been lost just the year before,
to a
and
torpedo.
yeah, and the Germans had promised they were never going to keep torpedoing ships. But keep in mind, after that point, who was going to believe the bloody hand at the time?
Exactly.
Then because you would think, because the rules of war hadn't been put in place at that point, and with hospital ships, they were not to be attacked. It was against the Geneva Convention because if it was a torpedo, then Britannic's accident sinking would not have been an accident. That would have been a war crime.
Now there are two ship disasters that I think should be made in the films: the Empress of Ireland disaster and the Andrea Doria disaster.
Yeah,
Though
well,
in the
Andrea
Empress of
Doyle,
Ireland disaster, it would have been a very short movie. Yeah.
yes, it would make what they'll have to do with Empress of Ireland, they'll have to create a bit of a fictional tale and blend a bit of reality afterwards. That's what
Yeah,
they're going to have
as
to do.
for, as for the Andrea Doria movie, it would just be like a very a hero story because when you hear about it, it is a very heroic story.
It is. It's basically the longer version of the Titanic sinking, and I'm surprised there were a loss of life in it. But I actually thought everyone got off. I mean, heck, even the captain himself survived, for crying out loud.
I mean, to be honest, I kind of feel bad for the Storstad. No, not the Storstad. That was the Empress of Ireland. Stockholm being blamed for it because it was kind of okay. To be honest, it wasn't Stockholm's fault, but the Andrea Doria was technically speeding, so they're kind of both at blame.
I just think it was just unfortunate. I don't want to put finger of blame to anybody. I just think it's just one of those unfortunate things, a stroke of bad luck, and it's not like people don't want to like intentionally sink their vessels and kill people. No,
Mm.
I just think that the Empress of Ireland was just unfortunate.
And to be honest, okay, so here's the funny thing: I have a movie that actually shows the final moments of one of the rescue ships from the Andrea Doria disaster, the SS Ile-de-France, where she was purposely slung to make a movie, and in it she's called the SS Clarendon because the French one was like you can't have our name on the ship, so she was called the SS Clarendon in the final voyage, and I felt like that movie was kind of like a very heroic take on a ship that I don't think a lot of people back then a lot of people would have known about because the Ile-de-France, she was one of the most famous ships out there.
I remember seeing that movie once, but I thought it was quite insane of how there was no iceberg, no nothing. Like, how the hell is this thing sinking and it's going down quick at the very end? Like, almost like it was almost like I hate to say it, but I feel that the final moments were kind of rushed.
Yeah,
Like,
I do feel like
going
it.
down vertically, and then we didn't get to see the stern go up and down. So I did feel like something was off.
Yeah, I did. I can understand where they were thinking of as to what would cause a sinking. She's an old ship. Let's have her have a boiler explosion.
Hmm. I still feel that the film could make. I still feel like that film could be done in a remake, and I feel like it should be done a bit longer. Like, see the ship a bit longer sinking and not going so quickly.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I was kind of surprised that they made. I was kind of surprised they made a movie about that kind of singing with the Clarendon because it was technically the Ile-de-France, but she was known as the Clarendon.
Well, yeah, but because it's just like the Queen Mary and other vessels, they couldn't have their real names. They had to have a fictional name over their actual name.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure you've heard of many ships that were around the Ile-de-France's age at that time. Like, I think there was
Yeah.
one like the Premature. I think that's her name. I kept forgetting it was her name, but she also sung about being towed to the scrapyard and many other ships.
It's the same vessel that played Titanic in Ray's Titanic. She was very old and past her time, and yet she portrayed a racing vessel. And good.
Actually, since you've made like spirits of the ships, could you imagine the Ilda Francis reaction when she was learned that she was going to be turned into a movie star and was going to be sinking to become a movie star?
Listen, man, I can only imagine what they would look like. I can only look. You've already said, bloody hell, back down,
Dang.
man. Yeah. Again, don't worry. I'm not like taking cover in a trench, dudes. Anyways, this is really good. I don't. It's very rare that I share this. Is I'm not lying to you. This the sky, the moon's shining up beautifully out there, but I can still see the smoke flares going around it. It's like being in a war. But this is the biggest. This is by far the biggest bonfire night in the UK I've seen in a long time.
Yeah, and you can actually imagine this. This is kind of like how okay, take away the massive amount of fireworks. This is basically how it was like when Titanic was sinking, and then they were launching fireworks into the sky, and then there was a ship like
Yes,
not even 5 miles away that saw it. Okay, I do not have a personal hatred towards the Californian. I just think that the captain should have done more.
he could have done, but he was blocked in. He was blocked in by ice. What could he do?
Yeah, I mean, the Mountain Temple was like the second closest, but she was blocked by ice. So what could she do? What could she have done?
Hang on. I could take some more photos if I wanted to, but yeah. But either ways, it does kind of remind me of what it would have been like on Titanic because some people did think that she was putting on a night bonfire show.
Yeah, and actually, could you? Here's the thing I'm surprised about: Britannic sinks in 53 minutes, yet only 30 people
55,
die.
55 minutes, and she lost 30 lives.
Exactly. I mean, we all know how they died. To propellers. But yeah,
And she sank in shallow water, which was lucky.
yeah. Could you imagine being Violet Jessup after being on Olympic? Okay, not really Olympic because that was only a collision, but Titanic and then Britannic.
Yeah, I couldn't imagine the trauma going through that.
Yeah, I think her on Britannic she nearly got killed because I believe like she was like in one of the light
Yeah,
boats
she
that was
nearly got. Yeah, she did. She nearly got killed by one of the propellers, and she
yeah,
lived. Oh god, it's so misty out. It's so foggy out there with all that smoke blowing from the fireworks. I can see anything now.
yeah,
Definitely,
and
it definitely looks like.
I've actually read your DeviantArt Raise the Titanic story, and I have to admit the way you portray Aquatania, I feel like that should have been more Tania.
Listen, man. That's a long story, man. I'm reinventing that story again. It's
Yeah,
because
I
it's
love it
because
though. I love it.
because of how I visioned how she would be, towards Titanic, because she's the famous of the six bunch, and of
Yeah,
course you got to remember the quote unquote White Star Cunard rivalry they had.
yeah, and to
Maybe
be I feel like Olympic is the calmest out of the three Olympic class. Okay, then
look,
again, we didn't get to see
listen,
much of the Titanic.
listen, Michael. I got to explain this to you, pal. I'm surprised you kind of knew that, but anyways, I can only imagine what they would look like in human form if they were re-portraying their accents all over again. I know, be a bit traumatizing, but awesome.
Would
However,
you
though,
would you actually picture them having British accents because they are British kids after all?
I could, yes, mainly speaking in their accents as well. But yeah, I could definitely vision them at any time. I usually but most times I just hear the voices of my favorite anime actresses now to try and get the voice of who could sound like them. That's the problem.
Yeah, my favorite
Anyway,
my favorite ship of the three of the six is Olympic.
that's your decision, pal. They're all
Yeah,
good. To me, they're all good.
could you,
After all, my OC does have a bit of a strange harem in the end. But any cases, thing is, like I said, when you see the Titanic thing, I'm glad you read the original fanfic of Raise the Titanic in the end because I wanted to make it different. I can't go back on it at the moment because of the whole thing with Ukraine and Russia at the moment. So I don't want to do any more slandering than it is.
yeah.
Until that war ends, I can go back onto it. So I
I
can't.
do feel like the way you portray Olympic, like she's trying to find love, but either someone is nervous of her or is scared of her that they don't want to be with her because like she here's this like mysterious woman. What can she do?
Listen, the thing is, Olympic is no, it's not that. That was Britannic. That was.
Oh,
Yeah, because
I
she's
do know
the youngest.
you
She
did
didn't know.
portray Olympic a few times as being a quote unquote woman kind of person.
Well, she is. Well, like I said, with her, unlike all the others, she was a big hit with all the boys. You could say. So
Yeah.
she was. You could say she was a. She loved all men. She had that affection. So she's kind of like that female
Now
playboy
out of
character. And she adored.
now
She loved. She was like. She was everything that Titanic was going to be, but at the same time,
now out of those six ships, who I think is the wisest because she's the oldest. The Lusitania would be probably the wisest.
yeah. But as you could clearly see with her, she was very different compared to how the others would have been. But here's the thing: is you could see in the thing sisters reunited, which I thought would have been quite nice after Titanic got quote unquote resurrected. She's gained a full human form. She's not even a ghost. She's like in full flesh and blood form.
Yeah.
Where her
I,
sister, look, it's going to be revealed in the redoing of the fanfic. She's going to have a completely new look. Like Olympic spoiler got resurrected before Titanic did because the White Star Line is said to be reborn. They have a small fleet. Olympic's the biggest of the bunch, but that's when because in the whole sequence that's going to happen, she'll be there to see it happen. Kind of like when she was
yeah.
when she saw the USS Amazon going down or whatever, when she took them snapshots when she tried to assist in World War One almost.
Actually, here's like the story of one of my spirits that I created. The USS Delaware, who's she's a spirit of a different ship, but she renamed herself as Delaware. She's actually the spirit
Yeah,
of the USS Arizona, but after what happened, she wants to be called a different name.
I get you. So she doesn't want to relive the Pearl Harbor accident.
Yeah, and here's an also fun fact. She wanted to become a spirit before Arizona. She wanted to become a spirit that didn't want to be known for like a tragic incident because she was originally the SS Californian, and she just feels like she just had bad luck because when she was sunk by Arizona, it brought all the terror back of being a ship that everyone hated because she couldn't save lives. But in this case, she was a ship that made lives being lost.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing. Before we go off topic with the whole ship girls and all that kind of stuff in anime and whatnot, if you think of like Kantai Collection and Azure Lane, which are the war battleships, which are damn pretty awesome, I invite you to check it out. If you want to read, like you've been reading my fanfic on Titanic for a while, you should check out the other ones I'm doing, which is very
And
relatable. Here's the thing: as you before I want you to get your opinions about it as well on Race the Titanic, like an overall in the character, like of my bloody heck of my OC as well. But before we get back to that, those fireworks going off, they also did it back in the day before wireless and communication and monochrome was done. They had to, the only way you could send distress was to signal another ship for help by using your rockets.
company signals. That's what the California was thinking.
Not just that, but back in the day, I meant, yeah, you can see it's getting thick now because the amount of, well, it is getting thick up there now. Thick clouds are skewing the moon now. That's not good. But the thing is, I mean, there was one sinking that was before the Titanic, and that was the sinking of the RMS Atlantic.
Yes, the one ship who I felt that was kind of a bit of a tragic one because I believe
It
no
was
women
tragic.
or children survive, and that's pretty tragic on itself.
She's become mostly forgotten. She was basically the first one that White Star had before the Titanic disaster would happen many years
Should
later.
we,
So those two definitely had something in common.
if you read Wreck of the Titan and if you try to visualize how the Titan is sinking, I just immediately think of RMS of the SS Atlantic sinking, but replace the rocks with an iceberg. That's how I picture the
Yeah.
Titan sinking.
Picture now, I can just think, like I just said, it's just, I even mentioned, like, speaking of which, before that, I want to get my opinion on the Titanic. Raise the Titanic. You've seen my image of how she looks when I did the anime version of her when she pops through the surface at last in both her novel form and, of course, her. Whoa, that
All
was
right.
good. Yeah, and you've seen what she looks like in the movie as well, trying to dictate what she looks like,
Eh,
haven't you?
yeah, I've seen her.
I mean, what do you think of the characters, how she's portrayed in the movie, in my fanfic? When you see
Like
how she
her
is,
her human appearance.
yeah, yeah, like in the book as well. How I mean, in my fanfic, her character when she's there, when we see what she looks like before being found, and she's like coming to grief, like she still mourns for the loss of life. She blames everything. It's been a long while since the sinking. Then she like begins to have memories, and then she kind of looks up and thinks, "Does he remember regarding my OC?" Because
Well, here's
and
what
then
I think.
and
Here's what
then
I think about it. I
and then listen, Michael, and then after that, she wakes up, but and then suddenly, she wakes up, in her from her slumber when they discover her unknowingly, and then and then after that, she kind of senses that a near presence, and then she kind of somehow manages to quote unquote glide to the surface 2 miles above her head, and then
yeah
she finds her last one of her last survivors, and my OC being her former co-captain, and that's where the tearfulness of a strange romance in beginning to blossom almost immediately because of, well, reasons only, and how it all becomes a bit strange with supernaturally, only he can see her, and I know it doesn't make no sense, but it's this strange romance at sea type of story almost, um, where the heartstrings and where the tears flowing, and that sort of thing, you know,
yeah
and how it progresses afterwards with the raising, and then going into New York, and the progression of restoring the vessel, and then Mayosi gives something back to her to explain this is her way of expressing his love for her and something and whatnot. But like they're far from quote unquote going to become a couple. They're just beginning. It's a strange romance story, but a good one. It's
yeah
because we've seen so many adaptations of Jack and Rose's romance, and
exactly.
I'm going to admit I still love the characters, and they still exist in my character, in the fanfic of the sinking. But I'm going to have to admit I was pretty bored. I had grown a bit tired, of their style. But don't get me wrong, it's still one of the best romance stories. I just want to think, what would it be like? Oh,
Yeah.
um, what would it have been like? You know, with the ship and the captain as well. That story.
Yeah, I see.
Anyways, do you want to give me your thoughts, Michael, on this?
Well, okay. As for Titanic's like I've seen an appearance, and I've seen I believe you adaptations of her demonic innocent form combined. That's how I personally see her because I don't want to see her and Olympic as two identical people because it would just be way too confusing to see who would be which one was which. So I pictured Titan to be a bit more demonic innocent compared to Olympic and Britannic who's entirely incident. And as for her personality, I feel like Titanic is okay. I just feel like she is a bit too I feel like in my personal opinion, everyone thinks that Titanic is all this mysterious ship who's probably evil or something. There's been rumors about her, but then when some ships I finally meet her, she turns out to be this really nice person who doesn't regard her sinking as the worst, but she does regards herself as a ship who is of all other ships just sank.
Yeah. Well, just to clarify on her personality, she was still suffering from bad trauma and personality, whatever, and depression because she did, quote unquote, kill 1,500 lives in a way, which is the guilt of human blood that she took. And again, there was a bit of horror and gore in there because the reason why is that is because, you know, is she acting like a dead ship or whatever? But when she's like there, she had the ability to transform herself. Like, again, this is because of anime, and when
Yeah.
you saw her briefly in that horrid, disgusting form that she had, that was just a skit. That was just a little bit of a Halloween spooky moment. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and
It's
I
just a
and
bit-
I
that was
do
a bit.
feel like her relationship with Eurosi is very like interesting because if I'm correct, she has never had a love interest up to that point, and I
Never
love.
did. No, no, she never got to experience. She understands what it's like for humans, but she
I'm,
never experienced. She never understood what it meant for herself. It's a bit like in the movie Star. It's a bit like in the movie Stardust. You know,
I
if you
mean,
see that,
in my
that's
universe, spirits can fall in love with other spirits. I mean, it's a common thing to happen, but in Titanic's case, she never had an official love interest.
she never did. No, she knows what it's like to love her sister and all that kind of stuff, but she didn't know what romance was actually about. She's seen it happen, but she never experienced it. That's the
But
reason why she found it a bit strange. And then she finally gets it in her head. Because keep in mind, she may be human, but her mindset and everything else isn't fully equipped. Like it's a bit like when Thor came to Earth in the movie Thor, and he doesn't know where he's at, and he has to learn how to be like a normal mortal in a way and learn the way of how we are. That's kind of like what Titanic's currently in that progress. She's adapting somewhat, but
now,
this
there's one difference within your universe of Titanic and my universe, and that is that she knew Britannic like a week after what happened to Britannic, and she was like, "Why didn't know about this sooner?" But and it was because that Olympic was too busy being a quote unquote troop ship, and no one really didn't tell Titanic that she had a hospital sister ship, and after that, like they kind of like bonded.
yeah, well, in mine they do afterwards. They're getting to know each other. But here's the thing afterwards, because that here's the intriguing thing. My OC worked on Olympic as part of his training before he would come to Titanic, to work on her. Thing is, spoiler alert, he actually did serve on the Britannic. Problem was, during wartime, he had become a broken shell of who he was, and later on, he ends up remembering. Like, he ends up realizing, holy shit, I've been on all three sisters. He doesn't realize this until he gets his memory back slightly.
Yeah,
It's a shock because when he's on Titanic, his past is just literally screwing with his head.
yeah,
Uh, thing, another thing is, whoa, no, that was Glenn. Gotta get these fires going. Yeah. Here's another thing. What I'd like to tell you is that, after the whole thing that happened, but speaking of Titanic, when she kind of like has that personality thing that happened afterwards during the battle sequence, like
yeah,
she ends up exposing her real side. Like basically, quote unquote, what she meant by being named after the three titans. You know what I'm saying?
yeah.
Her,
I feel
her,
like you should have done something more to that, like how everybody feared Titanic, and it was
yeah,
Kane
because
who was the only
that's
one who saw her real form, and then Titanic has to work her way to try to get the people to trust her again. Yet they just saw her as this like demonic entity.
well, she's not demonic. She was basically just acting like a goth. You know,
Yeah,
she was basically a darker form of who she was with the red eyes, was to resemble blood of hatredness. She's basically representing what the three titans would have been from her namesake.
yeah,
That's why she says her true quote unquote true form of the namesake she was bestowed on, and that's because who she is. And I just thought that would be quite nice. Again, it's anime related. It's not
yeah.
like she's got a split personality disorder. It's just that if you anger Titanic enough, just enough, or anything that can push her emotions to beyond that, then you've basically awakened who she is and her exact powers of that of what she fears. Like she has the ability to freeze people and
Now, here's the funny thing. There is in my universe there is one ocean liner who does look like a gothic person other than the Empress of Ireland, and that is Lusitania. That's Lusitania because I'm sure you've seen the movie. She had like black funnels when she was sailing on her final trip, and I wanted to translate that into her hair color. Like she originally had red hair, but then she dyed her hair black, and now she's wearing like black clothing.
that's another thing to yeah, that's another thing to review for. It was because of Lusitania's last appearance as we saw her in is what gave me the idea to give Titanic's dark gothic dress. Yeah,
To be, to be honest, I picture Olympic just wearing like a mini skirt and like a metal like battle bra and boots, and that's about it. Because I feel like she's one of those like I do not care that I'm an Oceanland because in my final days I was treated like I was an auxiliary cruiser.
yeah.
I mean,
Basically, she's
okay, in Mauritania's case, she still kind of wears a dress, but she wears like different clothing. Like maybe I should just tone down my elegance. Like I want to be more like my sister. I want to be more friendly, so I want to like tone down it a bit.
yeah, but the thing is with that, when Olympic goes, here's another thing. If Olympic got cross and angered enough, she just transforms herself and then she becomes World War One Olympic and she's armed and ready to kick someone's ass.
Now,
Basically a badass warrior side. Like she's not this elegant woman, she looks good and all, but she's like this badass willingly to blast someone's head clean off.
Now, if you, okay, this may be a sick thing to think of, but as for Britannic's case, I could just, well, she is a nurse. I can just picture doing her some doing like twisted stuff with tools, like the Russian sleep experiment, like scooping up remains out of people's bodies while they're alive because she is a nurse. I just picture that when she's mad.
Well, for me, that's the thing. Britannic doesn't have that sort of thing. She's basically with her powers, she has the ultimate ability to heal.
That's how I picture Britannic. Like, okay, so she's a hospital ship, and so she's
Well,
a nurse.
even if she was a passenger liner, quote unquote, she would still have the ability to use it still.
Actually, do you think not really Olympics case, but I'm sure you've heard of ships that were converted into auxiliary cruisers. Do you think their body gets more defined in human form? Like maybe they get more muscular, or do their bodies like slightly change when they get that kind of like conversion?
Well, we've seen it happen in anime a few times. In Titanic's case, she kind of did display just a little bit. Like she got a bit, she wasn't muscular, but she did get a bit more thick, should we say,
Yeah.
and a bit more intense.
I
She
mean,
looks
Britannic has the biggest quote unquote chest of the three sisters, but still.
Oh, yeah, but no, but it's still Britannic is still the biggest of the bunch. But with Olympic, she could be the only one who would possess a somewhat of a unique physique, almost. She's
I
big
do
and tough.
I do picture Olympic, and I do picture Olympic being the quote unquote troop expert because she was a troop ship for a number of years, so she would know what that would feel like. And as for Britannic, well, she was a hospital ship. She saw some stuff that someone would not really like to see, and this was back before we had medicine that had to numb pain and stuff. And Britannic just saw like a whole bunch of stuff that someone like her would not have seen.
Yeah, when the whole thing where people had to amputate people's limbs and do other bits and bobs.
Exactly.
Yeah, I know. So she would be used to that, but any case, we don't want to break off Britannic's innocence or whatever because she's basically, we don't want to go there. But anyways, besides we've lost the plot, I just would like your also what do you think of my OC in Raise the Titanic when he's finally confronting his past, after so long, and then eventually he gets the reunion of the vessel of Titanic and seeing what would become his loved one eventually. But he has
Well,
other things with him too. I
I
would like
do
you be
I
honest with me.
do I do love his story and I love his appearance. I mean, I think we saw his appearance a few times. I do like how, unlike most men nowadays, he has long hair, which is like different compared to like most male people these days.
Well, nowadays he's kind of shaved it back to normal now because, spoiler alert, he does become Titanic's captain as part of a quote unquote marriage proposal breached by Titanic herself. So he doesn't get the normal thing where we have to drop down to one knee and do the wedding ring or whatever. He doesn't do that. That doesn't happen. She's the one who's asking. The role's kind of reversed, so it's something that she's asking him.
Now, as for the whole for him captaining Titanic at the end, I feel like you should have given him more of a PTSD kind of feeling where he doesn't. Where after I believe I believe Captain Smith is like his father or adopted father or something.
He was, yeah. He revealed he's revealed after because I kind of went a bit Star Warsy a little bit, because Captain Smith being a bit like Obi-Wan Kenobi at this point, where we see in that scene where he appears where as a ghost, he looks like he hasn't died, but he's just a ghost, only he can see. But you see him like he's like we are now, but he's still a ghost. but
Now, I
only.
feel like you should have gained more of a PTSD kind of feeling. Like maybe I shouldn't really like Captain Titanic because
Well, he's
my father was lost in an accident, and I've seen a lot of tragic things. I don't think I should even do this.
but it was something that he promised. He kept a promise in that to Titanic, and of course, even back then in 1912 when he nearly died, he vowed, made a vow to never fail again. It's just something and if they did, he wouldn't leave her again. It's just one of those things that they've made up together. The thing is
Yeah,
that it's one of those things that he to this day you know. But the thing is, it's just something that he would make a promise, and besides all that, and now we're going to go further back. I'm still reinventing the story a little bit. I know it's still bonfire night, guys. It's gone hazy up there now. That's what's causing the sky to black out a little bit. I know everybody else was wondering what's going on, but what do you personally think of A Night to Remember?
the actual film.
No, the actual my fanfic adaptation. It's basically a hybrid of all the films of Titanic all happening at once, but with slight twists to them. Except
I
Titanic goes in
I
one piece,
I think
and it's
it's
a bit more
I think it's
violent.
really nice. Actually, I think it's really nice.
But it was a
And
strange twist. And like I said, it's real and fantasy blending together. It sets up to what's going to happen.
I mean,
I,
I saw your DeviantArt post where you tried to explain why Captain Smith's body was never recovered. I mean, Titanic kind of like I don't really know what she did to him, but I kind of like how you try to like explain to how Captain Smith's body was never recovered.
his soul survived. His quote soul survived, but his body did not. Basically, in a way, he basically died. He did kind of die, but he's like I said, his spirit is now preserved with Titanic. It's like she's like saving what she can. That's why he can appear wherever he can go. So that's how it goes. It's like he's accepting his fate. And I did, I take it personal every time I did that scene. I'm not going to lie, because I still believe that's how he died.
Yeah,
I I know we've seen versions where he's jumped off and he swam. It's likely he did die in the ocean because he wouldn't have survived anyhow. He was gonna. I'm sure and confident he was gonna go down with the vessel like any captain would have,
I
because
mean,
he would have
everyone
been.
thinks that he was last seen on the bridge where he died. There, he was last seen on the bridge when right before the ship went under.
So I still feel like he was there. Like I still feel like I look. I've seen many versions. I saw it in 1958 where I don't think he would have stood there and then he would have been engulfed by the water that quickly and dying that way. But I do feel, and I've seen it in the 96 one where he's just standing there waiting to go. And then we saw in 1953, the first Hollywood one, he stands on the bridge wing where everybody else is singing Near My God's Thee, and he looks up and he just holds his head down and then dies.
Yeah,
Still don't feel like, I still believe he did, but that was just before he went into the bridge, like he knew that it was over.
yeah,
And and
and
then and then in 1997, I still believe that's how he. I still am convinced that's how he died. I don't care what people think. I'm
now
still convinced he died that way instantly and didn't, because he. I still basically feel like he breathed and died just before the water got him.
Now, here's one thing I would like to explain, like to talk about and raise the Titanic, and that is I forgot her name, but she's the character who survives the Lusitania disaster. And I was thinking, what kind of dynamic would that bring? Because she survived Lusitania. Lusitania is Titanic's rival. Like, what's gonna happen?
Yeah, the old classic rivalry. Although she caught Titanic in the middle of a battle, and she's in her normal form, and then Titanic is just being as she is, almost on, well, basically almost hard to communicate, almost, if you know what I'm saying, in that tunnel of rage, almost.
To be honest, if I was in that boat, if I survived the Titanic disaster and I will be seeing Titanic, I would be very scared because she's the rival of Lusitania. But then I would have to explain that you and Lusitania are in the same boat. You both lost. You both got tragic demises. So there shouldn't be really much of a difference.
The difference was Titanic sank in peacetime and Lusitania.
Lusitania sank in wartime.
Yeah, that and quote unquote Lusitania was quote unquote murdered in cold blood. So that makes it more.
Exactly. I mean, in Britannic's case, it was more like an inadvertent murder because it was meant to because
Well,
mines are different than torpedoes.
listen, if it was a mine, that was just wrong place at the wrong time. You
Yeah,
can't.
if it was
It
a
was,
torpedo, then it would have been murder.
yeah, it was basically a war crime.
Yeah, and okay, to be honest, when it comes to like other ships involved in the Titanic story, I personally do not picture Titanic raining California's neck for not saving the passengers. I personally do not see that.
Pardon?
I just don't see like Titanic like openly punching Californian because I feel like California would have been like I had no idea what was going on, and so I just don't feel like Californian would have felt like I don't think Titanic would have been that pissed off at California to openly like attack her, but Californian already had enough stress enough for not helping what
But
happened.
basically, at the end, I think she probably would have been like, with that look like you see on my face, it'd be like like you could, like this. I'd be
Yeah.
like, you were there, you were right in my eyesight. You could have done something.
Yeah. Now, as for
Like,
Carpathia, I
like
feel
you
like
could have done.
as for Carpathia, I felt like she felt like she could have done more. Like you see those people in the movie like where they save lives, but then they say like they could have done more. Like they
Yeah,
could have done more.
yeah, more could have been done.
Yeah. Now, as for Mount Temple, she just didn't come in quick enough, and the ice got her way.
And well, yeah, and Frankfurt was there as well. Was receiving the call. Was the
I
first one.
mean, there's this theory that the Mountain Temple was closer than what was originally thought, but she just refused to help the Titanic survivors. And I don't believe that because it just
No,
sounds so stupid. I mean, don't bring the Mountain Temple in like that kind of like backdrop. I mean, she was just trying to help.
yeah, she was helping other engines get others getting in contact. Even Olympic got the call, but she was 500 miles away. I can only imagine the traumatization
I
of
don't,
not.
I, I don't even think Mauritania would get there at that time. At her speed, I don't think she would even get there.
I don't think so either. Not even Lusitania would have made it.
I mean, okay, so I know how I just. Sorry if I might offend some people, but the operators were kind of a bit rude to California. Like, shut up, you bloody idiot! I am working Cape Race.
Well,
California be
basically,
like, okay, I'm not. I'm just not going to say anything.
it's basically well. Remember, Titanic had a very good installed wireless operation that could pick up anything from 200 miles or from 200
Yeah,
miles or something. So she had a pretty good unique hearing, and that would make her super sensitive if you're at close range. And as we saw, definitely had an effect on her hearing, like irritated. So in a way,
yeah.
it's like in work. It's like if you have that, and all of a sudden you hear this loudness in your eyes, it'll make your ears go, and it'll just anger you off. It's like you're so deep with the job, and someone's like interrupting. You're darn right you're going to respond pissed off at the end. Like it's like basically trying to focus, and that's kind of like what Titanic was doing
Now
almost.
I
Basically,
do.
it was like it'd be like this. I'd be like this. You can see me. It'd
Now
be
I do. I do feel like Carpathia would have said to like other ships that would have been too serious about about the rivalry that ships must help ships because Carpathia, Cunard, Titanic, White Star Line. So, Carpathia sent a message. Doesn't matter if you have rivalry, you can help others.
I know, but as soon as that SOS was going off, it's like I knew you, mate. Wow, good God. It's almost like New Year's Day already.
In the words of Frederick Fleet, bugger me.
Yeah. And now I'm just thinking, now that's what you call a good bonfire. That's almost like New Year's Day almost. Well, there it is. Ooh, that was good. Old Lang. Why am I picturing the song Old Lang Syne?
Oh yeah.
There we go. Much better. Now we can see.
Yep.
Should all the great... Oh shit, no, one more shot.
This is a scene straight out of Regatta from Tugs.
I can see what you mean.
Yeah.
Who basically was based on the Mauritania as well.
Yeah.
Now, could you imagine if Titanic was in togs and they were just sitting there watching that together?
Exactly. I don't know if you remember this, but in the episode of
Listen,
Regatta,
all the while, Titanic's sitting there with the togs, just drinking a good cup of coffee or whatever.
I don't know if you remember this, but in Regatta, the Oceanlander Princess Alice is like, "Hello, everyone. This is the Princess Alice," and then there's like this male voice, and I'm like, "Oh my god!"
Yeah, I gotta get this out. Woo! Try to get that on camera. I missed only 10 seconds of it, but damn, that was good.
Yeah.
Did you still see it?
Yeah, I saw it. To be honest, I do feel like this would be kind of like a very like happy moment. Like if the White Star Line was eventually restored, and Olympic would have been brought back. This is how I feel like it would happen.
Oh! Oh, this is awesome!
Yeah. War.
Oh, wow. Oh! Damn, man.
Yeah.
Woo! This is the best 2022 bonfire I think I've ever seen.
Yeah.
It's pitch black out there, and all I can see is just the fog and haze. It's really deploying now. Damn. You can just see the sky, but it's so pitch black I can't see anything that's ahead of me, except for the silhouette of the trees. That was good, man.
Yep. This is exactly how I feel. Like if they brought the White Star Line back and Olympic was restored, that's how I think it would happen.
Same here, man. Guess
Also,
what?
I'm not sure if you've heard about this, but I'm sure you learned that they were trying to make a ship called the Oceanic, which I think was the third ship they ever created.
Hey there, man.
Hey there.
Did you see all those cool fireworks going off there?
Just did, yeah.
You just missed. I just got some of that on camera, man. That's gonna be on my channel.
Some of it that was on camera.
Yeah, you just missed it, pal. Michael, I think I picked up your voice while I was recording there. That was pretty good. Outside, they were all going crazy.
When you see all those fireworks happening at once, you got to remember it's not a war. It's not a war. It's not a war.
No.
Be calm.
Yeah, it's not the Christmas truce, brother.
Yeah, it's not the Christmas truce. It's not the Christmas truce. It's not
that. So, what do you think, MCR Productions? Do you like bonfire nighting?
I think it's interesting. Of course, we don't have that here.
Well, except for the 4th of July. Think about it. This is our version of doing it.
Yeah. Yeah, back during the War of 1812, they used to launch you Brits used to launch fireworks at us for weapons.
Oh yeah, that.
I know. Let's not go into that, man. That was them. We wouldn't do that today, man.
I know.
Unless it was bonfire nighting and celebrating the 4th of July and celebrating Christmas and New Year's Day with each other.
Yeah.
Anyways, we had a great discussioning and everything else. Again, we were speaking about fireworks and Thomas and stuff, and then we got onto Titanic for a bit, which has been okay. We had somebody in somewhere by the name of Ben Williams try to stir up some shit with us, and didn't work.
Right.
But any cases, guys, yes, Billy Dodd, we did see Thomas 123's YouTube poop of Spooby engines. It was hilarious. Again, sorry if I'm down here because I'm just sitting here watching the legs. They could have some more coming off at any time now.
I saw his review of Demons.
Yeah.
That was just,
oh man, that was really cool. I managed to get that on camera. There's another one we got off. Yeah, I know. It's getting hazy out there, lads. So
Why do I picture the Tugs hurrying theme played while this is happening on? Dun, 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 and you just hear
yeah,
that. You just see
yeah,
that
well,
happening in the
I can see it
background.
happening. Yeah, I can see it playing.
It's like Puffa just like flying down the line at pitch black night where you see fireworks going in the background.
Yeah, I
Oh,
could see that. Anyways,
When I was watching the fireworks on that you recorded, Kane, I have to say it sounded just. Or I was imagining the whole entire time the episode of Tugs where the docks blew up.
Oh yeah,
oh,
munitions.
that one.
Yeah.
Oh, that one.
We gotta
That's it.
remember that this was a kid show, and they showed bloody explosions.
Yeah, but think about it. I mean, look what they did in Thunderbirds, Captain Scarlet, and Stingray, and bloody explosions in it.
Oh,
So
I do have
You're
to
right.
admit, Doesn't Get Spooked was worse because we saw a freaking engine go over the side of a bridge and die.
yeah, well, at least we only saw that one explosion in Thomas and Friends, which was rushed in the boulder. That kind of blew up in a sort of way. Jeez. I don't know, but any cases, guys. Anyways, you know, Michael,
Jeremy for pickup on 2.
what the heck?
Sorry, I'm at work technically.
Oh, I didn't know that, man. I didn't know you were at work. Sorry, pal.
That's all right. That's fine. Don't tell anyone, but this is like the easiest job in the world.
And wow,
Whoa,
just
yeah.
you said that the thing blew off.
You're
You said
lucky.
that. MCR, just as you say that, the firework blew off.
Well, you're lucky. Yeah.
A bang of luckiness.
Yeah.
Unless you're the USS Enterprise. Lucky ye.
Yeah. Yeah. Despite the fact that she wasn't preserved after World War II.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What a
Well,
shame.
it was a shambles, really. But at least she's got a successor who's now carrying her legacy off, I guess. You could say she was resurrected in a new body form.
Yeah, and now they're making another USS Enterprise.
Or if you want to look at the anime series of Azure Lane, she's been immortalized there
True.
in the video game.
True.
Anyways, Michael, just to let you know, we didn't get this far, but what was your opinion about the the sinking of Titanic idea? You know, the whole fanfic, as we said before we went off topic.
I do feel like, unlike most versions, it is darker compared to the original Titanic story. But I like how it's like darker, a little bit like tragic.
Yeah, but how do you picture like when you saw how Titanic sinks? You know, and you know how it was like in the movie almost, except she didn't snap her back or whatnot, and she was kind of quote unquote imploding at times. You know, when she
I don't
lost.
know if you've seen the Titanic All in Glory 2 real life time thing. Right? I'm picturing that and I'm picturing that happening and your story happening at the same time.
Oh well, if you see how she sinks, you know, try and picture, because the Titanic in my version, she's basically James Cameron's version. She's acting like the other three Titanics in the other two films, from 1953 to 1958, almost.
1996, 2012, those versions.
Well, not quite much of 2012, but she is. If you want to know, if you want to know how she was going to look, just try and envision James Cameron's version, almost, because that's technically how I would envision her in the fanfic version. And despite her modeling race Titanic was unique, still is, but I was still envisioning what it would have been like for James Cameron's version if it still went around.
Exactly.
I'm just visioning, imagine James Cameron's Titanic playing the role of Race the Titanic instead of the one we got on camera, which is still the most best realistic I've ever seen.
Yeah.
That's all right. I'm just making sure I'm not singing. But yeah. So, anyways, lads, again, Michael, I know I'd like you to get your opinions even further on me because I couldn't hear you because the fire was going off. What do you personally, especially how did I portray Titanic, the ship itself, in the fanfic compared to how she is? Because I did use a lot of realistic facts.
Well, I like how you did it as realistic as possible. Like, try to explain her story in a good light.
Especially how it made the iceberg impact a bit more violent.
Yeah. I mean, I do know that in like Race of Titanic, Titanic does show a scar she got from her coal bunker fire, which is something I don't really expect the spirits to get because a coal bunker fire isn't that extreme compared to like a collision, but still.
Well, but it still must have played a role in it, so she has 2 scars.
Yeah, exactly. Actually, whenever I picture Titanic, I don't picture her having a scar from the iceberg compared to like Empress of Ireland when she got hit by Storstad, because unlike the Empress of Ireland, which was like a full on blow, Titanic it was like a grazing side. It just grazed the iceberg.
Yeah, but it was grazing, but the impact was deep.
Yeah.
Hey, guys, I have to get back to work.
All right, CMR. I'll catch you in a bit later, all right?
See ya.
Yeah, take care, man. But it was basically, as you saw, it was a glancing blow, Michael, but the
Yeah.
impact had penetrated her skin deeply. So it was basically, like I said, a graze, but it was more like a deep cut gash wound that was very deep.
Actually, in just a quick question, you know that Olympic has appeared had been in multiple collisions. Do you think she has scars from those collisions?
Well, if you saw the one that she had with the Hawk,
Yeah.
HMS Hawk, that rammed her basically near the backside, by her stern, basically. She did still have it sliced down her area still, so it would have been like a punctured wound or something like that. But she still would have. But because the fact is that she was taken into dry dock and got patched up, and afterwards it would have been easily recovered.
Yeah.
So and of course, think about it. She had all her doors closed. She had 2 water compartments flooded. So technically, she wasn't quite bleeding much to death. So she basically survived.
Yeah, and also, I did. I'm sure you've seen photographs of HMS Hawk's damage after she got the collision. To be honest, I just picture her wearing an eye patch.
No, because they're hearing the fire was not heard for I saw some ones that I got on camera. I've got a small. Sorry, but you are a vampire after all.
Yeah, well, that means I can't have it. It kills me.
You can't kill your pacemaker, man.
You can kill a vampire, no pacemaker.
Yeah, rather than just like shooting a bullet man out of garlic or whatever, just give him a
bullets and garlic.
You know what I mean? No, not if it's like sugar, whatever, like krypton damage. Or basically, do a full lip on lip lock, like that will do it. With garlic in your breath, and then you kill it without even drawing blood. It's a better way to kill an vampire. Not you, Mark, but if I would it. At least if you don't request a full murder, I'll request a murder in Yeah, I will. And I hope that the doors make sure there's some out there as well.
The trousers are okay, but you need to put a clean white top on there. Alright? Okay.
Hazy out there.
Yeah, it looks, it's all smoky.
No, the weather has become hazy.
Yeah, it's smoky, yeah.
Yeah. Sorry about that, lads. I'm just making sure everything's okay.
Yep.
Yeah, that was just hilarious. Yeah.
I just picture Hawk wearing an eye patch after her collision with Olympic, because I feel like okay, to be honest, if you look at the Hawk damage to her, not Olympic, she looks like she needs to get an eye patch after that.
Or basically, because he went in head first, you could tell. Well, I wouldn't say he didn't get his eye round or whatever. I would think he'd probably have as we saw, the Hawk's bow was badly damaged. So yeah. I kind of would like to think he had a bit of a, how should we say, so not to spoil the viewers, he would kind of had a bit of a disfigured face.
Exactly, and then that would give Olympic something to be
been wrecked, like disfigured.
That would give Olympic something to be incredibly sad about.
Yeah, but then again, I don't blame Olympic for the accident. I do blame Hawk for getting too close.
Olympic did drag Hawk into her side, basically.
Yeah, but there have been times where warships do get a bit dashy. They tend to get too close to bigger liners, not realizing the enormous suction that they can bring in.
Now, no offense, but what about the near Titanic New York collision?
That was easily avoidable. It would be like, whoa, easy, and like that's okay. It would have happened anyway.
I
It was
mean, to be honest, Titanic was a kind of a bit too close to New York, and she kind of like made like New York like bob up and down so much it broke her lines, and now you got this inoperable ocean liner that's drifting straight towards you.
yeah.
I,
But
I'm surprised that no one has actually put that into any films. No one has actually
we
done.
never got no. I mean, we've seen it in documentaries. We may have heard it a few times, but we don't get to see it on screen. That's why my fanfic we did
No,
that as
no,
well.
no, and no one seems okay. Maybe the 1997 film it would have ruined the like graceful moment of Titanic departing, but in other movies they should really like add like the entire like New York scene because it would have been
We
like
should. Yeah,
okay, maybe
they've had the chance to do it 10 years ago when we did the 100th anniversary or in modern styles. They could have done that and they need to. Again, go with the historical facts. But the thing is, though, it was just the fact that Titanic did proceed a bit too fast. But the thing was, she was also displacing such an amount of water in the River Test.
yeah.
Because that's what I mean. That's because the others couldn't cope. And,
Now,
but the thing
actually,
was, it was just fortunate that one of the tugboat Vulcan came in and managed to avoid the catastrophe. But again, Captain Smith was on the bridge. He knew what he was going. He knew what was happening, so he brought his experience in Titanic in a way, kind of avoided what would have happened to her sister. But
now, if
what
I'm correct, I forgot his name, but I know Matthew is like I believe the new owner of the White Star Line in your universe. I think.
he was, but not anymore. We've got somebody different now.
I mean, I know like he was kind of like a person who Olympic was fascinating over with.
Yeah, my buddy. Well, I got a good buddy of mine who I won't say. He is the new variation of the White Star Line, but like I said, when as you saw in the film in my fanfic of Titanic being raised, she again is very very curious of who she's around with. Again,
I do like how like you're showing how other spirits try to find love. I mean, yes, Titanic, but then again, Olympic, yeah.
They're still learning. She knows. Everyone knows what it's like, but they have never experienced what romance is. And think about it. They got the personality of who they are as ships, but they don't technically think and function like a real human.
I can just imagine Matthew on the phone with his new White Star company. Yes, is this Belfast? Is the nomadic up for sale? No? Okay, thank you. We'll just rebuild the traffic.
Yeah. But anyways, besides all that, back to the Night to Remember one. Did you like the characters I've recently had inquired, which are more like anime related, where they're combining with the other characters?
Oh yes, they're really nice.
Did you like the fact how I changed Jack and Rose's story? Like it's similar, except it gets a little more different near the end.
Yeah, I mean, then again, Jack's death in the Titanic film was kind of a very low blow.
I thought that too because I did like Jack's character as even to this day, even growing up. Because look, I really liked Leonardo DiCaprio because he was good. I really liked his character. I even loved the character who he was. That's why in my version I liked him so much. I wasn't going to let him die. Like
because why would you have him survive up to that point only for him to die in the water? That's like so anticlimactic.
I don't know. I was going to have that happening, but instead my character's almost having the problem instead. Yeah, but he survives because of Titanic, because she unknowingly turned him into an immortal.
So, just a quick question: before he like reunites with Titanic, has Kane actually met any other spirits?
Yeah, like, no. He does actually. He kind of hears the voices, but he never sees them when they're alive. That is.
To be honest, I feel like when a ship like sinks or gets scrapped, their spirit is immortal. But in some cases, they're like kind of like different to humans.
Yeah, they basically look like they're human and immortal. The thing is, though, once their metal body dies off, they can no longer, even if they had a new body, like if they had a new like a replica built, or if they were able to be preserved somewhat even after being, salvaged or raised from the depths, like refloated and put back together again in a way, even if they're wounded beyond saving or so, and they're still able to recover them and then find use afterwards, they would their spirit would never go back into their metal shell body again. It
Yeah.
would never. They eventually become, if they're not scrapped and or whatever the case may be, preserved or whatnot afterwards, then they still live. It's a bit like with Queen Mary. Like, she's been there and she was alive for a long while until somewhere around the time period she decided to take her last breath and just let her humanized form escape her metal shell at last and be free. And she's still there and she's still hanging around. You just don't. The thing is with me,
I do like how in your the Spirit of the Artemis Olympic post, you gave Olympic kind of like a outlook, like I am just free to do whatever I want, and like it's I just feel like Olympic was shown to be a very nice um a new personality, I guess, because because I always picture Olympic to be kind of like a kind, calm, peaceful kind of person, kind of like the Britannic, but Britannic has more like a nursing personality because she's a nurse.
Well, yeah, but the thing was after that, because when Olympic does return and having a new body made for, because she lost her original, though she still maintains the memories of her original body form. And thing is, she learns to adapt with the times. Like, she knows she's basically like in the 1980s at this point, and look at how we've changed at that point. And she may look like she's from that time period, but she's adapted over time and she knows. So she's kind of got there in a way. She has a little experience, so she knows.
Actually, whenever I see an oceanliner film like about a fictional ship like the Clarendon or the Poseidon, I always try to picture them as humans. And so when it comes to the 2010 ripoff film known as Titanic 2, I try to picture the Titan 2 as like a mix of the Queen Mary and Titanic put together.
Look, man, before we go on to that one, I'm just going to bring some justify to that one, okay? I give the guys props for what they were trying to do back then, because this was in 2010. A crazy ass time, all right?
Yes.
It was a good year, fantastic year, but it was a crazy ass time for modern day disaster films, because I was watching Ice Twisters, which is actually not that bad, actually. And then Titanic 2 popped out of nowhere, because I remember seeing the trailer and this one, I was kind of and I was very interested. It was like, oh, so they got a fiction version of it, but is history going to repeat itself, or are they going to try and do something like a what if? Like, they'll see an iceberg, but will they actually find a way to save the vessel?
Oh no, they didn't do that. They just completely made the entire thing look this is over.
Yeah, but the thing was, I was like, okay then. But at the same time, me being a mark, I was quite impressed with the CGI. The music was pretty impressive. Like I said before, I was, again, this is just who I am. And I was glad to see, I was very glad to see Queen Mary come back. I was like, oh, wow.
I saw one guy who did a review on the film, and he spent at least 3 minutes raging on about how the ship in the first 5 minutes looked like Titanic. It looks like Queen Mary, but at the end it's just a CGI Titanic.
Yeah, but I can understand what they were trying to do. Again, Queen Mary's the only one who can even portray Titanic. She did it once in SOS Titanic, which was the first colored film.
Yeah.
And then lo and behold, many years ago, she comes back and then she plays, Titanic again, but as a modern variation, which I thought was quite nice. So actually, that was really.
Would you actually picture a Titanic 2 as basically a four-funneled Queen Mary? Because I one time pictured that myself.
I have seen someone who did a clever photo effect on that. That probably would have worked. But like I said, before I jump ahead, because we're skipping over the broad strokes here, man. What I will tell you is that I don't care what people think. I still like it, and I am going to use it as my final sequel in my Titanic quote-unquote trilogy. Because it's basically Titanic's journey, the original, from birth to an early death, only to be resurrected and then adapt to a new life. And then 100 years later, the old saying, will let you strike twice. That big 100. Like, what happened 100 years ago, could it strike again? That's the big difference. And you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I understand.
Actually, for all those years, can it strike? We'll that's the thing. I like to play that sort of thing. And I see you, Brandon. But
And
like I
you're
said, here's the thing, right? It's funny actually because I'm gonna jump ahead again because we'll come back after. They've just recently, during the 110th anniversary, which was kind of a bit of, pardon my French, but this was batshit supernatural crazy, like
mhm.
almost creepypasta, batshit Ghostbuster Titanic crazy on steroids times 10.
Are you talking about that zombie movie that they made?
Basically called Titanic 666. Yes, I
Yeah, I
saw.
did. I
The
did not watch that.
Look, fans told me about this and just gave me an intrigued curiosity, okay? Interest slash curiosity, but I'll just call it Titanic 3. I did get to see it, but I was like, to hell with the plot stuff. I wanted to see what this Titanic looked like. And strangely enough, the CGIing was actually pretty impressive, even more realistic than the 2010 version. And what I also liked, the fact is that, in a strange twist, they showed the original and then which was quite nice, which is what they could have done for the Titanic 2 one, like show a prequel of the original, then we fast forward 100 years later. You know what I'm saying? That
Yeah,
like a time leap, which would have been quite nice if they thought about that. Give the original an appearance, and
I
then
mean, this
and
is
then and then in Titanic 666, they actually I don't really like the movie like in terms of
yeah,
I'm not like I'm not like people like oh I downright hate the movie. Oh, this is bullshit. No, fuck this. Not that type. No, I'm just like I can see what they're trying to do. Like I gotta give I'm a guy who gives props for the creators for trying their best. So I'm not gonna give like a thumbs down or thumbs up. I'm just very mixed about it. But
yeah,
here's the thing, I only watched it because I want to see what the ship version is going to be like and how's the crew going to react. You know, for a
yeah.
modern version. That's it with me. I don't care for the characters,
I
right?
mean,
But
to
but
be honest,
Michael, let me just finish. Then what I saw in the film was quite nice. They actually filmed on Queen Mary again. I was like, oh, so 3 times in a row she's played Queen Mary playing a modern version. I'm like, and they got it a bit better this time. They got the coloring correct.
yeah,
And like I said, I just loved the fact that it's nice to see Queen Mary portraying fictional vessels, and she's probably the best one to ever do it to get away with it. So again,
I mean, to be honest, Queen Mary is like the best shape to do that because the United States, no offense, is a complete wreck now, and
yeah,
there's no other ship that could like match the Queen Mary's like actual appearance to like play a ship.
no, but like I said before, we're going to go back to what I said earlier. The whole thing is with the Titanic 2 film. That's still going to happen in my fanfic, but it will look a little different. It won't be like what we saw, where it's basically a fictional Titanic, more modernized and slightly
Actually, what?
fictional.
How would you picture? Okay, if Titanic 2 was a separate being than Titanic, how would you picture her human form? Like maybe a little mix of Britannic and Titanic, or
Basically, a modern variant. She would look a little bit modern. She would be nothing like her predecessor in appearance wise, big time. But she would have some similar features. Her facial feature and hairstyle would be completely different, and she
yeah,
would, like I said before, though, this is going to be very different compared to what you would see in the movie. But the characters are still there, just with a little plot differencing, and yeah, it's going to be a very intriguing story. It would have been the final chapter in the Titanic story. Like she basically, like I said, in the first fanfic, she's born in the origin story, then quote unquote dies in the first movie, only to be found and resurrected, gets a new life, and then adapts over with time, and then eventually Titanic 2 is like to the point where she's considered perhaps retiring because at this point she's like 100 something years of age at this point and still going. And
yeah,
then she, after this voyage, that's what she's saying to my captain, to me, basically, my OC. Basically, if you want to retire, we'll go together, and like pass the torch to the next generation. But
I'm
that
actually,
doesn't
if
just
I'm correct, I think Olympic hit a rogue wave in her career. I think I
no.
know
I know
Lusitania did.
Lusitania had one where she basically lost both her eyes, basically because the bridge got badly gashed.
Yikes!
She would have been blind.
And I could just imagine how that would have felt.
Yeah, so basically she would have like massive bandage duct tape wrapped around her eyes until her eye vision came back. So I can see that. Hey, Lucas Lapella.
If she was a spirit, how imagine the absolute suffering that she would have had not being able to see.
Yeah, but she still had the ability to hear. Still, that's good.
Yeah, I mean,
That would
I mean,
terrible.
could you imagine a spirit being blind per se? Like maybe
Yeah.
maybe it's like a health condition and that they're blind. Maybe it will bring like some new things.
Or basically, you could just picture Olympic without the bandage on, and she's got her eyes open. Instead, she's got like basically gashy white eyes, meaning she's
Yeah.
blind. I don't know why, but I always find that funny in the anime. Even when you have villains or bad guys or whatever, they have like these gashy eyes, but you can just see the irises, which makes them look like they're ghosts, as if they're living dead almost. But it looks hilarious for villains, I have to say. I don't know why. And don't ask me why. It just looks so bloody funny. I don't know why. It just does. It makes me feel like the characters are blind, like they can't see. And you have
Yeah.
to just use their hearing to know whether to find their way around.
I do feel like at this point in back when Olympic and Titanic come into existence, I feel like Mauritania is kind of like, since she's the fastest, she's like the flagship, but everyone just loves Lusitania more, which I find kind of funny.
Well, it's funny because Olympic was known as the Greyhound of the Seas, and she was the first one to capture the ribbon, and then Mauritania came along afterwards, almost.
Yeah. Could you imagine if Olympic accidentally got the record? Like, oh, I didn't actually do that.
I know. I can imagine Titanic almost trying to get it because when she was at her top speed at 25 miles an hour, which is like 21 knots, that's quite fast. But nowhere near as fast for what Lusitania and Mauritania were.
Now, I understand why Olympic is sad because Titanic has died, but could you imagine no one will travel on you because you're basically a copy of a ship that just sank, and so no one will be on you.
She's basically a near mirror image almost, because the thing was, after Olympic had to go into major refits because so she wouldn't suffer the same fate. She had more lifeboats done. She had the boat decks were risen sometimes all the way up to the well-end deck, so she would have had a slight transformation.
Yeah, and actually, I did hear about this. Olympic actually offered to take the passengers from Carpathia, but Rostron's no, because we're going to give the passengers too much of a bad time.
No, the only good thing is though she did manage to take Titanic's lifeboats back.
Yeah, I mean,
what was left of her dead sister, to be quite honest.
Yeah.
Not to mention, I felt bad for the little lifeboats because every time I see them rowing away, I see into any lifeboat. It's like the little boats are like little baby boats going away from their it's kind of like what you see in, I don't know, it's almost like little lifeboat children almost rowing away from their sinking mom almost. That's kind of like how I see it, which kind of makes,
it's more tragic when you take the Empress of Ireland and Lusitania disasters into account.
I know. I'm just saying, but I know they're good lifeboating and everything. But sometimes when I see them just fanning away at times, it kind of it's a bit, I don't know, a little extreme to say, but it's kind of like, how I would vision it. It's like the companions trying to tell them to leave and whatever.
Yeah.
Like telling your troops in battle, like, get out there, leave me to die or whatever, go and save yourselves. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
it's like seeing a general out in the battlefield taking his slowly dying, and the soldiers have to go out and take their comrades without him. Almost.
Yeah, I can see you going at.
That's kind of how I envision a dying, sinking ship, like in Titanic's case. Almost.
In your opinion, who do you think is quote unquote the spirit that would be the easiest to get along with?
I would say probably Olympic, despite how traumatizing and upsetting she had gone. So I feel like she'd be the best one to cope with out of the three.
Yeah.
After what she succeeded afterwards, living a good lifespan.
I mean, Britannic is a nurse, but yeah, I don't want to see her do anything crazy.
No, but at least that would be someone you could possibly trust to patch up your wounds, and if you had an accident or whatever. So that's someone to tell it to be attended with. But
I mean,
I think guys, we've been on for a good 2 hours or so, and it looks like the fireworks show have just ended.
Yep, and I bet it's so hazy outside.
No, actually, it's clearing up now. I can see the distance now. But anyways, guys, it's been fantastic. Like I said, and I'm glad to share it with you guys, and I hope you loved it. And to all of you guys watching as well, I hope you guys loved it too. Anyways, we'll continue on just for a little bit about this because this was not intended to be about Titanic or whatever, but we're skipping around here. But anyways, besides all that though, I want to get back to what we were just saying before we wrap this one up. Michael, give me your opinions as well. Again, going back to the sinking of Titanic as we progress along. Do you personally like, again, how I treat Titanic? Not like the
human, the ship.
Not until later on, because she appeared right near the end after quote unquote dying almost. How do you think I portrayed her ship in a way, in terms of like how she was, even from the iceberg collision, which kind of like, made it was a bit more violent?
I feel like you portrayed it pretty well. I like how I feel like the entire sinking is a bit iconic for like a ship as Titanic. And actually, if you, I think you did one where you did the voyage of Titanic up to that point. I think I don't know if you did, but I feel like you could have done a little bit more of, at this point, Olympic was considered like the grandest. Titanic was just a copy of that. It would have been interesting. It would have been interesting if you put like a lot of like oh, this ship is just like the Olympic, or a lot of Olympic references. Like Titanic is different because it's sinking.
I did do that somewhere in the beginning, in the prologue almost. Actually, speaking of which, before we go back to that, did you like the idea of how I portrayed my alter ego, my OC, as a young? He's basically how I would have looked like nearly 10 years ago if you've seen me in my suit or whatever. That's how he would have looked. A big, tall lad, close about 6'8" or something. He was a big, tall lad, the tallest lad of the entire vessel, I guess. But what did you think of the somewhat father and son relationship that you see my alter ego and Captain Smith in almost?
Well, it brought a new perspective on Captain Smith, because we always saw Captain Smith as the captain of Titanic, but here we see him as in a new way, where he has to bring someone under his wing to be the co-captain of Titanic. I mean, take away Officer Wilde, but still.
Well, the reason why is because I made him my alter ego, quote unquote, co-captain, is because he was learning his way around again as a final testing, and he was going to be promoted after this. Yeah.
I mean, listen,
Michael. It also, the reason why, trivia for you, it would basically be like myself being there. Like, what would I have done if I was on the Titanic on that night? That infamous question that everybody asks. Because it's always hard to imagine, to think, how would we have acted that? What would we have done in that space of more dilemma and fighting for survival? Like, you know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
That's kind of like what I was doing, my alter ego. Like, what would I have done?
Exactly. And
that's kind of another trivia of why I made him the co-captain. But anyways, back to what you were saying.
Now, I do like how I don't believe there was not ever like any like turmoil between your OC and Officer Wilde, because he was technically the co-captain of Titanic, because he was chief officer. I mean, Murdoch was first officer, but still.
And I portrayed him pretty well. He doesn't like shoot himself like we saw in the movie, which I originally was going to keep because I did believe that happened. Although we now know that didn't happen, despite it's still iconic. I just use that scene from my OC where he's just basically shooting random guys off. It was like, when he loses his head in that desperate scenario.
I can understand why Murdoch did it. I mean, if he did do it, I could understand why, because things were just getting out of hand at that point.
That was it, and everyone would like. But then again, I hate to go dark, but nowadays I kind of picture that's how Adolf Hitler killed himself. He did commit suicide, but I'm thinking, okay, I was just visioning him doing that on the Titanic. So yeah.
I could just, and I do love how, and actually Murdoch is kind of iconic in any time. Well, okay, he's not as iconic as Lightoller or Lowe, but he is among those iconic people.
Yeah, Mr. Lightoner was one of my favorites in terms of Titanic crew because I loved how he was portrayed in A Night to Remember. But he barely got any screen time a lot in the '97 film, and he didn't look as I don't know. I don't know. I did like his style, but he didn't seem to be like as we would portray him to be as. I've seen other portrayals who did a heck of a good job. Like in the miniseries, he was quite impressive. Like he was handsome,
Actually,
charming, and you could get
uh,
along well with him. He was
yeah.
very heroic, just like in he was very heroic looking. He kind of looked like you could get along with him easily. But
Now, I've
but I,
actually,
I always feel like he's a bit. I feel like Kenneth Moore, one of our favorite
yeah,
actors, played him in. To me, that's how I wanted to vision Mr. Murdoch. I mean, light on her from the very get go, because he was the main character somewhat in the movie, because that's the guy who played him. So that's how I like to feel like that's how Mr. Light on her's whole, you know, how the tragedy played out in reality, almost
yeah.
very
And
heroic.
I've seen I've seen not very documentaries because a lot of people do not touch on it, but I've seen a couple of live streams where where Fifth Officer Lowe is mentioned, and I believe he's one of the most I mean, he's the one who eventually went back, and I do love how in some stories it is explained that not a lot of people really liked Lowe, and that he was like in his pajamas when he goes out on deck, asks what the heck is going on, and realizes that the ship is sinking, and now he has to put his clothes back on and go back out on deck to have the passengers. And in the end, he ends up being the only one to go back.
Because he knew what he was going to do. I mean, I liked how he was in the movie, so he kind of did what anybody had to do.
Yeah, to be honest, I feel like the officers who are very underrated are Boxhall and Pittman, or whoever the heck the third officer was.
I can't remember. Can't remember. Hang on, was it Mr. Boxall?
Boxhall was fourth officer.
Because he was the one who actually wrote down Titanic's position, which was
Yeah,
incorrect eventually. But it's funny because in the movies we don't see him write down the position. Actually, we do see him in that Curiosity What Sank the Titanic one, the one that had Bill Paxton in it, the one where we saw that one. That was probably the only time they got it right, because they didn't see, because in the films it's the captain who sends the position in instead of anybody else. And I thought they got it wrong.
even though I feel like Moody and Wild weren't like mentioned as much.
No, and Quartermaster Rowe. That's the guy, Quartermaster Rowe,
Yeah.
the one who fired the distress rockets. He too was underrated.
Yeah, and and I had a strange feeling that the guy I forgot Hitchens, the guy who was steering Titanic when he hit the collision, and eventually the officer who told Molly Brown to shut up. I thought he looked familiar at that when I watched Titanic film. I didn't know it was him. I thought it was another officer who looked exactly like him, but then
Yeah,
I realized it was Hitchens, and I'm like, oh, and I.
yeah.
And I believe he was the only guy to survive who was on the bridge at the time of collision because Moody and Murdoch died.
Well, if you think, just remember, out of the crew of nearly of almost 900 men, only 4 officers survived.
And then again, I don't know if you've seen the film Saving the Titanic, but that's pretty sad, judging because of how all 34 engineers basically died.
Yeah, I know. None of the guys in the boiler rooms or in the engine survived because they did their very best. Just keep in mind they stayed at their post right to the very end.
And I do find Thomas's and I forgot what was the name. I forgot what was the name of Thomas's Andrews like little group of men that he brought along to like make sure the ship ran. But I feel like they had the most tragic story of the entire because they watched the ship being built and yet they all died.
You're talking about the
Guarantee Group, I think.
Yeah, the one from Birth of a Legend.
Yes.
Which was basically, in my opinion, the true untold origin story of Titanic. And of course, Olympic was in there a couple of times.
Yes, I feel like they had the most tragic because none of them survived, and especially in Andrew's case, he watched the ship being built up, and yet he sees it. He's kind of like Captain Bartlett of the Britannic because I know Bartlett watched Britannic being built, but in his case, he survived.
Yeah, even so, when we found out in Britannic's 100th anniversary, he actually oversaw the final fitting of the Titanic as well. So, and think about it, if he had been on Titanic at the time, he probably would have saved it because he would have taken command after Captain Smith's retirement. That's
Yeah.
what the wags will tell you. Apparently, that's what his grandson would have told you.
And I do love how in none of the films we don't see Andrews like actually die, just like Smith, because in my opinion, they're the two most iconic men from Titanic, other than John Jacob Astor, of course. But then again, they're like the two most iconic men related to the Titanic, and yet not seeing them die is like when you watch a ship die, you watch them die.
Because basically we all know what's going to happen because everybody last saw Andrews in the
smoking room. I think.
So obviously he already knew what was going to happen. He was going to die anyway. It would have been too gruesome or it would have just been, or basically he already knew it was over, as we saw, just like we saw in the film I feel like it was more sad in the 97 adaptation where Andrews knew it was over, where the others are just like basically that was it. He made his mind up. So I feel like that's how he died, in my opinion.
I mean, they even asked him, "Are you going to try for it?" And he doesn't even respond.
There was no point of him going. He wasn't going to leave the vessel he designed. It's almost like because I've seen many fanfics of how this all played out, and he says it's because he was like a father figure to Titanic, as if it was his little daughter, and he doesn't go, and I can understand why.
I could actually picture that, and I do feel like in some crew being portrayed on Titanic, it's very interesting, especially in Frederick Fleet's case, because I did learn that the guy who played Frederick Fleet in 1958, Tonight to Remember, later played a passenger in the 1997 film of Titanic.
Yeah. The guy I do remember. Yeah, he basically, I like the guy who played the lookout and the guy who played I think it was the colonel on one of the colonel guys on Titanic. That's the same guy who played the lookout. I know, yeah.
And I do believe that the 1997 version is the only version where we kind of see John Jacob Astor's death.
Oh, yeah, kind of. But we never got, because at the time we didn't know what the Grand Staircase fate was like, and we ain't got to see it.
Because there's a rumor that he was killed when the first funnel hit the water. There's a rumor that's when he died.
No, there was no way he could. He was basically in the. I mean, his body was recovered though. Funny enough.
Yeah, his as said in a documentary, his badly crushed body was found a week later by a passing ship.
So basically, what may have happened was his body must have somehow gone out of Titanic and floated while he was dead. I guess. At least he wasn't taken down. But in any cases, we've gone into a Titanic stream here on Bonfire Night. I've just seen the last one's blowing the distance again. It's gone a little hazy again because some more went off at the distance. Couldn't see them. But anyways, I mean, did you also like the way how I portrayed Jack and Rose in my Titanic fanfic? It's very similar. And then later on, they both get off. And of course, you saw what I did to Cal and his bodyguard, Lovejoy. And yeah, I killed them off.
Yeah. Even though I don't know if you've seen
your opinion to that, because my OC basically shot Lovejoy in the head, headshot, classic headshot style.
Well, it's nice to see Jack and Rose live how it should have been in the movie, because they went through a lot only to have Jack die. Now, I don't know if you've seen the deleted scenes of Titanic 1987, but there's a scene where between the fight scene between Jack and Lovejoy, which is why when Titanic breaks in half, you see Lovejoy all bloody in his head.
That doesn't happen in my fanfic at all, though. Again, I just didn't want that to be the same. I wanted it to be different, so I turned it up a notch.
I mean, to be honest, Lovejoy is forgotten about in the final version of Titanic. I mean, we only see him when he gets bloodied, and technically Cal does die, but later.
It's kind of funny actually, because the guy who played him was the same guy who played in Titanic SOS, but he played as second class passenger Lawrence Beasley.
He's a guy who's often brought up in Titanic stories.
Yeah, but we never get to see. We only saw him in the in Titanic SOS 1979, but we've never seen him in the other films. And that's the same guy. That is the same guy who played Lovejoy in the other Titanic film. No joke. Same guy.
Now that is interesting. I mean, there is there is the legend that Lawrence Beasley died into the water while they were filming A Night to Remember to be with the passengers that died, which sounds very gruesome. If
No,
you ask me.
no, but he survived.
Yeah, he survived. I mean, then again, he was one of the few. I think he was one of the few male second-class passengers to get off the ship. But then again, the whole man and child, woman and children first thing, and he thought he wasn't even going to live.
No, but apparently, as we all know, Murdoch got it right. When there was no women hanging around on Titanic, he would let men in. So he was kind of, I wouldn't say bending the rules, but I was thinking that's probably what I would have done. So he got it correct. But as Mr. Light Eyes said, he was just doing it like the tradition, women and children first.
I mean, you have to give into account in
That was the rule.
In the 58-97 versions, Murdoch does stop lowering the lifeboat when he sees a certain man enter the lifeboat, and he doesn't say anything about it. He just lets the lifeboat lower itself. And I'm talking about J. Bruce Ismay.
Well, yeah, we don't talk about that. I think he kind of knew. I think he kind of knew anyway. It was like, let him suffer the consequences. But back as a kid growing up, I felt like he did the right thing. Then I realized, holy shit, I'm cheering for a bad guy here. And I mean, just years later, I've just flipped the roles around because back then I felt like Smith was wrong, and I felt like I'm saying this without regret, because back then growing up, I felt Smith would, got what was coming. He died in Titanic, like got a little payback, or But nowadays the roles are reversed because I understand the tragedy a bit different and better now. Don't ask me why.
I do feel like Smith. I do feel like Smith, like for the rest of the sinking, he was like in a state of shock because we don't really know what he was. Okay, there are some rumors that he was helping lowering passengers, but for like most of the films, we don't really see like what he was doing during the sinking until like when he was last seen.
Well, the thing is because we know he was going through a state of shock. He never expected this. Like, think about it. He was 62 years old at this point, and all of this was just too much for him to handle. He was like, I do personally believe he had some sort of physical mental breakdown. Like he just had somewhat of a collapse.
I felt like Ismay suffered more of a mental breakdown because there's a deleted scene of him.
It's about handling this disaster. I think he suffered from a great deal of it, but he was trying his best. And I just think right to the very end, he tried. And then, as you know, when it was about to go, I think he knew he decided to go down, like everybody should. Because the rule is, when your ship is sinking, the captain is to be the last guy to leave. So he probably already knew he wasn't going to live.
I mean, if you take into account, Lightoller should have died because I don't know if you've heard of like.
I really did think he was going to die in the film too because of how we saw in the movie and everything. Yet somehow he pulled through.
In the actual sinking, he like gets sucked under and then he somehow survives.
Yeah, I think maybe because we didn't realize, maybe the film actors back then didn't know how it was like, or maybe they didn't realize that until maybe a couple more years after the movie was done, perhaps. Or maybe the fact is that would have been a bit too horrifying to see on screen.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if you've seen the fan film that they did, Last Signals, which I think that was the name of the movie, which focuses on Harold Bride and Jack Phillips. I love how they like show the dynamic between the two and how Jack Phillips slowly starts to lose hope for himself.
In my version, they continued on, but I think Jack Phillips just died and Bride survived.
Yeah, I do feel kind of sad because Brian knew this man for like several days, and then the next day he learns that he's dead. Yes, yet he saw him the night before.
I just think here's a trivia for you. You know, in the 1996 adaptation of Titanic, which was the first one I ever saw growing up, the 96 adaptation.
Yeah.
Well, one of those guys, the guy who played Harold, Jack Phillips, who did the, sing the SOS or whatever, you know who that guy was? The guy who played him?
No.
Here's a trivia for you. He's the same guy who voiced Ed in Ed, Ed and Eddie. No joke. The
That
same
is
guy.
surprising.
I ain't joking. He is the guy who played him.
I
That
mean,
was
also you should also Titanic 1996 should be known as the first movie to show the ship rigging too, and
was.
the second one and the first and the Titanic film that starred Tim Curry. But yeah.
Yeah, I didn't know Jim Curry at the time until I only know him until the Muppet Treasure Island because I knew him as Long John Silver. Yeah, I
Yeah.
didn't. But then again, Jim Curry, what can you say? He's just a brilliant guy who knows how to play a villain. I mean, he's that good. I mean, there are times you want to hate him, but the guy in person is just so good. You know what I
I
mean?
think like 1996 Titanic is like the most dramatic that the sinking ever got, as compared to like SOS Titanic, which was really like a whole bunch of scenes mashed together from mostly from A Night to Remember, but it was still a decent film, I will say.
It showed more that what it showed basically more of what we didn't see in the original release.
I mean, SOS Titanic is like the most forgotten out of Titanic films.
Well, yeah, I've got it. I managed to get it somehow on a released 58-minute DVD, which takes a lot, which basically was so butchered it didn't tell the whole, but I was shocked. So I was like, oh, let's see if we can get this in. And then it was good to see what had survived of, they've done so many twists on it, but it's a shambles. We never got to see the original. It would have been good if someone could find it and get it salvaged and put it on a big DVD, because then we could see what was there and what was filmed and what was actually lost from the original, because there's been so many in the early documentaries that we never got to see.
There is a rumor that I don't know if you've seen like any of the like old Titanic films, like 1913's Night on Ice or the Atlantis black and white film, or the
wait. Atlantis was from 1913, and then Night on Ice was in 1912, which was the first one ever done. They even did
another film, but there was no footage left of it.
They basically did one they also did one in the first Sound in 1929, which was called Atlantic, again, to change Titanic's name, which made sense.
There's a funny part to that. Have you heard of RMS Majestic, one of the big ships that was with Olympic and other ships during that time?
Yeah.
There was a theory that Majestic was used for filming, and Westerland did not say it said no, because they would not have allowed one of their ships to be filmed for a sinking disaster that devastated their company.
And of course, most of the survivors were still around at the time, and of course, White Star wanted the memory of Titanic to be forgotten for good at that point.
I mean, they couldn't really have forgotten it because they still got Olympic.
It was still fresh in everyone's mind still. It wouldn't go away. It's the same thing with, and then but then there was one film that Titanic made an unexpected appearance, which I thought was quite nice, was Noah and Carl's Cavalcade.
Yeah, and
that was a nice.
Have you seen the 1943 propaganda film?
Look, out of all the Titanic films, look, don't get me started. I know the animation ones were a cluster. So let's just forget about the animated versions. I did watch it because I want to see how the ship was doing, how Captain Smith portrayed and how the sinking went, which was pretty all right. But the fact is that the Titanic was, and this is what really gets me a bit heated, is that this was the first film to have Titanic's name. And what sucks about it, and I say that badly, is that the fact is it was being used for a goddamn Nazi propaganda movie. And I thought to myself, because, I hate Nazism, and propaganda combined because of what Germany were putting us through. Well, I don't like I like the fact of what they were trying to do, but the fact is being used for a anti-propaganda film towards us on the British and using Titanic to use that sort of thing for Adolf Hitler's thing and for the propaganda we have or whatever it was. So to me, that was just look, it's just too offensive. I hated it.
Did you know that the ship that they use end up getting sunk in the most despicable way possible?
But I do like the fact that you did use a real ship, and I do give them credit for showing some really good dramatic events of the sinking and how bad it falls. So I'll give geared the model as that, like trying to show an actual Titanic on screen, and I thought the captain was okay, but
But then the propaganda ruined it.
but the propaganda thing, and it was basically almost like Titanic was carrying a bunch of Nazism on it, and
Yeah.
you got like Joseph Ismay, who basically this was the first time where people may have thought, according to witnesses, how he may have got into a lifeboat, which I thought was intriguing how that unfolded. But it was like seeing Adolf Hitler escape the vessel, and you got the captain who just goes and dies. But he did have some good moments. I will grant him that. But the fact is, though, it just didn't feel like a Titanic remake at all. It just, again, it was like a bloody, like as much as I want to rant and talk shit about that, I will get to say that, funny enough, one of my ex-friends has said that the officer, as you see, who plays in that one, who talks with Cam Smith frequently, if you know, the guy with the short mustache.
Yeah.
One of my mates said that he looked almost like my alter ego, and in a strange twist, he almost did.
Actually, since you're a big Titanic buff, have you been to the SS Nomadic?
Yes, my ex-girlfriend took me to Titanic's home place in Belfast. I didn't get on board her, but I could see it was like a small mini version of Titanic almost instantly. You can thank the funnel for that. And being in its home berth, I'm not joking, I had chills. I could literally see the ships out there as if I was in the presence of everybody, including the captain, everybody. Like, I didn't feel like I was in the modern world. And I'm not going to lie, as soon as I went in, I was loving it. About halfway through, when they did the sinking part and then the aftermath, and having a cup of cocoa or whatever it was before I got a replica of the Diamond of the Ocean, I just broke down in tears. I was not the same man again.
I wonder what Nomadic feels like, not being like the only ship of your company left, but a ship that is known for like the Titanic sinking because you were involved with the Titanic and the Queen Mary too, because I'm sure you've seen photographs with the Queen Mary. I have with the Queen Mary.
And funny enough, you and me have both been on her. I've slept on Queen Mary for 2 nights because it was a birthday 21st special.
Was that when you did the video when you got scared of the horn?
Yeah, basically listen, that wasn't my idea. That was my dad's. That was my dad's idea. But I was doing this whole thing where I was doing like me and my alter ego on a tour of the Olympic on Queen Mary, and I was just because a lot of people on there, including the crew, they thought I was a part of the whole thing, so they treated me like I was a crew member, and it worked. And they all, and kids thought I was a part of the thing as well. I mean, even the staff, they thought, "Wow, this guy's good. Who is he?" And then I
do you think it's a bit odd for the Queen Mary to be in the United States rather than being in England, where she would rightfully belong?
I just think it was good. I still think she should have come home to the United Kingdom to stay where she was. But I'm just glad that the Americans have still kept her this long, and to have her in that infamous scene at Long Beach, California, definitely it's become iconic. It's just and it's a good place because wherever you go there, that's Queen Mary. It's Long Beach, California, and again, it's a nice place to be at. And it was just like seeing the Titanic, but a 1930s version. And of course, it relives the romance of steam travel. It's wonderful. It feels like you're there. And I loved it. I literally felt, I'm not going to lie, and I felt right at home.
If I'm correct, isn't Queen Mary like past 90 now? Or is she like close to that?
Well, she was launched in 1934 and she set sail in 1935, I think it was. Just a year after Normandy was done.
So she's nearly 90 years old then.
Yeah, and she's still with us, although there is a big concern surrounding her at the moment. And we don't want to lose her.
Now, could you imagine that happened to Olympic if she returned to a hotel?
She would find that to be a much more peaceful ending. At least she could rest peacefully and have visitors coming and boarding, and it would make her feel like she's not lonely.
I feel like they would have just put Olympic at Belfast if she was made to a hotel, or that or New York.
Look, that's what I was saying. If Olympic was going to retire, they should have put her in the damn dry dock in Belfast, and then she could have been transformed into a museum and a hotel, and as an education tool, and she could basically masquerade as her sister. one side shows her name, but on the other side it shows Titanic. Where
I mean,
basically,
if they try to make Britannic, then that's like a month of repainting.
no, basically they could have just put her they could have put that on the back of Olympic stern, where she
Yeah.
could, and she could, her stern basically would have become what Britannic would have been. She would have been a hybrid of her three sisters.
I actually kind of feel like if they would actually make a ship like not like Titanic 2, but let's say Gigantic. Let's say Gigantic was a real ship that they were going to be making. Imagine if she was a hybrid of all three of Olympic,
Yes.
Titanic, and Britannic. If she was an ocean liner, like that pipe organ, like everything that
Yeah.
Olympic that Britannic was going to have.
Yeah, she would have been fitted out just exactly like Titanic. She'd have all these public spaces, all these great rooms, and everything else, basically the same way, but have slightly more modified. But as a hybrid of what she basically would have had everything that Britannic would have had she lived long enough. Basically,
I know the pipe organ is still around.
well, at least we got that confirmed. But any cases, I just wanted to let you know did you like the idea about how I did Cal's fate in my version, where my OC tried to kill him off a few times, only to when at the last moment, when Titanic's second smokestack gets blown up somewhat, and it just falls to the left side and it just squashes him.
Well, to be honest, he was a bit of a jerk anyway, so I felt like.
Did you like the idea? Like, it's like he's gonna do it, but it's almost like Titanic and her dying bro says, "No, I'll do it." It's like it almost like in a unexpected act.
Cal as a person, he was a bit of a jerk, so yeah, he kind of deserved it.
I kind of like the idea, like he's that kind of a villain you just want to hate and kick the shit out of. But the guy who played him, I have to say, was quite good. I mean, it's basically like he's not that type of a villain that, as we all grew up hating with superpowers and you want to fight to the death. He's like that sort of real life villain who does anything he can, but never succeeds. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, he's like, this is what really confuses me with some villains. When you see them all dressed in good suits, like when you see them wearing basically in black and white and whatnot, you'd think they think they're mainly bad guys. And I've seen this happen many, many, many times. It's like they know what they're gonna. You think they're good or bad, but you just don't know how.
Yeah.
It's basically I can't understand it, but it's just something I always enjoy. It's like whatever they try and do almost fails. They try anything possible. It's like basically they're good guys, but then they kind of turn bad almost. It's like when we first see Cal, it's
like Captain Nemo from Disney's 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea.
Yeah, it's basically when you see Cal, he looks good. He's a good, the Pittsburgh Seal Kite Tycoon, like it's good lad, he's rich. Like I was like, oh, he's good. And then the way how he was, and then how he develops, it's almost like he's transforming from being somewhat of a good guy, but then he kind of has a bit of a villainous background almost. Not completely evil, but you can see the type of a person he was.
I mean, like right at the beginning, he's going to be somewhat of a smug person throughout the film.
Yeah, a bit like what's the word? What we heard in the film. It's like a con man and somewhat of a kind of what cares about his riches more than the person or whatever the case. But he wasn't like that type of a villain. Well, I mean, he is a villain, but he's not like that type of a villain where we would see who would want pure revenge on a good guy and have him dead off or whatever the case may be. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and
because I don't know. Actually, it's just one of those things. I even to this day, even after growing up for so long and rewatching the movies, I just cannot seem to get my head around it. Still, it's like he's a villain. Like you can tell he's the bad guy, but he's like one that doesn't start off as a villain. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because every film needs a villain, and we don't get too much of. In Titanic's case, we don't quite get much of what we would call. Well, we do see heroic stuff, but we don't see much of what we call villains. Like you have a good guy, you have the protagonist.
You can put J. Bruce Ismay as a villain in like any Titanic film.
Well, of course, we got he is technically the villain almost. I keep saying that because I hated it what Esme did, but we're talking about like with characters of fiction. If you're referring to, we don't have like an antagonist. We have like barely an antagonist in any Titanic movie, and then we have barely a protagonist. You know, the hero and the villain. You have to, and then you got Titanic squished in the middle of it all.
Yeah,
That's that's the kind of thing that this film that these films just don't tell like any other. It's not like in Star Wars we have the villains and heroes. You have like in Thomas and Friends, you have the Steamies as the good guys and mainly the Diesels as the villains almost. And
exactly.
it's like Batman. You got Batman who's somewhat of a hero with a dark side, and you got all the villains who he always at times kills off a lot, which is not bad for me because I grew up with that ideology of the good guy killing the bad guy off when you save all the guys around you. I know it's crazy batshit, man. And then you got Superman, and his main antagonist is Lex Luthor. And and you got it's that kind of classic good versus evil. And in Titanic's case, you don't actually see that classic good guy versus bad guy scenario.
Actually, I can understand what you're saying because J. Bruce Ismay is okay. If you want to put like a protagonist, you could easily put like Thomas Andrews or Harold Bride because Harold Bride is the one person who I feel like would be a perfect protagonist for a Titanic movie because he was young and yet he survived, and yet he was through a lot that day. He got frostbite to the feet in that disaster, yet he still survived.
He did, and of course, Second Officer Charles Lighton has definitely been classified as a heroic, maybe for the historical facts, but not for a fictional.
I don't know if you've seen Titanic's Final Mystery, which was a documentary like mainly about like the Californian incident. But I love how they did the dramatizations of Archibald Gracie because ever since then I always had some like fascination with Archibald Gracie's survival. I mean, he died later that year. Like I don't know if it was due to complications of the sinking.
He died about. I think he died about a few years, or was it a few years or so? Or was
he died like I think he died December 1912. So which means like he probably never got over it.
Or basically he was that traumatized he couldn't bear it anymore. I do feel sorry for him. I mean, thankfully he did survive and live to tell about it, and of course he got reunited with his wife, which was a miracle. And then I just feel that was tragic. I do feel sorry for him. I mean, there's been many stories told about it as well. What else was there? I mean, there's been so many versions of Titanic documentaries. A couple of them have broken me. Oh, I'm getting a little choked now. I need to find a drink. Hang on. Getting a little choked up. Because there's one version that really I wouldn't say gripped me as much. It's something called it was the same narrator who did Titanic Birth of a Legend, and he did another documentary.
Was it about the engineers?
No. I gotta look for it first. It's got one of the most saddest soundtracks ever, and it shows mainly Titanic from A Night to Remember, mostly from their time. And it's the one we don't see the ship snap in half at all. It's what they were hearing at the time.
If I had to pick one spot on Titanic, I would spend an entire day at, and this might surprise you, but it would be the second class grand staircase.
It's no secret I would be there too. If I was on Titanic, that would be the first thing I'd like to go into.
The grand staircase is grand all, but the second class grand staircase is like something that no one really talks about. And then I didn't even know that it existed. And then I looked at photographs, I'm like, wow, this really does look like the grand staircase.
Yeah, maybe who knows? But like I said, I knew it had a second one, but that's the one that we always see is the main one.
Yeah.
And if you were to see the human form of Titanic, that would possibly be where, I hate to say, if you were to encounter her, that's probably where you should be waiting on the top of this grand staircase, looking at the clock and just looking at that's almost like what Jack was doing almost, except with her in my fanfic.
Yeah, exactly.
Because when I saw the ending in the movie, the ending of it, and it goes into the glass dome, I was thinking of like seeing Titanic's face just briefly, and like smiling at the end, and then glowing in happiness at the end of the movie. That's kind of how I visioned, the ending.
Exactly.
Just
And
her looking
I have seen photographs of Olympics 1930s interior. So I was thinking maybe if there was ever a ship made that was inspired Titanic, they should really like imply some Olympic 1930s 1920s style.
They should, yeah. Here it is. I found it now. I found it. It turns out the one that was really good that had Archie Bolts as well in there as well as Lawson BC and Violet Jessup and some of the others and Light On is in there. It actually it's called Titanic Words of the Titanic, and I'm not gonna lie, that's the most easy one that just basically is very darkening and it's very gripping. The music the music that plays because it shows the remains of Titanic, and then I mean you gotta see it for yourself, Michael. You'll understand what I mean. It's the same
Yeah,
guy
I understand.
who voiced in Birth of a Legend did this one and during the 100th anniversary. When 10 years ago when Titanic dominated that year.
Yeah, I can understand why.
Because everybody was talking because I don't know, it was a very strange feel, but it was a really awesome year for that, but very emotional. Like I'm not gonna lie, I'm even 10 years from now, the entire world just mourned. Like it was basically almost like it was back in 1912 when the whole world just stopped for one night.
Exactly.
Or basically the entire month of April because everybody knew.
Yeah, it's Titanic month.
It was no. I mean, now it's Titanic month every time, but on that day, I hope 10 years ago, when 100 years passed, it was like basically Titanic year. It's almost like they knew, and as soon as April came around, that was it. And even afterwards, it still dominated. So it was almost like, I know I keep saying this a lot, but I kind of felt like that was the year finally Titanic kind of found peace, and as if the final chapter had been written.
Exactly.
In a strange case, maybe it was only for a new one to open up. When we all thought Titanic was going to be reborn, having a successor, which still hasn't been made yet, despite the one in China is still being done. But I meant like with Clive Palmer's version.
There are rumors that they're going to be making a ship called the SS Titan. I mean, there is a full-blown company called the SS Titan Foundation.
Oh. Now, if that would be cool, that would definitely be nice. Who knows? They could use that for a film to bring the fictional Wreck of the Titan to life.
They're saying that. That's something that I wanted to ask you. Should they make a adaptation of Futility, Wreck of the SS Titan?
Yes, I would love to actually see the novel become a screen, film. It doesn't really matter if it was a mini TV series or regardless.
Or maybe even a fan movie. I would still see it.
And a fan movie, regardless. Heck, I wouldn't mind people doing their own twists on this, and it could be like a foreshadow for Titanic, and at the very end, we would.
I mean, it would be interesting if they try to like imply the Titanic story into the Titan story, where like, oh, with Titan, these things should have been realized about the Titan disaster, but nobody did, and now we got the Titan disaster.
Yeah, basically, what we could do, I could vision it like being on the Titanic, because somebody could have discovered it and reads about it. Like this is days before 1912 of April 14th occurs. Like somebody reads it in the library of Titanic, and then we go back in time and reading the story. It's that strange early crossover. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And then near the end, we see Titanic almost like sliding into the sunset, unaware that fate is going to unfold. Kind of like almost like a foreshadowing, but has a bit of a. It kind of like has a little bit of a happy ending at the same time, like avoiding what would happen. But
it's like Titanic Blood and Steel, but except in that case, there's so many characters that you're thinking, who's gonna die and who's not who's gonna die and who's not.
Look, Titanic Blood and Steel had a lot of issues. It was pretty good for CGI, but damn, did they get some bloody errors in that one.
I'm guessing one is the fact that Olympic collision happened in her bow, not her stern.
Yeah, they got some of that wrong in the sea, and Titanic wasn't completely in tuned as much. Like they gave her the wrong slipway as well for her launch.
Yeah.
But think about it. Everybody, it was basically Titanic favor. Everybody was going to get something wrong if they had, but at least they were trying to tell something new
I
prior
mean,
to thinking.
Titanic 2012 is a bit confusing because it's like 5 stories mixed into one, and like at the end of, and then the fifth episode is like how everything all comes together. I mean, Toby Jones is good, no doubt
That's
about it.
really good.
Yeah.
I like that. That is something we don't see very often in movies, and to have that on Titanic is quite nice. Like it, like I like that in movies. We see what happens, and then we go back and see how did this all link up. And I
Yeah,
like that. I really like that. I hate to. I got to admit this to everybody. I love that in movies. I like how did this happen? How did we get here? And then we like rewind the clock back, and then
I
what was. I just love that. I
I
really
I
enjoy.
I did see someone do a video on how Titanic 2012 shows like how dark it was the night Titanic sank, which is why many
Yeah,
people thought she sank in one piece because maybe you could have seen the ship break in half, but everyone else like it was so dark because there was no moon. And so you would have not have even seen the ship break in half. You would have heard it, but you would have
yeah,
thought it was sank in one
yeah.
piece.
And of course, the sea was flat calm, and of course, the lights had just gone out. You
Yeah.
wouldn't have been or if you were very good, if you had a very good eyesight, you could just clearly make out Titanic's silhouetted shape in the starry night. So
Yeah.
you probably would have seen the breakup happening.
Now, in Britannic's case, it happened in the morning. So, yeah.
Yeah, that
Could
would
you
have been.
imagine waking up at 8:12 in the morning when your ship is sinking?
Yeah, but basically, it would have been more terrifying because I always feel the breakup was the horrifying ordeal for every of the entire disaster. I mean, I know we've seen how it happened now, we got it correct, but as we all know, we all thought it happened like we saw in James Cameron's movie, which
Yeah.
I still have many theories, but I still like to think that's how it happened. Still, almost like Titanic split right down to her keel, basically dying at this point, which was like her last breath.
Actually, there's something that I want to talk about that you had that no one else had. You showed the second funnel collapsing, while literally no one else shows the second funnel collapsing in any of their films. Because I
Well,
think it's because it wasn't really that serious.
that's what I mean. I know. We never got to see the second funnel break off. We always keep seeing the first and third and fourth one blow off. But here's the thing: it was actually seen in a deleted scene it was supposed to be in this race Titanic beginning, and it was actually deleted afterwards, and it was never seen. The only time we get to see it was in Voyagers, where they go back in time, and then we see deleted scenes of Titanic sinking, and then the funnel blows up, and then because then we see what it looked like when Titanic came up, and we saw what was left of the stack.
Yeah.
What was left of it.
I've seen many people do theories on how Titanic broke up in half. I don't really, I do not trust the V theory whatsoever.
Look, many people say that was the original breakup. I would like to think if it did happen at a shallow angle, then we can understand why. I've seen it. I've seen the one in the 2005 or 6 documentary Titanic's missing pieces, and we do see the theory of if it happened at a shallow angle, then the whole thing would have been working together. I do think that could have made sense because if you think about it, no one could have seen Titanic. Like you said, it was dark, pitch black, and you couldn't see it. I do feel like that may have happened, so I'm not going to dismiss the V-shaped theory because it would count of why, perhaps maybe of
To
why.
be honest, I thought there was just too many water in the bow to even do that.
Well, because the bow was dead weight and the stern was buoyant up, so you would think, and it goes with heavy machinery, and it's going to press somewhere.
Yeah.
And then you had and at the very end of the day, you have the whole thing where it just snaps and crack. I just feel like that still happened, and the bow would have been pulled up and then would have gone down, except the two would have separated.
Yeah.
But I still like the idea of the stern being pulled with the bow, because technically I think Titanic was still intact. I'd like to feel that was, and then after the ship just went under, about for the first 500 feet, they eventually split. So I kind of like to think it broke completely out of eyesight, mostly.
Yeah. I mean, you would have heard it definitely.
you would have heard it, but you wouldn't have seen the. I mean, I still feel the bow and stern were not completely separated until it was out of. I'd like to think it was out of sight when the stern went underneath. Then the two separated. I'd like to think that's how it played out. At least that's how I would think, because and then, or basically the thing snapped and then it kind of went up and then went down. Like that still could have worked, unless because we've seen the actual redos where she just kills her and swings, and the bell kind of like swings around and goes almost vertically at the last minute. So that too could have played a part. I mean, anything could have happened in that final moment. I mean, I know for a fact the bow and stern. I mean, the stern could have gone vertical at the last moment before going under. That's possible.
Yeah, I do. Could you imagine? Okay, so I know you. I think I believe you've heard the theory of if Titanic's stern would have broken off, then the stern would have stood afloat. I could just imagine how many photographs there would have been of what was left of the Titanic after that. I don't know. I don't believe that would have actually happened, even if the stern broke off.
No, I do believe it could have floated for a considerable amount if it would, because you think about it, it wasn't. Oh. Got to put my battery case back in. I mean, because think about it, the stern's still floating.
Yeah, but it wouldn't float until morning.
No, and but it would float for a while, and then eventually, it would have gone eventually. But if it had continued onwards or something like that, then it would have floated for a considerable amount of time before finally going under at some point.
Indeed, I feel like okay, so maybe the stern would have stood up long enough for Carpathia to get there, or even Californian if she had gone there, but not until daylight.
Yeah, but there would have been a good chance it would have floated for a while before it finally would have gone, because it was still buoyant.
Yeah,
and the bow was dead weight because there was still air in the compartment still.
I mean, you have to admit that every single room inside the stern section was destroyed when the stern does plummeted to the bottom, because I'm sure you've seen those documentaries where it was entirely imploded.
Well, to think about it, the stern was completely unrecognizable. The bow somewhat survived a lot.
Yeah.
Basically, in my version of the fanfic, when we find Titanic in my version, she's still somewhat intact, but took a brutal beating, almost.
It's like the Carl D. Bradley disaster, where the ship is kind of broken, but not really.
No, she did almost splits her back, and if you see in the fanfic variation, she's still intact, but but her expansion joint had opened up. Basically, she was on the what I'm trying to say was, in my fanfic, she was on the verge of breaking her back, but somehow held up.
Yeah, I see where you're getting at.
Yeah, just about. It's like what we saw in 1953, where she almost goes vertical, hangs there for a bit, and then just slides down.
Is it just like how in Britannic's case her bow was kind of split, right? Because her bow is dug in compared to the rest of the ship. Because I'm sure you've seen those illustrations of what Britannic looks like on the seafloor, with her bow kind of dug in on her side, and there's a opening in her hull on her port side.
Yeah, basically the nose stubbed it. The bow, basically, to put it in to put this in gruesome technology style. Basically, it's like seeing Britannic going head first, and basically when it hit the floor, the bow kind of tweaked up. Basically, Britannic knee snapped its own neck off.
I think in both Olympic and Britannic, no, not Olympic, Lusitania and Britannic case, I think they have already hit the bottom before they were completely submerged.
They did, yeah. Lusitania slowed her momentum down, and eventually that was it. But
I mean, it doesn't make sense of how Lusitania sank in the movie, because Lusitania sank just like Titanic does, but vertically up. She would have completely crumpled up as if that would have happened.
Yeah, but still, though, that's what we saw. And of course, with Britannic's case, as you saw in the 100th anniversary, we got to see how she actually made contact with the floor and then kind of just snubbed in there, and then the bow tweaked and almost like snapping. It's almost like a person snapping its neck off, almost gruesome, almost like beheading it in a way. And then the rest of the body just falls flat on the floor.
Now, unlike Empress of Ireland's case, where she just sank straight onto her side.
Yeah, basically already dead.
Actually, I did learn about this. There was one crew member who was on Titanic who survived Empress of Ireland, and he said that unlike Titanic, who sank like a baby, like a sleeping baby, Empress of Ireland sank like a rock.
Yeah, well, of course she did. Well, she got hit in her most vulnerable spot. She was already dying out.
Yeah.
At least her, and she sank within 14 minutes, whereas where Lusitania sank in just 18 minutes, just 4 minutes quicker.
Then again, I think if I'm wrong, but I think Empress of Ireland was like half the size of Lusitania, and if you have to give into account, Britannic sank in 55 minutes, and she was 882 feet long.
That was because the doors hadn't been closed, and of course the portholes were open.
Yeah.
Again, that helped make her sink quicker.
That's the same thing that happened with the Empress of Ireland disaster.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Even Titanic herself had some portals open too. Not completely, but they were some were open, some were closed.
There is a theory that there was a secondary explosion on Britannic, which is why she sank so quickly. But I don't believe that's what happened.
No, that didn't happen at all. That was in the movie. That was in the fictional movie that happened when she blew her other side out.
Yeah, and then when Lusitania sank, it was either a boiler rupture or a cone bunker explosion that caused a secondary explosion.
Or we're at the ammunition to blow it up.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, if Lusitania wouldn't have sunk, it would have still put Germany on very deep trouble. Because
listen, both sides would have blamed, but at the time, I did blame the Germans because think about it. They pulled the trigger. I always say if you pull the trigger and you basically, draw first blood without even telling your enemy you're there, and of course, there were a lot of innocent people on there. 100 lives were children, and of course, there were Americans on board Lusitania. So, of course, if you're going to sink a ocean liner who's got wealthy Americans on board coming in, you're going to basically piss off America, and they did.
I mean, me and my dad, we have seen the Lusitania film, and he was talking about how the British were like in the wrong because they literally did nothing to protect Lusitania or even tell the truth about what happened.
No, basically they didn't have an escort or whatever. Like I said, both sides were wrong, but I still blame the Germans for pulling the basically because that was a war crime in itself, torpedoing an innocent vessel with, I can clearly see that. But like I said before, the British shared some responsibility. I don't blame her captain though, Captain Turner, whatever. At least he survived to tell everything.
I mean, Captain Kendall survived. Okay, I don't know if you've seen documentaries regarding the Empress of Ireland disaster, but recently more light has been put on the Empress of Ireland as the cause of the collision because
Really?
because what happens was that Kendall had ordered the ship to stop for the night, which is because of the fog. So they thought that Ireland had stopped. However, the ship was kind of still moving. So when so what I'm saying is Empress of Ireland kind of like drifted into the path of the Storstad, and she was still moving. And so when Storstad hit her, she dragged the Storstad with her. And if I'm correct, he may have ordered the watertight doors to be closed, but I'm sure wreckage has claimed that there was no like watertight doors closed, at least on the starboard side. And when the two ships broke apart, there would not have been enough time to like close the watertight doors in time. So in the end, Empress of Ireland was at fault for the sinking. I mean, of her own sinking. Except Storstad was basically the blame for it.
Well, he did ram his vessel in. I mean, the captain was just doing what he had to do. I mean, again, I don't always like to blame a passenger liner or whatever the case may be, because I'm always thinking like, okay, the ship's there now. What's the captain's role involved? Because that's just me, okay?
Yeah, but in the case of the Andrea Doria, it was mostly the Stockholm, but Captain Calamai was kind of still speeding his ship.
He was, but at least, and he was willing to have died with the vessel. He even couldn't get over it, but he should be thankful that he did live.
Yeah.
He did what he could. He got many people off as well, so there's nothing to be guilty about. As long as you saved as much as you could, you're seen as a hero. So I feel like he did his best.
I'm sure you've seen multiple photographs of the Andrea Doria sinking.
Yeah. She stayed up for 11 hours and finally went out.
Yeah, I pictured that just how I would picture Titanic Lusitania sinking. Imagine seeing photographs of the ship sinking. You're seeing this ship that, especially in Lusitania's case, because she was around for so many years. She was a ship that everyone adored, and now she was gone,
I know. Basically killed in cold blood.
pretty much. And now she's currently in piece, not like literally in pieces, but in shambles
No.
on the bottom of the ocean floor.
Hmm. At least Britannic is still hanging around, just.
Somewhat in one piece.
Yeah, at least in death, she's maintained an immortality to show what her sisters would have been like.
I
You
love
know,
how Britannic was found by Jacques Cousteau of all people.
yeah, it's quite funny actually because here's the trick. Here's another thing people didn't realize. Britannic was the quote unquote forgotten sister. She sinks in 55 minutes and never seen again. And on 1975, the exact same year Edmund Fitzgerald sank and was found only a few days later in the same year, Britannic was found. The youngest sister of Titanic is
Titanic
found,
found.
is found, and which was amazing of all people. And then here's another thing. 10 years later on, Titanic is found.
Yeah.
A decade stretch between the two sisters. And how ironic is that? The
Yeah.
forgotten sister is found first, and then all of a sudden Titanic is then discovered. And 10 years later on, what a coincidence! I mean,
I'm actually kind of surprised that you actually know about the Edmund Fitzgerald disaster.
Trust me, an old friend of mine on DeviantArt wrote about it, and then I heard the song Edmund Fitzgerald by Gordon Footlight. Good man. And then I saw documentaries, and let's just say this old friend of mine wrote Spirit of Titanic, and and this is what got me into the spirit stuff. Like, her spirit went to the Great Lakes, and she comes across Edmund Fitzgerald, who also broke into two pieces like Titanic, but met a death very quickly.
Yeah.
And that's how I came to know who Big Fitz was.
There's actually a movie coming out soon. It's a fan film that people have done about a ship that wrecked similar to the Edmund Fitzgerald, the Carl D. Bradley.
Mm.
And there's been a number of songs made about that ship too. I mean, there are a few ships around like the Great Lakes that have sunk.
I'll tell you what, Mom.
Yep.
Did you like the fireworks?
Right, Combi?
But okay, Michael. Here's the thing. I'm back. Sorry about that.
Okay.
Here's the thing, Michael. In Titanic's case, like I said, it really is good. I mean, with Fitzgerald, she's one of my. The thing is because she was nicknamed, the Titanic of the Great Lakes. That's what got me hooked. I was like, okay, so I guess there are other vessels who have borne Titanic's name as a nickname.
I mean, so she is the largest to sink on the Great Lakes, but you got to keep in mind that unlike Titanic, there were no survivors on the Edmund Fitzgerald disaster.
Nope, and her death was very quick and very swift. It was basically, as I said, a rogue wave in the shadow of three of them, of two more, and she just snapped like a paper clip.
Yeah, actually, I don't know if you heard about this, but the ship that was in last contact with the Edmund Fitzgerald, the Arthur M. Anderson, is actually still around, and it's actually in service on the Great Lakes.
Yeah, I know. I can tell. And she's still there. She's the only one who resembles almost like Fitzgerald, almost.
I mean, Fitzgerald did have a sister ship, the Arthur B. Homer, but she was scrapped like in the 1980s.
Shambles really that she wasn't saved. She would have been she would have made a good museum piece to honor her fallen sister.
Yeah, I mean there are ships that are older than the M Fitzgerald that are made into like museum ships, and there is one that actually has one of the lifeboats that was recovered from the M Fitzgerald, and you have to admit the lifeboat's in pieces, and you got to realize, yeah, there if that happened to the lifeboat, there was no way anybody was going to survive that night.
No, because it was, as they say, it was the Witch of November,
Yep,
and she came
exactly.
out as the song says in the lyrics. Like Superior or where it was, like you said, never gives up her dead when the skies of November come early. And we're in November, and we're nearly, and we've got, and holy shit, as we're doing this right now, guys, we're 5 days away now from Edmund Fitzgerald's anniversary.
Yep, and just like in Gordon Light, in not Gordon Lightfoot, Long Black Train says, "Don't go riding along." Hold up, I forgot the lyric, but I know the last lyric. Don't go riding on the long black train.
You mean Josh Turner? Yeah, I know, from 311's film, I know. But anyways, that's how I came across Fitzgerald, because of Titanic's Spirit of series. And turns out there was another vessel even before Titanic even existed, something called the Sultan, which was the Great
The
Lakes.
Sultana. Yeah, the Sultana.
That's it, the Sultana. Yeah, she was known as the Titanic of the Mississippi.
Now, unlike in Empress of our, not unlike Titanic and Empress Showcase, that ship blew up.
Yeah, but still, I mean, if it was called the Titanic of the Mississippi, then I'm thinking to myself, was this basically because she was the biggest, perhaps, as well?
Or I think in M. Fitzgerald's case, I think it was because of how iconic she was in the Great Lakes. In Sultana's case, it was most likely because of how many people died.
Yeah, it's a shame how she met her fate, though. But in any case,
it's like how Empress of Ireland is the Titanic of Canada.
Almost. And
yeah.
She's Irish, and she's an Irish vessel as well, because she was named after, so that would
Ireland.
make her,
exactly.
Technically, just like in Titanic's case, almost. But anyways, besides that, what else was there? Oh yeah, I mean, yes. I mean, I'm just trying to think now. If we're going back, because we went off topic after a little bits and bobs, because I wanted to get your opinions as well. Of course, speaking of the birth of a legend of Titanic, I actually have done. I'm going to plan a redoing of, basically dubbed the origin of Titanic, but also has my alter ego in there as well. Like, how did he come across Titanic, and eventually, how did the unusual, bond that happened over time?
Yeah.
Did you read that one as well? My version of it.
Not yet. I'm going to. It sounds interesting.
It's definitely got a lot of stuff in there. Olympics in there quite a bit. I've used real life facts and tried to make what the documentary was in. Now, of course, you will be surprised about my alter ego, as he's a very small lad and he rapidly gets bigger and bigger. And how did he first meet Captain Smith as well? And how did John Bigelow, from Race Titanic comes in? It's a good origin storytelling. It basically tells about Titanic and my OC.
So if I'm correct, Kane doesn't even age as much, does he?
My alter ego doesn't age too much at all. No, he was actually quite a tall lad when he was found. He's basically the tallest out of everybody in the whole thing, because he's in 1912. He's 18 years old. Okay, and he's about six. And to get my height wise correct, he was not 7 foot as he would be later on. Like, he would get really big. Like, even to this day, he's still a big 7 foot man. He was basically about, I would say, 6'8". So he's bloody tall, mate, but he wasn't as buffy and big as he was. He was still a teenager still, okay?
So if I'm correct, he's basically he ages a little less than compared to like normal humans.
No, he was aging normal at this point in Titanic. He was still human.
Yeah, because
let's just say he had a big growing spirit problem. Like, he was just shooting up in height wise.
Yeah, that I can understand, because I've seen many of your depictions of him and Titanic together. He is taller compared to her.
He's very tall. Yeah, he's bloody tall as heck. He's 7 foot tall. He hasn't aged anymore because Titanic turned him into an immortal. She saved him from death.
That's actually interesting, because in my spirit universe, Empress of Ireland is 7 foot, and everyone's like scared of her.
Yeah, but here's the thing. I didn't know how tall I was going to make Titanic, because if you know, women aren't as tall as men.
Yeah, that's true.
But when you see them in anime, Jesus Christ, they do some insane stuff with their height wise. I mean, some of them are pretty tall for their ages, but I'd like to. But the tallest I would think anybody would go would be roughly about, I don't know. Now I'm gonna go into Azure Lane territory here. You know, the Japanese game
Yeah.
of ships. Like some people, and I hate to mention my favorite German battleship. Some people have been discussing how tall is Bismarck, and when we see her anime form, she definitely looks tall enough for her size. You know, for height wise. Some say she's either 6'2" or possibly about 6'4".
I picture Titanic. As for Olympic Titanic and Titanic, I pictured them around like 6 foot flat.
Somewhere about basically around the 6 foot mark, I guess, in height. Okay, then that's very close to how I would have had them too. But
Yeah.
when you see Mio C along with Titanic, she's almost basically only half his own height.
Yeah.
Like, so she's definitely well over 6 foot. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, I do like seeing. I do like how to see like ship spirits like with tall girls. Like in Empress of Ireland's case, the way I picture Empress of Ireland's personality, like she is very different compared to like most women. Like how you kind of did with Olympic, but in my case, like in Ireland is completely different compared to most women. And I'm guessing you're wondering why Empress of Ireland of all spirits. It's kind of because I kind of have a soft spot for Empress of Ireland.
I'm fine with her too as well. I mean, when I see how big the ship is, I'm thinking how tall would they be in human style?
I think they actually did a movie about Empress of Ireland, and they literally just made a two-funnel version of Titanic and just had a big yellow Empress of Ireland on it.
That would be funny, actually.
I mean, to be honest, she is literally what it is. And then I actually saw this illustration of the Carpathia, where she was literally a one-funnel Lusitania, and I'm like, that's out of proportions.
It's funny actually when you mention that as well, because in my fanfic, Kane Smith, well, he becomes Smith later on, but Mosi was just like he was still growing because basically people stop growing by the time they become what 20 or 21 ish, if I've got my facts correct. So that's how the growing spurt goes
Yeah.
in terms of height. He was still gonna go. He would have been if he hadn't been immortalized. He probably would have continued on.
Do you
Like,
actually? Do you think a ship's age makes them more wiser? Like I'm not sure you've seen this ship, but HMS Victory. I mean, she's like old as like she's
oh,
like
that
yeah.
would be impressive. Yeah, one of our famous battleships, man. Yeah.
I'm good. So, do you think that in like some cases, like Lusitania and Olympic, do you think that they would be like more wiser compared to like ships like the Aquitania or the Imperator, the Van whatever the heck her name was, and Leviathan and Majestic? Do you picture them as being like wise?
Yeah, like, just wise, if not wiser. And there's also another one, HMS Warrior, the one who's got a big knight thing on the front part of his on his bow.
Oh yeah, that ship.
Yeah,
And then
that was a badass. That's a badass war vessel if you ever want to know one.
yeah, I mean, in Azur Lane, they kind of depict ships a little bit wrong. I mean, I really hate how.
No, not
I,
really. Not
I
really.
really, I do really hate how they portray Queen Elizabeth as the leader, despite the fact Hood was considered the best battleship that they ever had, unlike the KG5 ships.
No, look, mate. This is the fun bit now. To be quite honest, Azure Lane Bagsy nailed them all correctly as I would envision them to be. I mean, they got Hood spot on. I mean, I could vision her being a long-haired blondie, to be honest.
Yeah, I picture that too.
And they got her very spot on because she was built in the dying era of the Edwardian era, because she basically almost looked like she just came out of Titanic's era almost. Kind of like how I visioned her she would have been if she was in service, which was quite funny.
They did get Bismarck right. They did get Bismarck right. I mean, I do picture Bismarck being kind of intimidating. I mean,
oh god, don't get me started on Bismarck, man, because I'm already hearing this song from Sabaton burning in my head.
However, I do not like how they just made Bismarck a German version of Enterprise, because if you look at them, they are literally just copies of each other.
Well, basically, Enterprise isn't. Well, she's got longer hair than Bismarck, And of
Yeah.
course, look, I could see there was a similarity there, but look, when I saw the anime, I was like, holy shit, that's everything I saw, how I envisioned Bismarck was just as I envisioned they were going to make her. Again, a typical long hair blondie, and they gave her
I
blue
mean,
eyes.
it was a
Because
bit confusing because
in the manga, she's got green eyes, and in the anime, she's got blue.
yeah, I do. Here's the only thing that was confusing to me was they did a separate show focusing on the destroyers. They did one where they had a little party, and Bismarck was
Yeah,
like,
slow ahead.
she
Bismarck is
didn't
there.
know how to be with Tirpitz, and I'm like, what are they trying to do with the relationship between Bismarck and Tirpitz? Because in real life they didn't really be with each other a lot because
No, they were
so
never there for each other.
I was confused on what they were trying to do with Tirpitz and Bismarck.
Yeah, and they were sisters as well, and you would think they would have made them as twins almost. It's almost like you would see with Titanic and Olympic.
I mean, in Azure Lane, Tirpitz looks nothing like Bismarck.
Oh, of course not. She definitely, except for the facial features, that is, but the hair definitely is different. She basically looks like Enterprise with a haircut.
Yeah, but though I do like how they're trying to, I do love how they're making German ships interact with British and American ships, unlike
Definitely.
in actual war.
Yeah, because it's set in an alternative version of World War II.
Yeah, though in my opinion, Prince Eugen was kind of annoying.
Oh god, to be quite honest, I thought Prince Eugen was hilarious. Her voice actress, the theme that they play, she definitely looks like she's possessed almost.
I mean, I do know some people who have said the anime they did not do a really good job of portraying people their accents, especially when it comes to the Japanese didn't really have much of an accent, but the German, yeah.
Listen, pal, if you see my comments, that's all I ever hear. I just love the anime series because the accents and the attempts of them, despite most of them being American, they all try and speak their national accent of how we would vision them. And I'm not going to lie, Azure Lane nailed it exactly how we would vision it. But the thing is, every time I hear them doing an impression, like the Americans doing, like in the Royal Navy, it's just so fucking hilarious. I'm not going to lie, I started laughing.
I have seen other I've seen other humanoid stories of warships, and in the case of Bismarck and Hood, they actually did one where Bismarck and Hood were best friends, and Bismarck was forced to kill Hood, and then which made Bismarck want to be killed in the end. I kind of agree with that, but I kind of don't. Though I do agree that the German ships did not want to become murderers, and I do picture that Bismarck would have I don't know got into a huge fight with Prince Eugen after she sunk Hood.
Listen, here's the whole thing. Look, man, before we go into the Azure Lane stuff, we've been on for 30 or whatever it is now. Listen, I'm going to have to explain to you about Azure Lane did a hell of a lot good for changing my opinions on the German ships because, listen, with the accents, they nailed it spot on. The British, I'm not going to lie, anybody who does an impression of what we would have sounded like back in those days, it's just so bloody funny. I thought Queen Elizabeth's accent was just so... I started laughing. I don't know why. Just whoever... And I'm not going to lie, even though she may be little, she kind of reminded me she almost looked like a mini version of Barbie. It's the long hairstyle that she had. I'm not going to lie. And Belfast, oh my god, spot on.
Again, I kind of feel like they were trying to put her and Enterprise together. I'm sure there was one that we referred to them as Lovers Core. I'm sure they actually did that.
Yeah, I'm so convinced there's something going on in the MME version again, because Azure Lane again, Royal Navy and Eagle Union, aka the American Navy, were teaming together. So there's obviously going to be something going on there. But here's the thing as well. Hood was brilliant. She said a couple of lines in the movie, in the anime, and she definitely sounded exactly how she would sound. I was always wondering, what would they sound like? And Hood got everything. The look, the voice was just exactly how I visioned it. For once, the Japanese creators got something in my mind that they didn't realize. She almost sounded again, I keep saying it, she almost sounded almost like what Titanic would have sounded like if she wasn't Irish. And then, shockingly enough, again, I keep saying this again, when the Germans have their voices dubbed, like how do they sound? I'm not gonna lie, it just makes me giggle with laughter. Like Prince Eugen was brilliant. It's exactly how I envisioned her to sound. She didn't sound like too heavy. Again, I love, to be honest, in anime they always make the Germans more likable. Like you instantly could not hate them.
To be
Like
honest, I
it
feel
was,
like
but here's the thing. At the end of the day, I'm not gonna lie, Z23. God damn it, her voice actress. I know who that is. It was just so freaking funny, especially when she has her moments when she starts all yelling like which is like the comedy gag, which is again hilarious. And then
I did hear a couple people say about Javelin that her voice sounded a bit too old for her.
Javelin, I think Javelin was actually okay in my opinion. It was suitable and passable. Laffy was just hilarious. Sleepyhead, as I like to call her. Jesus Christ.
Nah,
And of course, they got, Belfast's accent superb. And Prince of Wales was quite interesting how they got her correct. Again, even though they're carrying male names, they seem to know who to go for.
yeah,
And we see her and Hood like they together, like something's up with that because I've seen a lot of fanfics where they've put Hood and Wales together and Bismarck and Hood, and I'm not gonna lie, I've got a funny feeling that there's some sort of an unusual love triangle involved, and it makes perfect sense. I have no problem with it because I think Hood must have had
and
somewhat of
I have
yeah.
to put into account of Enterprise's dynamic with. Okay, despite the fact that she was like in what, like 3 episodes, Yorktown is a big influence on Enterprise. That's how I picture the relationship between Titanic and Olympic.
But
Well,
again, I'm not gonna lie, Azure Lane was like seeing, in a way, it was almost like visioning what I was doing with my fanfic with the spirits of the ocean liners, and now I could see a reference. I could see Titanic and Olympic being Enterprise in Yorktown almost, and then you got Hornet. Don't question me why. I absolutely dig her because she looks like a young cowgirl. You feel what I'm saying?
yeah, even though she looks more like a leprechaun.
Yeah, but her accent was very, very good, and she's the youngest, indistinguishable. But you couldn't see that with Botanic. But you can see what separates the two. Is like Enterprise and Yorktown look like twins because Titanic and Olympic started off as twins identically before Titanic was upgraded to not look identical. So you can see a strange pattern between that, which is quite scary, in a twist of way, I guess. But again, when you go back to Bismarck, I'm not lying. Hood looked a bit like Titanic as I would have envisioned, but when I saw Bismarck, I'm not lying. She almost looked like, I would say, I hate to say this, but she basically looked like a German Titanic.
That's how,
Speaking in a German accent.
I could just imagine. Okay, this may be surprising, but I always felt like the Germans thought that their scary ship that they had was Scharnhorst due to how much damage Scharnhorst did to the UK compared to Bismarck, who only sank Hood and I don't know, took out a couple of planes from Ark Royal and Victorious. But I always felt Scharnhorst was like the scariest.
But here's the thing: Scharnhorst didn't do what Bismarck ended up doing, taking on nearly an entire army.
Yeah, though she was, in my opinion, Rodney was the only ship that Bismarck maybe could not have much against because Rodney did have slightly bigger guns than Bismarck, so they were evenly matched.
Yeah, but the thing was, she was still hard to sink still. And then, as we know, Dorsetshire was the last one to finish her off.
Yeah, and as we know, Tirpitz was a pain in the neck to destroy.
Well, yeah, just how bad. I mean, it's kind of tragic because I hate to say it, but I have sympathy for Bismarck and Tirpitz because of what we've been seeing in Azure Lane and because of a certain YouTube user who does brilliant storytelling and how the war was and the music that they play in Azure Lane, the game, and in the music. Yeah, I have no hatred, despite the fact that they did serve under Nazi Germany.
I really wish they put Yamato in Azure Lane because they put
we might get to see her. We might get to see it.
In the actual game, they put Shinano and Musashi. They just haven't put Yamato yet. I really want to see what Yamato is compared to Enterprise,
We
We
might see it. We might because Shino was a Yamato class, so we might get to see it. I would like to see what Yamato's going to look like.
and I want to see what she's like compared to her German counterpart per se, Bismarck.
Yeah, although I always felt like Akagi was more like the Bismarck of the Sakura Empire because she's the flagship carrier in a way.
Yeah.
I always felt like, look, the Sakura Empire are unique, but I always felt like, in a way, I don't know. I don't know why I'm saying this, but I felt like in the whole thing, because we never got to see Bismarck until the last minute in the end. We saw her in the intro many times, but not until the end of episode 12. So I'm always thinking, in theory, was she like the secret villain, the bad guy of like orchestrating the whole fighting between, not, I know the sirens are the bad guys, but whenever I saw it, I was thinking, where's Bismarck gone? Why is Prince Eugen doing all the screen time? Unless she's like the mastermind.
The secret villain.
Yeah, she's like, because we didn't see Bismarck until she does the iconic turns her head around, and then we see her at the end, like we saw in the movies, like in the Marvel DC. So I'm thinking, is she in a way, she does look villainous, but she, as you would expect, but she didn't have that, I wouldn't say out of Hitler look, but she definitely had that intensity of a villain. So I'm thinking, was she in league in secrecy with the whole Project Orochi, with the Sakura Empire and, with Akagi and whatnot?
I'm not sure have you actually played the actual game?
Yeah, I've seen the whole game for myself, and I don't care what they say about Bismarck and the others. They all have the villains in there, because I've seen in the anime version she's 100% alive, whereas in the game one she is partially destroyed because she nearly died a second. As we know, if you haven't noticed, Michael, Bismarck is alive. She survived. She survived nearly dying a second time.
Yeah, in my opinion, I love how, I don't know if you heard the ship, Friedrich de Grosse, aka Bismarck's kind of successor. I learned that they actually made her a mother figure, but to be honest, she looks scary.
Yeah, she's basically she's like Bismarck in a way, but she has like a motherly appearance.
She is based off a real life battleship, the H-44 class, which was going to be built after the Bismarck, but then they were like, no, we're going to focus on the U-boats.
No, but it turns out though that Friedrich de Grossi, actually I've looked, is actually Bismarck's predecessor, because from what we have seen, she's basically, an Iron Blood battleship from the Kriegsmarine, meaning she's from the Imperial German Navy. So she's from the Great War. So she's basically Bismarck's predecessor of Iron Blood.
I don't know if you've seen the game World of Warships, but I really want to see them put Grosser Kerr first, because she's my favorite of the Germans. Maybe because that she's like the best German battleship in the game. I really want to see what they could do with her in Azure Lane, despite the fact she's literally Friedrich de Grosse does better.
Yeah, well, we've just seen in their 5th anniversary, as you saw, Bismarck is alive and well, as a bartender maid, and you can see de Grosse with her sister. Yeah, it's really good to see that they're still alive. So I was like, as long as Bismarck's alive, we might get to see her in the upcoming, and I'm glad that they didn't kill her off, because I was anticipating, are we going to see that, her and Hood clash? Are we going to have a rematch from the Battle of the Denmark Strait? Could Hood beat her?
I did actually like the Sabaton song they actually made about Bismarck. I wasn't expecting them to do it, but I'm like,
Michael, listen.
Hey, they did it.
I love Sabaton, man. They are my heroes / brothers, man. Because this band saved my life. The exact time I got into Azure Lane, Sabaton and Bismarck simultaneously, and that's what's changed my life forever. I don't have any hate.
When I saw their Bismarck song, I was thinking, please just make a Yamato song video.
Yeah, I was thinking
Yamato was the biggest of all ships in World War II.
They did one about the Battle of Midway, which is basically, as I like to call it, Enterprise versus Akagi.
Yeah, I mean Enterprise. I'm sure you know that they made an entire show about Enterprise.
Yeah, and they even did one with the Dreadnoughts in the new one called the Water and Tour Wars. Queen Elizabeth was among them.
Yep.
So I can see her and Nat, if they ever did one with the Azure ships, Queen Elizabeth leading the way for the dreadnoughts that dread nothing at all.
I mean, I
Yeah.
do like how in Azure Lane they add some pre-World War II ships like the Aurora, I think her name is, the Russian battleship, and
No. We don't.
Mikasa.
We've got one called HMS Aurora. So I call her by her V name, Evriora.
And then Mikasa, the Japanese dreadnought battleship.
Mm-hmm.
And we haven't got even got USS Texas, who served in both the World War I and World War II.
And she's the only surviving dreadnought.
Exactly. And
Jesus
she's
Christ.
still around. And we haven't even got the Iowa class. Okay, except for New Jersey. But when the heck are we going to get Missouri?
And when are we going to see the USS Iowa?
Yeah, I've been thinking of ships that they should really add to the game other than the USS Nimitz, because that is just way too modern. But I was thinking...
Well, I'm going to tell you this, Michelle, Mike. We've really skipped it through, man. But I was thinking Azure Line, I was thinking if they can do it with warships, imagine if they can do it with the battleships. Bringing Titanic and Olympic and the others in. They've got to do it.
Well, here's the but speaking of which, I did see a video of what if Mauritania and Olympic were auxiliary cruisers and what if they fought each other? I mean, of course, Olympic won in the end, but I'm surprised they actually did that. But honestly, I do care. I don't know why. I had this weird dream where Olympic was converted into an aircraft carrier. I am not joking.
I actually believe you, mate. So I can vision with you as you go along.
I just had this weird dream of Olympic being an aircraft carrier, and I'm like, what the heck? Because I learned that the Europa, the German ocean liner, was going to be turned to an aircraft carrier. And I was thinking of Olympic in my head, but I'm like, is she just too small to be an aircraft carrier? Because we know the Langley was not really much of a success.
No, it wasn't. That is definitely true. Speaking of the whole thing that you said earlier, I do like the idea of what you said about, you caught it with Azure Lane and whatnot and everything. Again, I got to go back to what I said about, the accenting was pretty good. As we know with Bismarck, we all kind of knew she was going to speak with a heavy and somewhat deep tone, as quite expected. But at the same time, we didn't know she was going to have a heavy accent, like a heavy German accent or whatnot.
We wouldn't even understand her.
No, like how she was speaking, and the infamous one which says the words "loyalty above all else." Yes. So I was kind of thinking of are they going to try and make her somewhat more of a, I don't know, almost like a Darth Vader-ish type of character, right? Because I didn't, because I did see her then before I saw the game. So I was thinking they're going to make Bismarck like a beast made out of steel. Are they going to make her like a big, massive 7-foot female or something like that, like a big, massive, imposing figure or something like that? Like, I know it's all women in the girls in the game, but I was thinking they would have put males in there, because Bismarck was always referred to as a male in the German Kriegsmarine in reality,
and in the song too.
Yeah, whereas as far as I'm concerned, I ignore it. I keep saying she was made to rule the waves because I'm sticking with Azure Lane. It's a bad trend, man, but it's hilarious. I did a tweak on that song. I did the Azure Lane version, and instead Bismarck's the one singing the song of her being reborn and where she takes her 2,000 men and takes the Kriegsmarine out to destroy the Sirens to get revenge for what they did to her in Sasno Island Blood, to manipulate her. And she beats the Sirenes, and she sings in the lyrics like, "I was made to rule the waves and dominate Azure Lane."
Yeah.
Lead the blood war machine, to rule the waves and lead the
Iron Bloods, which is what they are.
Basically, that was the company that made them, Yeah. And then at the end, she says, like, "I am the terror of your plea. I am Bismarck. You shall bow to me." You know what I mean? Like,
I see that.
But she's not. But here's the thing: she's not. But in the song, she's not. She's kind of dictated as a good guy, but has like this badass villain song that makes her kind of almost anti-heroic. And then, well, but she's a good guy, as we now know. She wasn't a villain at all. To
be honest, out of all the Azure Lane people, Prince Eugen would be the one person I would not trust.
Let's just say I kind of find her hilarious and funny. I mean, I know her and Prince Eugen's friendship is one thing because they were together. So, but at the same time, again, it's strange. But the again, back to what I said at the end of Bismarck's I actually mentioned Turpits in the lyrics. If you haven't seen on my DeviantArt, she says, "When the war is over, the sirens are beaten. They lay down in their blood and defeat at my feet." And then she says, "And then standing across the ocean is my long lost sister. Turpits, I
Yeah.
have found you at last." Like finally reunited with her sister, like the happy ending she would have wanted.
Could you imagine if they made a third Bismarck class battleship? Holy crap! The Royal Navy is going to be in so much trouble.
Yeah, basically dubbed it as Bismarck the Second, as if we didn't sink. I'm like, holy shit, here we go again.
I mean, Tirpitz was like what 3 years to sink, and yet okay, Gneisenau, she was damaged. You couldn't even sank her even if you tried because she was in dog all the time. And then Scharnhorst, you had to trick her, and Belfast, I'm sure you know Belfast had a huge role in sinking Scharnhorst, and she's still around the Battle of the North Cape. And then Tirpitz. It was like hell and bad to get rid of her. I know they made a movie about trying to destroy her.
I know, but the thing was, at least she got to see it. She only fired her guns once.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure she only did, okay. So other than about like I don't know the thousands of times she got tapped by Royal Navy aircraft, there was one time I think she went on the offensive, and that was about it.
Yeah, I know. Basically, like I said, it's almost like she didn't really want to fight too much. And well, one guy in the comments said Bismarck ruled with power, and terror. Well, Tirpitz ruled by force in a way,
Yeah.
like as if she's more intimidating than Bismarck.
I do in my universe. Tirpitz is kind of like the one you barely hear from. Like you might hear from once or twice, but then again she would disappear and you wouldn't like meet her again. And then there's this battleship that I created named the Oceania, who's named after a battleship from a legend from a album of songs that they made about a ship that is now cursed to rule the seas. She's a modern version of the Flying Dutchman per se. She's like a super powerful warship, and everyone knows that she's dangerous. And Tirpitz, who's a good friend of Oceania, often says that all ships are bad, but all ships all have good sides too.
They all do, yeah. And speaking of which, again, I have to stress this one out. I meant they basically got. I also like the fact in Azure Lane, I thought USS Cleveland was very spot on. I do like her character. She has that all-American in her,
It's pretty weird because you're wondering what kind of ships are they going to put into the main spotlight. Like you got Enterprise, of course, but who else are going to put in the main spotlight?
I think Cleveland definitely falls in there. She's definitely one of my favorites in the Eagle Union. She's got that all-American background. She's a tomboy. I didn't realize she was. I just thought she was just being as she was portrayed as a badass woman, if you know what I'm saying. Like
now me being a U.S. person, I kind of wish they did more with Arizona, but I'm fine for what she was.
Well, at least they managed to get her in and her twin sister as well. And of course, Helena was in there as well.
Yeah, I live in the state that is the name of Arizona's twin sister who survived, who only got one bomb hit during the entire attack.
Indeed.
We're the lucky ones.
Indeed. Well, the Americans are dictated as strong and were like British second best. But then again, combine us together, we're a deadly force.
Yeah,
because we're the allied nations at that point.
I mean, so back in like the early to 1900s, the Royal Navy was the biggest navy in the world. But then here comes the Germans and their U-boats, and now you're in deep trouble.
Yeah, I know. Anything that was a U-boat, villainous, man. Jesus Christ, bring on Navy warfare, man.
And then you got the auxiliary cruisers like Atlantis, Penguin. Yes, there was a ship called Penguin, and Thor. Literally, there was actually an auxiliary cruiser called Thor.
Mm-hmm. Except he didn't carry his hammer yam yam with him.
Yeah,
unless they were blocking with shell boxes, I guess.
I could just imagine the auxiliary cruisers being like cannon fodder while the battleships are doing the real work.
Yeah. Indeed.
Yeah,
I could see that actually. I can. That would be pretty awesome. I also remember going back to what I was saying with the dialogue as well before we continue on. One of the things I liked about in the anime as well. Again, Cleveland was just again adorable, very likable, and I just love how they made her this. Wouldn't say hyperactive, but she was everything I expected her to be, and it was just perfect. And who else was there? They also got
Akashi.
no Akashi. No, not the Japanese were perfect as they were, but
Akashi was a bit confusing because she's a Japanese ship, yet she sides with the Eagle Union.
oh yeah, you got Akashi in there, but this is like before the whole. I'm talking about in the series. Oh, what is it now?
I
Oh
don't
yeah.
even think they even have Lexington and Saratoga in there.
No, I know. Saratoga was cool. They did give her a couple of cameos in there, but she was funny. Got a cool name, and of course they did, as you know, who I'm not too fond of. They even put San Diego in there, who's supposed to be everybody's number one, as they call. Jesus Christ! I mean, in the anime, they absolutely gagged her.
I feel like the only character who deserved to be kind of annoying and kind of like over happy was Hornet. Yet I didn't really picture that, but I kind of picture being a bit different compared to Enterprise in Yorktown.
Well, she's the youngest and she's enthusiastic and she looks like a badass. Again, just keep in mind she acts like a cowgirl. All right.
Yeah,
got the hat to approve it.
And I believe in the anime they actually. I don't think this was confirmed, but many people have said that Enterprise has not Enterprise. Yorktown lost a leg, which is why she does. You never see her walk, and you always see her in bed.
Not really. It's because it's basically she's bedridden at this point, recovering from, I guess, from near death or whatever. And at the end, she's actually standing up and healing pretty well. So I think in the anime adaptation, she avoided death and was just recovering.
Yeah, I do.
Well,
I do kind of feel.
Unless they were doing something to prevent her from having surgery or whatever the hell they were doing.
Yeah, in my universe, Yorktown did like lose her leg, and now she has a robotic leg, and and even Enterprise is like worrying about her and everything, and Hornet's like the one that always has to be like, oh, she'll be fine, but secretly she's like, I don't really think that she's gonna be fine.
No, but in my version, like I said, I really do like Hornet's character. I don't know why. She's just got that enthusiastic, but at the same time, there were others who were hilariously funny. Like, I mean, Hornet has a good attitude in a way, I guess. What else was there? Oh, I'm trying to laugh because it's just hilarious to talk about this. I mean,
I do like how in the anime they kind of gave Zui in the game too. Zuikaku has a kind of rivalry with Enterprise. You know how many times she has tried to kill Enterprise?
Yeah, basically, you got the name pronounced wrong. It's called Suikaku.
Okay, because they always pronounce it as Zuikaku and Shokaku.
No, it's Suikaku. Some Japanese names are easy to pronounce it in a strange way. Now, well, look, when it comes to some of the characters, I was going to say was they got Belfast is accent pretty good. Again, Queen Elizabeth was just hilariously to hear because they got it correct. But I was just like, oh, yeah. Like, yeah, it just, I don't know. It just was too hilarious to take seriously. And then you had, and even the music, the theme song in the soundtrack, it's called Tea Party. And I don't know why, but that just was just so freaking funny to listen to. I've played it many times, I'm like, bloody hell, they know how to put our music from that time period. And the whole time I'm seeing them in that scene where they're drinking their tea in the back garden or whatever they're doing, every time I see them doing that, I don't know why, but I'm visioning them on the Titanic in James Cameron's movie while that movie's playing in the background, while the music's playing in the background, as if it's on Titanic instead.
Yeah.
It's that's the funny thing about it. I'm like, holy shit, I'm visioning a tea party in first class on Titanic.
I do feel like the commander in the Royal Navy should have been Hood, then Victoria. I don't know why, but either Victorious or Illustrious sounded like the good second in command other than Hood. I don't know why. Maybe it's because of their names, but for some reason I always felt not Ark. Okay, no offense to any Ark Royal fans, but Ark Royal. I don't even know what the heck was going on with her. But in Acer Lane, it should have been Hood either Illustrious or Victorious as second in command, and then probably Prince of Wales.
Definitely, Michael. I know what you're saying, but like I said before, but when I go back to what I said, I'm going to be extremely honest with the Royal Navy. They got it kind of fine because, Queen Elizabeth's like Queen of the Royal Navy, so it makes sense for her to take lead, and Hood's kind of leading the fleet, but it's like Darth Vader and the Emperor in Star Wars. Kind of like, look at it that way, if you know what I'm saying.
You have no idea how many memes I've seen people doing of Ark Royal. You have no idea.
Ark Royal was one of the best. So she was actually my dad's favorite aircraft carrier, and of course, in reality, Ark Royal was such a badass fighting machine that even Adolf Hitler was afraid of her. No joke.
Did you know that the Bismarck's cat was on Ark Royal, right? Or legend has it that Oscar the cat.
Yeah, very, very true. Yeah.
I have no idea how a German cat ended up on a Royal Navy warship, but hey, some things happen. I mean, the way I got into Titanic was interesting because I read the book Titanic Cat, which sounded a lot weirder than it sounded, and then I learned that there was actually a Titanic cat called Jenny.
Jesus, man. But when it comes to other members in the Royal Navy, I'm gonna have to admit, I know she's, I didn't realize we too had aircraft carriers because only Ark Royal was the one I knew of. But then I saw in the anime when they did HMS Illustrious. Let's just say they weren't wrong on her name. She definitely did look illustrious and was pretty cool. And of course, again, she had that unusual Edwardian style. I don't know why it is. She looks pretty cool in the cap as well, in the hat, and that style. I don't know why. They just nailed it perfectly.
When they did, in Slow Ahead, they did a little bit with HMS Formidable, which is an in-joke on what happened when she was about to be launched. Then the slips kind of like broke, and the thing and Formidable was accidentally like launched premature. I mean, the thing was so they captured on film, and it actually appeared on a British Pathé film. And I always felt like I was like, wait, why are they talking about like Formidable's weight? And then I looked it up, and I'm like, oh.
Yeah, in the anime, yeah, I watched it, and I'm not gonna lie, I do like Formidable. She's got a pretty good name, but there's just something hilarious, and I'm not gonna say this too much, but in anime, there's something about hairstyles in girls that they always tend to do, and Formidable is a classic example. It's like it's like this here. Like if my head was there, they only have like it half covered hair just above the eyebrows, and it's like the eyes are like narrowed almost. I don't know why. Yeah. And it looked hilarious. I don't know why, but she looked hilariously funny. And then when she goes into like this shock state or whatever, depending on the camera angle, you can actually see the forehead and then this and that. I don't know why it was. I just started laughing, especially in that bit where she scared the living shit out of U-556 at the bit where about her being, big and heavy. And then you can see that look where she's like filling the whole screen and she's got her eye closed and smiling as if holding her temper back. I don't know why. It just looks so funny. That's why I love anime. It's just so hilarious.
In my universe, because I want like characters. I want some spirits to look like they've been injured. So in Hood's case, she has a metal eye patch, so she technically lost an eye, and she has numerous she has many band-aids over her, and she's usually bedridden most of the time mostly because the other UK ships do not want her to be damaged.
Indeed. Although I'm going to have to admit, though, Illustrious was very unique. I mean, they got the voice actor because I know who it is. Not to mention, like I said, I know Formidable is extremely, let's just say, extremely huge. Or thick, as they say in the anime.
Oh, yeah, they are.
But yeah, it makes perfect sense because they're aircraft carriers, so it makes perfect sense in a strange case.
I love how no matter how annoying and kind of weird Ark Royal is, I do like how they kind of like gave her a bang over one of her eyes. I always feel like anime girls are hot whenever they have bangs over their eyes.
They do, yeah. And then in the game, she's like a badass warrior ready to fight, like ready to rock and roll.
Yeah,
So she's very good in the game, especially in the illustrations that they depict her in, which is really, really good. That's the
yeah.
kind of what
I
I'd
always,
like to see.
I always wanted to see what would happen between so in my opinion, I feel like Yamato is kind of like how they were like kept Bismarck, where they're like leaders, but they let other people lead. I feel like Yamato is kind of like the soft-spoken one. I mean, I'm sure you've read about how little Yamato was actually used other than Operation Tengo and Battle Leyte Gulf.
Indeed, yeah, I have seen that before. I see where
And,
you're coming from.
and then again, you have to put Shinano as the ship that got sunk in 29 days.
Indeed.
And they didn't even put the Blucher into the game. She was sunk within 4 days. There's literally a movie scene where they literally show a movie scene in some movie, The King's Man or something, where they sink Blucher, and they didn't even put her into the game. I would really want to see that kind of ship.
Maybe they didn't have the top. Well, just remember this whole thing in Azure Lane is set in an alternative timeline, so they might be tweaking history a little bit.
I mean, Blucher was Prince Eugen's sister ship, and I would really want to see Blucher because I wonder what she feels like after being sunk within 4 days. I mean, she was really commissioned for Lily just 4 days.
Who knows what would have happened?
And you can
they
call
have-
Shinano the ship that was only photographed twice because there's not really much photographs of Shinano.
Nope. And I'm gonna have to admit, I will admit though, I mean we've only seen Formidable and Illustrious. We've not yet seen the other one of their sisters yet, I don't think.
Glorious.
I don't think we've seen Glorious yet.
I don't think we've seen Victorious. I know we've seen Illustrious.
I mean, Illustrious was really lovely. I mean, she looked good. I mean, I'm surprised they didn't give her long hair, but she looked all right for the.
If I'm correct, in real life, I think Victorious actually played herself and Ark Royal in the 1960 film Sink the Bismarck.
Perhaps that's true. Oh God, imagine the whole guys from Azure Lane playing in the Bismarck film of 1960 with Kenneth Moore. The guy who played in Titanic was the same guy who played in Sink the Bismarck.
It'll be
now just picture the enemy girls of ship girls in that movie. Like you can picture Bismarck almost instantly in there, you know, as the main, but as an actual villain, but doesn't actually say much, but he's always on camera. Like he's the one who's basically lets her actions do the talking.
Though I do know in the movie they kind of swapped Lu Jin's and Lindemann's role. Lindemann was more the serious side, but Lu Jin's was like, I mean, there's literally a photograph where he just gives the normal naval command to Hitler, not the high Hitler command. And then
because he was not at odds with the Führer at all. He was not a supporter of Nazism. Whereas in Sink
the Bismarck, he's completely different, and he's with the. He's like the Luftwaffe will help us any minute, and right as he says that, he gets killed.
Well, we all know he did die on the bridge, so I'm convinced that's how he died. It just differently.
I'm actually kind of confused on who they're trying to portray in Bismarck, the music video. I was always trying to figure out, are they portraying Lindemann or are they portraying Lugians? I was trying to figure out who are they portraying here.
In the music video, I didn't know who the guy was. So in the music video of Sabaton, we didn't see Lutyens or anybody else. Hood was briefly there. So I'm thinking to myself, it could have been one of us. Who knows?
I think we see okay, since there were sister ships, I don't know, but I think they either show Prince of Wales or they show KG5. Okay, that no offense, but I like calling her KG5 because King George V just sounds King George V just sounds way too big of a long name.
Well, that's a short. You could use that for her code nickname. You know, I've just mentioned her in my fanfic. Look, speaking of Azure Lane, I advise you to go and read my fanfics on Azure Lane because it mainly focuses. Well, before we get into anywhere else, I need to let you know it mainly focuses on Bismarck, on a long journey to redemption. Like she is not the villain we think she is, and she has to atone for, for a lot of things. She's basically trying to explain everything of why she did this and why did she and the others leave Azure Lane, and then at this point. Because in the timeline, it's after the animated series, okay? And it's set in our timeline because it's like the anime happened in 2018, sorry, because that's when, or whatever the hell it was, or sometime I know 2019, just after the anime was done. Okay, after Project Orochi was done, but the thing is, Ash and Lane are trying to reconnect back together again. Problem is, though, the events we see in the video game, like we saw in National Iron Blood, which is where Bismarck was said to die. If you
Yeah,
remember that, when she blew up Hood again, technically.
yeah.
So in my version, it happened 3 times. Like in my history, it's mentioned that Hood and Bismarck battled again for a second attempt because of the betrayal of Azure Lambert, what happened, and then Hood technically falls. Hood and Bismarck fight, but they came to a draw. But many argue Hood won that match. Again, it's a draw, but
Then
Bismarck.
again, I have to admit that if you look at photographs and no, okay, this might sound weird, but doesn't Hood look skinnier compared to Bismarck in real life photographs of the show? She looks skinnier compared to Bismarck.
Well, if you want to look at Bismarck again, listen, man, she is thick. Now I know that everybody keeps saying Prince Eugen was thick enough, but damn, Bismarck brought it up to a whole new level because she was like really wide, spanning in an oval shape.
I
So
mean, have you seen photographs of her from Bao?
Yeah.
She was pretty thick.
Yeah, that's what I mean. She spanned in an oval shape. Most warships at the time were somewhere within the 20 to 28 somewhat range, but Bismarck succeeded that.
I actually saw this illustration of someone did of Prince of Wales looking in horror as Hood is impaled by Bismarck with her, sword.
Yeah, that was the first time I ever saw anybody do a reenactment of Operation Ryanburg and Denmark Strait in Azure style. Yeah, that's very gruesome. It's almost, and I was kind of, when I saw that, I'm not going to lie, I was thinking, if this is the Bismarck we're going to see in anime, then we can tell. In my opinion, I was thinking they're going to make Bismarck the antagonizer of Azure Lane and not the Japanese Navy. Unless they were going to do a whole thing, like a one-off spin-off story between the two of them, like a standalone film, or basically sync the Bismarck / anime version.
I do feel like in my universe, Bismarck is sorry for what he did for what no I said he for what she did to Hood,
maybe Bismarck was created and had a bit of a gender problem, and then eventually decided to swap it to become a female instead. Didn't want to be a male,
just like how RMS Berengaria did with when she was SS Imperator. But I do feel like Bismarck is sorry for what she did to Hood, but she doesn't want to see Hood because it might remind her of her past.
That's what I mean. That's what I've seen a lot of fanfics lately have done because of the whole Shashanao and Blood version, where she says like, "So my old friend until we meet in Valhalla." So it's almost like she knows that she's going to die for a second time. But I say that in the fanfic as well because it's part of her memories playing, and she's like thinking, "Why did I not let it go? Why did I continue doing what I did back in my previous life?" Like they listen in the anime, in my fanfic, all the ship girls remember what they did in the last century. Like it's like they've been resurrected, but they have the memories of of what they did back in World War II and World War One. So they already know instantly, regardless of their age. They know.
I mean, in my universe, Akagi and Enterprise have made amends after what happened in World War II.
They all do, yeah. They all do. But the thing is, history is bound to repeat, and they end up, it's the horrors of their past can come back to haunt them. Why do you think I mentioned it again, Hood and Bismarck fight a second time because of the quote-unquote betrayal that they find out, which we discover later on wasn't quite as you think it is.
Yeah.
Because after what Hood did to Bismarck did to Hood, and she explains or whatever, and then, that's when they battled for a second time and it ended in a draw, although some people felt like Hood was victorious. This is what I'm saying. And then in the final moment, then when that was the second battle they had, then they went back again, which was in the event of Skersnow and Ironblood, the event where Bismarck kind of dies. Well, in my version, it's called Hood versus Bismarck 3. And again, she basically fires off her rifle, and instead of Hood sinking in 3 pieces like we saw in the movie, like in reality, her ship just blows up in one go, killing everyone, including her commander. And she nearly dies. But she survived. just by the skin of her teeth.
Here's
But
a
at the end, Bismarck was caught in the blast as well, and after the in the clearance, she got wounded too as well. And then but we see that she actually impaled Hood, like not like you saw in the illustration, but she literally did impale her to the point where, not fatally, but she was very close. She thought she had, and then Hood's like yelling this and that, like she was gonna really do something to Bismarck. She defied her commander's orders because she was gonna do something for her own good for Bismarck, because she was trying to beat some sense into her. She doesn't understand. She never understood what was going on at the time. And then Bismarck kind of faded out conscious. And if you want to know what really made her snap, what made her impale Hood at the very end in desperation to survive. Forgive me for saying this, Michael, but in my fanfic, Bismarck does tend to hear the voice of Adolf Hitler in her head a lot. And that's what gets her so pissed. Like, because in the fanfic, this is what I've mentioned, and this is what I personally want to believe, okay, is that everybody in Ironblood, in the Kriegsmarine, or the new Kriegsmarine now, because Bismarck's, alive and she's rebuilding what they had then, but for different reasons. Not for what they did in their previous life, but for something different. And
so not to conquer.
No, they want to be strong and dominant, but they want to fight for their nation, and they want to not for the sake of Nazism. Because here's the thing: Bismarck admits to her sister and to everybody else, including Z-23, U-556, Schweinhartz and Scheinhorst, the entire Ironblood Navy in German. They all agree. Everyone in the Kriegsmarine admits saying that they never once were a supporter of Adolf Hitler's empire, not even once. And Bismarck even says in a speech that she was ashamed that she ever flew the flag. Like, she hated anything related to what they were doing.
The way Prince Eugen is portrayed in the anime and the game, I would highly doubt that. Again, I just have like some kind of just annoyance with Prince Eugen. It's nothing against her. I just feel like the way she's portrayed is annoying.
Even Prince Eugen says the same things as well, because she's still the same as she is in the anime. But let's just say they all agree, not once. I say that, not even once did anybody in the Azerlane Kriegsmarine believe in the Führer's ideology or whatever. They were secretly against the Reich, if you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, I understand. I mean,
I'm just trying to make the German army good guys, but they were fighting for their nation. They just pretended to fight for the villains, if you know what I'm saying.
I mean, in my universe, Bismarck does lead the German ship spirits, as I call them, but Grosser Kurfürst also mostly does most of the leadership because she knows Bismarck does have mental memory issues, and she often suffers from panic attacks.
Indeed, he says one guy even wrote about that she suffers from extreme amount of anxiety disorder and bad memories and whatnot, so she had a very unstable mind. And listen, in my fanfic, Bismarck, despite being bad and tough, breaks a lot down. A lot. She's showing that side that she doesn't normally show. And in the third one, like I said, I went a bit Star Wars like, a bit what happened to Anakin and Obi-Wan at the end of the fight. And it was like that sort of tearful breakdown where Hood says, we were more than just friends, Hood, and she says, saying, I loved you the same way you loved me in return. And before she sinks down into flames, that's what makes Bismarck realize, she knew she'd made a horrible mistake.
I do feel like in some cases with some ships, I don't know if you've heard of what was going to be aircraft carrier Graf Zeppelin. I do feel like she would have been.
Zeppelin, man. She looked pretty good in Azerlane. It's a shame they never got her completed. I can only imagine. I can actually picture her with Bismarck, and she would have given her aircraft cover. Now, to be quite honest, have you seen what Graf Zeppelin looks like?
Yeah, I've seen what she looks like, and her sister should have Peter Strasser. That
Yeah,
again,
basically,
that's female.
yeah. I mean, you've seen what she looks like as a little one, little Seppi.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah, little Zeppy. Yeah, I've seen that
No,
too.
I look. Before we get back, I want to quickly tell. In theory, we've seen little Belfast. We've just seen little Grass Spee. We've just seen little Enterprise. Uh, so I'm thinking to myself, are
Oh no.
these the ship girls as they were growing up just before, or is this their offspring somewhat related? I don't know what's going on. And then we saw Akagi in a teenager form as a singer. So I'm thinking, is this how they look like prior to becoming to what they look like as young adults? So I've got a bit of a theory flying around in my head with this. I don't know what to make. I've only just
I do like how the aircraft carriers are portrayed as foxes in Secure Empire.
I've just been thinking maybe because I've just mentioned Grass Zeppelin mentioned in one of my fanfics just that she remembers growing up, quote unquote, as when she was known as Zeppy. So I'm thinking this is them as kids, like they're growing up, because I've just remembered when you look at Frank with the Cross 3 and the other ones that we saw just recently come out,
Yeah.
they're from the Imperial German Navy, from the Kaiser era, and we saw little Prince Eugen. So I'm thinking to myself, if they ever did a little Bismarck, which I'd like to see, as a little, or any of the others,
I
like,
forgot what their names. I forgot what it was, but I know their original names were not going to be Bismarck and Tirpitz. They were going to be replacements. Ezrat's, which is replacement. I forgot what ships they were going to be named after, but they were going to be Ezrat something. But I
no,
know they're going to become something else.
no, but that's what I'm just saying. So I've got a theory that they were growing up during the Kaiser era. So, and here's the thing: in my fanfic, Bismarck has said that she's reforming her German navy and for her empire because she's basically leading the navy, if you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, I know what you're saying.
She's in charge of the whole thing, like the main general, with her sister in tow. But the thing is, she's reforming it and basically to form an army of peace for the nation and not to fight against because she's just basically wanting to reform the Kriegsmarine to what the quote unquote non-Nazis wanted to do. You know what I'm saying? Like she's basically destroying her own dark past. Like she does not want to be remembered as a, who served for the Reich. That's
In
what she's doing.
in your fanfic, do the ships do some of the girls have their own careers? Like maybe they can be like bartenders, singers, maybe adult performers. I don't know, but
Yeah.
anything.
When they're not in battle and they're not on the battlefield, wherever they like you see in the game, that's exactly what they're doing.
Because in my universe, Hooten, I forgot if it's pronounced Hooten or Hoyten. It's the German battleship they just released. I think it was Hooten or it was Berlik Chingen. She's actually an adult performer. I mean, she does this like to calm down like spirits that have like mental problems or something like that.
Although at the end of the day, it's revealed that very few know what Bismarck was going through. At this point in the timeline, somewhere around late 2019, just before the pandemic hit us, let's just say in this version, Azure Lane have lost all their commanders. They have no one to go with because in their last battles, they lost every one of them. Like the British lost their own, because in the Royal Navy lost their own Sacre Empire and Iron Blood, the whole 9 yards. So because in the anime, we don't even, we'll just be getting to know, we know there's a commander there, because some of the, if you saw on the anime in the 5th anniversary video, you'll notice some of them actually look directly at the screen
Yeah.
as if they know he's there.
Also,
And
in your fanfic, do the Italians appear? I forgot what they're called.
I haven't got them yet. I don't have any intentions yet. I'm only sticking with the ones I know of.
Okay, I forgot what you call them, but I always knew. I bet you're not putting the Northern Parliament, aka the Russians, due to what's currently happening right now. But
Well, before that even happened, I already had the Russians involved. Northern Parliament. I don't get me wrong. I love the characters because they have a mixed bunch. They're not all Russian warships in there. They got one who was German, one that was British, and one that
Yeah,
was Italian. I'm
yeah. I learned.
and they got one from who was American, who has two different eyesights. Named Muskin, who used to be known as the USS Milwaukee.
Now that is surprising.
I'm not lying, and they even have a British vessel.
I
One of
bet.
ours.
I bet they just fake their Russian accents and just speak their normal accents when they're not like in Russian.
We haven't. Yes, what I mean. That maybe they've learned to adapt while they still remember who they originally were. They have like it's with Muskia. Oh God, I just find the former USS Milwaukee, who's one of the most adorable. Because she's got a funny two-sided eyes and her personality is just adorable. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie. She's hilariously funny. Um, she says to the commander, who I will give you a spoiler alert, who's actually British. And he's a
Oh
big,
yeah.
he's British. Yes, everybody has their different commanders. They have it as a Japanese, or they have a different style for their nations only. Whereas in my version, he's actually on a mission to unite the entire Azure Lane camp, and he's going to take the whole lot, just like in the video game almost. But
Yeah.
he's on a mission because he serves Royal Navy, but he's on a mission to unite the entire faction.
In my
Okay?
universe, the Asia Lane is a bit different, where it's actually led by their own group of spirits. Like the leader of the Eagle Union is Free Prize, who's kind of like Enterprise but kind of different, and she actually wants to support like working together. She just worries that maybe odds will come to different ends.
But here's the funny thing at the end. He's on a mission, right?
Yeah,
And he's going to look for Azure Lane. He knows who they are. He remembered Enterprise, who saved his life when they had the first invasion in 2017, when they had the first game release. So that's the timeline when the Sirens invaded our planet.
yeah,
Okay? So he knows who Enterprise was, but because he owes his life to her. And then he didn't realize it until then. And after training and up the ranks he goes, a very determined man. He's on a secret mission to get Azure Lane back as they were before the whole split up happened. So
yeah,
and he's sent to Northern Parliament. Okay?
yeah.
Randomly. He doesn't even know who these ship girls are at all until he gets rescued. Okay? Thanks
Uh-huh.
to our beloved Avriora and Losny the Galaxy, whatever her name was, who's basically a Russian Bismarck. If you notice carefully, she's very similar.
Oh, are you talking about I don't think it's her name, but are you talking about Savetsky Russia?
Savitsky Rosina. Yes,
Okay.
Rosina. Yeah, that's
So it's
the
not.
she.
So it's not Savetsky Soyuz.
No, right, Rosia, whoever her name is.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I think that's Soviet Russia in English.
yeah, she's back. Yeah, she is Soviet. Yeah, Sophia, whatever her name was. No, Rosia, whoever her name was. She is basically a Russian version of Bismarck. Very, very similar, except strike is not in her aim. But she was the leader of Northern Parliament before the commander takes over in Northern Overture in the video game. Okay,
Yeah,
so in my version, he gets saved by them. They know where he's going to be, but he doesn't know no, that's them. And when he saves them gets saved again after a bloody battle with the Sirens and kills one of their generals, if you know what I'm saying, who's a traitor to them.
yeah,
It's a really good bloody battle, man. And then because he sees them with their riggings exposed, and that creeps him out a little bit until they get being closed and back in, And
yeah.
then because he has a name as well, the commander, aka, and he's British. He's got my first name as well. Funny enough, spelled with two N's, but not with one with mine. Again, he doesn't know what to think, and then over time he learns to adapt. And funny enough, he gets very cozy with the Northern Parliament because the commander, as we all know, he's been different in many, many, many ways. But in my version, he treats everybody equally.
Yeah,
Not because they're females or whatnot. It's just that's how he was brought up in his family. He's very respectful. He treats them like a family. Something that he's very close with. And eventually, Northern Parliament take a big liking to him. And some of the ship girls really, really do tend to fall for him. It doesn't take too long.
Yeah.
I
I'm trying
know,
to think of. I'm
romance
trying to
falls,
think of this
but it
warship that.
doesn't take too long until some of them start to really get to like him. And we all know our beloved Avriora, the little battle cruiser that could. You know that.
Yeah.
You know,
I'm trying
yeah.
to think of what was the name of this one British ship that they never built. It's HMS something. It was the ship that they were going to complete, but they never did. HMS Independable, something like that.
I'm not too sure who that was either. I mean, a lot of those vessels, like, Grass Zeppelin never made it. Well, just almost did. Rosia, that's her name. Rosia and her four sisters never made it. Now, I mentioned this a lot, again, with my historic facts, but when the
Yeah.
ship girls explain about it, they are revealed that they handled it in their own way. I mean, every Aura explains mostly
Oh,
because of.
I remember. I remember now. And HMS Incomparable. She was meant to be like this massive battle cruiser that was sadly never completed, but she was meant to be massive.
I bet she was.
In my universe, she's the overarching like kind of leader of the royal, other than Hood, but people rarely see her, and Hood, who often sees her the most, she's like gives like little hints and pieces of what Incomparable's like. Like she
Mhm.
might be like, oh, she has a beautiful garden, or she has a beautiful sword collection. Sword collection, like a lot of stuff she knows about Incomparable that everyone just wasn't know. Wait, who she like? We don't care about what she has. What is she like?
Indeed. I can see where you're coming from now. Oh, God. We're doing really well. I mean, the bonfire night it's done with now. Held it that long, gone for a couple of hours. But this has been pretty good. Um, what I will say is that we might continue with this another time, Michael, but we'll
All
continue
right,
on. I really like how we've been talking about this. If you're ever interested, go and take a look on my DA with my Azure Lane stories. You'll be very surprised. But like I said before, but as we progress, the commander definitely has a funny way of dealing with things. Okay, like he's a
all
big
right,
lad. He's about 6'6" tall, and he's only in his 20s. Okay, so he's very young, but he's a big lad. Very very even with them. Like I said, he is like one of those guys. Like
all right.
he has patience and he treats them equally. But if you push him to the brink of it, it's not going to end too well. It could be, he's one of those guys that doesn't take shit for real.
All right, I'll take your word on it. And I'm guessing he is familiar with Enterprise, I guess.
He actually no, he knew who Enterprise was, but he's a British, okay.
Yeah.
So
So he knows Hood.
he knows her by appearance. He just didn't realize it was actually Enterprise in terms of like, because back then he was a little bit younger and he wasn't. He was very different. So this is like a couple of years on. Keep in mind,
Okay, I see what you're getting.
and he's from Royal Navy, so he's British.
I see where you're getting at.
He does end up eventually. Like I'm spoiling just a little bit of the broad strokes. He spent some time with Northern Parliament. He undergone training with some of the other camps who were from Crimson Access to get experience before he was sent out on his mission.
Okay, I get it now.
But he landed in. But Northern Parliament was just a random thing that he landed in, and he didn't know what the hell to think. But they're very good with him, okay?
Okay.
And he learns how to treat them well as a family, and there are some funny moments. Like he even learned how to speak in their language, which yeah, he does that. He does that in kind of for comedy moments, like when Rossier in one particular scene is like, "Huh, so you know how to speak in our fluent accent," and he says like, "There's more to me than you might want to think," because again, there are some funny moments he does in there. So I learned how to speak with the multi-language thanks to the Google Translator to write in different languages, which he does pretty well on. Problem is, at the end, he does have a bit of a strange romance case with the Northern Parliamenters with who he's hanging out with. And of
I can,
course,
I can understand that.
because they take a liking because of how he is. He doesn't care about their nationality or whatever. He just treats them like a family.
I can
Something,
understand.
something that their previous commanders did not do, because he learns from the Northern Parliament about who they are and whatnot. It's a really good story. I picked all my favorites who he hangs
I'll,
with.
I'll take a look at that. I'll be interested in
Yeah.
it.
And as you know, we first see him just on the day of New Year's Eve or whatever it was, just as this 2019 is about to end. And it's a really good story. There's a lot, and of course, as you know, the Russian Navy love to drink vodka. There's plenty of that to go around with.
All
So
right, I'll take a look at it.
there's some funny scenes in there, man. I'm not gonna lie. Um, but as 2020 dawns, oh my goodness, does Adeline get into a cluster
All
because
right,
the, because the pandemic affects them as well, except they cannot be killed by the COVID.
all right, I'll take a look at it. That's interesting to see.
It's good, yeah, because then eventually, Enterprise and the other guys, they're all waiting for a new commander. They're getting new recruits. They're getting, most of them are being retrofitted again, because this is during where we are now. Where do I think I should link? Not with the other events that are following the video game, but how they link in as we pop in. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I understand.
And when the COVID hits, this is in global crisis, as I like to call it. Again, let's just say as Elaine are in an absolute cluster because Enterprise and the other guys are going to America for some kind of showpiecing or whatever they're going to do. But that's when it all goes horribly wrong, and Royal Navy are with them in the same process. And
All right.
and if you're wondering what's going on with Bismarck and all the others, they are at this point reforming their navy back to as it would have been if the Kriegsmarine back then had been a full force. If you know what I'm saying.
Yep, I'll take a look at that. That sounds interesting.
Oh, it's really good. It's a very, very touching thing. It does focus on Bismarck a lot at times, if I can help it. But the commander is also a big protagonist in this as well. He's kind of like the one who's trying to be somewhat of a problem solver, but at the same time, he's willing to do anything, And he, yeah, like I said, but then as the COVID gets worse, the pandemic just really screws the world up, and eventually, as you know what happened in America, I had to replace the whole racial war problem to avoid it, and I had to change it to the protesters of the pandemic who all didn't believe it was real. And
right.
that's where Enterprise, I gotta let you know this, Enterprise definitely plays a strange factor in this one, because she and Hornet and the others, let's just say they're not quite as we would see them in the anime as you would think, because Hornet's a bit more mature. She's more badass. Enterprise has the all-American attitude in her, and it's really good. And again, I'm not trying to spoil too much, but after the whole, crisis that had happened, when people started turning on one another, and when it really got bad, the commander finds out about this in Northern Parliament. Like, this happens on May 25th, and you know what I'm referring to. That happens the day after. The commander knows what's going to happen because he's been through that before. You'll be surprised by what he's going to say. And then when the whole pandemic thing breaks out, worse. Let's just say he goes to places he doesn't want to go. He becomes very reluctant because he jumps the gun slightly, and he contacts Enterprise because he was going to move from Northern Parliament to them. And he gives them the unexpected orders to disarm and take down the protesters and whatnot of the COVID crisis. You feel what I'm saying? Back when everybody was losing their shit. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I understand.
And he gets reluctant because he says, and if it comes to it, you kill him off. And Enterprise knows what he means. And she doesn't want to do it. But she's one to not defy. And they end up doing so, sadly. And Enterprise is just gutted. Especially when she sees the American flag getting burned. That really does her in.
I'll take a look at that. That'll be interesting.
Oh, you will. I mean, especially when Enterprise, when Bismarck and the Kriegsmarine of Ironblood see what's going on, they are desperately waiting for their commander to arrive. And they almost do. But he doesn't make it. Because he got killed off. Because, spoiler alert, Ironblood come face to face with their past.
Oh, boy.
Yeah. The ghost of the Third Reich eventually comes back to haunt them.
Oh, boy.
Well, not quite in a way. You know, like how they are today nowadays.
Yeah.
The whole ideology, what is it called? Social, what's it called? Social
Social.
ideology, whatever the heck it's called. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Which is you know what I'm referring to.
Yeah.
Uh, yeah. Yeah, that's where it gets really, really dark and bloody for Iron Blood. They don't want to be reminded of their past. They basically express their opinions to one another, you know?
Uh-huh.
And let's just say Bismarck takes that personal. And then eventually, when her nation's been under siege by neo Nazism or whatever in Europe, because they're trying to recreate what the Fuhrer had done, and she doesn't want that. And boy, oh boy, does she get pissed.
Oh boy.
Yeah, and her sister hates it just as bad. And that's when they try and contact Azure Lane and the Eagle Union because they want help. But the Royal Navy say, no, I'm not getting involved because they don't forgive Bismarck for what she did to Hood. That's why.
Uh,
But and Hood plays a good role in this too. She kind of knows Belfast, Hood's kind. Bismarck kind of wasn't evil. The thing is, in the story, they've been secretly writing to each other to try
oh.
and solve the differences. No one realizes the strange romance they had for each other because they were in love. And they're trying to patch up by writing and everything. But Bismarck is just so broken. Hood's kind of gotten over it slightly a little bit, but she too doesn't know what to think either. And she refuses to get involved when things get really bad later on. But the commander, when he finds out, the commander has to alter his mission a little bit different. So he, after a couple of dates with the Northern Parliament, as you're going to read eventually, it's really intriguing how he does this. He doesn't really want to leave them, but he has to do this, and he vows that he will return when it's done with. When she gets them back together, then he has to move on to Eagle Union, the American Navy. You know, because they're going to get a commander, and he's going to do that. But in doing so, he answers Bismarck's call, and that's when he's going to take two fleets. Yes, the Americans and the Germans in one go.
Okay, then I'll take a look at that. That'll be interesting.
Yeah, I'm just kind of catch up where I am now, just to give you like like a time, a greatest hits version.
All
Like I'm
right.
not telling you everything. It's just he basically does this, and then he goes over. He gets dropped off near the Iron Blood headquarters because this is located in Hamburg. You know, the same place where Bismarck was built in.
Yeah.
That's the headquarters. That's where she's located, right? Which
Yeah.
makes sense. And that's where they go, and he meets it with Turpit, and then she meets it with Bismarck. This is like after the whole thing gets so out of hand, and she vows to save her nation and her people, but she wants to get rid of everything regarding, neo-Nazism and everything that's raw evil. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I understand.
And I hate to admit it, but she brings back everything that they did back then to try and beat with their own poison in a way. And she admits this and that, and it becomes basically what the Holocaust was like.
Oh, I
Yes.
understand.
Yeah, Bismarck kind of goes in that direction almost, but she knows she's fighting fire with fire. But when the commander shows up, when she meets him, let's just say it gets very interesting. Let's just say Bismarck has a little change of heart. It's like so she doesn't expect him to be all this good around her. It's a very intriguing story how it plays out from that point on. But then eventually, when the Eagle Union make their mind up, because this is Enterprise's decision, she takes it on herself that she's going to help out. If no one won't, help the German Navy, she's going to do it. And she takes who she has to go with her, who she feels who can help her. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I understand.
And after that, like I'm not trying to expose too much of the story. I'm just letting you know, like, in a time leap here, just to know where I'm at. She takes, Hornet and Yorktown's on standby. She takes Cleveland, Helena, Northampton, and vessels with her as a backup hospital, backup vessel. And yeah, she takes what battalion she can with her, which I thought would help with to serve alongside Bismarck's navy, whoever she's taking out with her on the battlefield. And they meet up, because the people of Germany need their help, and then this strange alliance is formed. This is kind of like what we saw in the Battle of Castle where Joseph Gangle and John Lee, fought side by side in a medieval castle to protect French VIP prisoners. If you remember the last battle of 1945,
Yeah, I remember.
yeah, the strangest battle of World War II. Well, that's kind of what we're doing.
Okay, I see it now.
It's like a reenactment, except there's no French VIPs, except the commanders leading the way for them. But it's very similar.
I'll take a look at it.
I know. And this is what gets intriguing. And when Bismarck and Enterprise meet up, I don't know if they've ever encountered each other, not once. But they do develop a unique friendship. You're going to love it. I mean, I've seen many fanfics where they put Tirpitz and Enterprise together because they do look almost alike, nearly.
Yeah, that makes sense, actually.
It does almost, except who knows what will happen. But yeah, it's going to be really intriguing because I've done a lot of stuff. Again, Sabaton inspired me to do this.
All right.
And eventually, as the story progresses, they have it's basically the story I've got right now, where I'm up to, is called A Union, Eagle Union, remember?
Uh-huh.
It's called A Union in Iron and Blood. Basically, Eagle Union and Iron Blood together, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Basically, the two factions unite for this mission. It's going to be intriguing, and I advise you to read it. If you'd like to, I can send you a link.
Sure.
Yeah, I mean, you know where to find me, right? On there, if you like.
I can send you my link to Gmail.
Oh, nice. If you ever want to, I can find you on go to Hangouts or whatnot. We can talk there if you wanted to.
All right, hang on.
Again, thanks for being with me on the whole stream to the very end, Michael. I definitely have enjoyed this conversation and having some fun when we watch the fireworks go off.
Yeah.
I really appreciate that. Okay, I'm just gonna find you on Let me just find you.
And maybe I can show you how I picture some of the spirits of some ships I kind of feel would look like. Because trust me, Empress of Ireland looks way different than what you think she might look like.
Okay, that would be intriguing to see. Okay, I'm just gonna find you. That's strange. I'm just trying to find where do I get invitations to you. Oh, there you go. Oh, there you are. I think I found you, mate.
All right.
I think I've got it. You might see me in my cam suit.
All right. That'd be interesting.
Let me just send invitation. There we go. Did I get you?
Hang on, I'm looking at my Gmail account now. It might take a little bit of time, but maybe I can send you like a message saying I got it.
Yeah, the invitation has been sent.
Okay.
Just let me know. But any cases, like I did say, it was very cool. The thing is, after that, let's just say they get together. Like, if you'd like me to, I'll just send you a couple of I'm just gonna do this quickly. Just give you a little brief. Just to give you a brief sneak peek. Because you're like what the commander looks like. I mean, I kind of used the bloke from Titanic 2, because that's how I visioned him to look.
All right.
Here we are. That's what it's called. Let me just hit my share screen for a brief period. Oops. Here we are. That's basically what it's called.
Wow.
Yep, it's called The Modern Years of Azure Lane.
That's interesting.
And why? And again, that's kind of what it is. And that's the first thing that we have is called Warship's Resurrection. Is basically when they all came back to life. It's like a flashback thing. And here's another thing I did, like these posters. That's the first story after the prologue.
Okay.
As you know, as you can see, I put all the guys in there. And of course, there's Aviora. She's my favorite one. Don't ask me why. She's everyone's favorite waifu. And I have to admit, in Azure Lane, I have to say this a lot. I think they overdid it with a lot of girls who had a lot of white hair in the anime and in the game. But I thought that was quite cool. And again, spoiler alert, Bismarck and Turplets finally meet each other.
Okay.
Yep. Two flagships finally together. And I'm just showing you the posters. You don't mind it, do you?
No, not at all.
This is the other one. That's what I was telling you about. Global Crisis. Yeah, that's when the pandemic hit us. There's Rosia, the one I told you about. She's basically a Russian version of Bismarck.
Yeah, I can understand why.
Which makes perfect sense. And okay, just drop down. And this is the one I had to reply back. And yes, spoiler alert, that is the commander right there.
All right.
And yes, now you're wondering, don't worry, Enterprise is not giving you the mid finger. She's pointing. Yeah. And Bismarck is just not happy as usual. There's Horn and the others, and Prince of Wales. That's basically all the protesting that's going on in New York. It's called Rage of the Mental.
Makes sense.
Because of what was going on. And then, spoiler alert, this is basically the flashback of how the commander himself was introduced.
Okay. Introduce the war. I'll take a look at that.
That is basically the origin story of his. This is when we get a flashback of him when he remembers. Like, it's only a year after that. And then it's the first time we see the sirens.
Yep. Sirens. Scary people.
Yeah, I liked how I did the whole thing where it's one's red and it's all blue. Again, good versus evil. Again, the reason why he's dressed in all this is because he's trying to match the color of Northern Parliament.
Makes sense.
Yep. And again, it's all hilarious. Like, these are the guys he meets up with. Spoiler alert. And this is, again, during the whole, Warship in Despair. Again, there's Turpets, and then Enterprise and the rest. They're all wondering what's going on. Oh, some of the folks are still going. Oh, looks like some of them have got enough fight left within them.
Yeah, yep.
But we already saw the best.
Yep.
And that's basically, it tells you basically, okay, this is during the crisis as they're facing during 2020 when the pandemic was getting worse. All right.
Okay.
If you like, I'll give you the link. And then, oh boy, this is like a 3-part story where it gets really interesting. Now, if you're wondering why I did this, is because the commander wears a cape because he's trying to keep himself warm in Northern Parliament.
Makes sense. I mean, it is cold there.
Don't worry, he's not like dressed as M. Bison and whatnot, as you see here in the game, where he's covered up like that. Despite I did get inspired to do it that way. Yeah, look, there's Rustina again, who he's very close with. And our beautiful Aviora. And of course, there's the one who's known as the former USS Milwaukee.
Yep. I still find it interesting how somehow a U.S. ship ended up in Russia.
Yep, she speaks in both languages, but she's still American. And she tells the commander she's never once forgotten. So she's still American, but she's learned to adapt Russian life.
Makes
Basically,
sense.
these two are the most adorable ever in the anime. I mean, Ross Curie is very cool, but again, I hate to admit this to tell you, but these are the three first he ends up falling in love with.
Makes sense.
For obvious reasons. And of course, the story really intensifies as we go along. This is during 2020, keep in mind. I had a lot of fun doing this. And that's what it's called. A Cries in Iron and Blood, and Bismarck is like acting like a villain, despite the lightning bolt. And that's supposed to resemble blood flaming and whatnot. And
Just like how just like how Jessica is.
not quite as you would think.
I mean, when I see blood flames, I think of Jessica. I mean, it's not blood steam, but still.
Yeah. But in any cases, that's the battalion Enterprise takes with her on her mission to unite with her forces with. And, oh boy, it gets really good. When you read these in two parts, that's the flashback we understand with Bismarck's problems and everything. It gets really emotional at that point.
Okay.
And, yep, I'm just showing you as we go along, okay? You can understand?
Yeah, you might have to send something to me so I know it's you. Like on Gmail, I don't really get invites. You might need to send something to me.
That's all right. I've already sent you it said.
All right.
And you'll check your thing, it pops up. And all you have to do is respond to me. And here is basically, quote unquote, the title again, where Bismarck finally meets her new commander.
Makes sense.
The same one who was with Northern Parliament. And that's the last time he's wearing in white. So he ends up ditching it into the black style. He still has the Adeline symbol on him, but he wears an Iron Blood thing on elsewhere. He's just trying to match their costuming. Again, you'll be intrigued by how these two get along so well. I mean, it's a bit strange having a British commander taking force of a German army, but this is the idea.
But it will make sense eventually.
Yeah, it's a bit funny actually, because and that's oh, I've got to put this afterwards. This is going to happen after what's going to happen later on. And just to let you know, this is actually the symbol I did for Iron Blood. Basically, it's the, Imperial German Navy flag back in the Kaiser era. All I did was replace it with Iron Blood, match it to match the modern colors of the German flag, and put the modern German flag and the symbol in the middle, in the upper corner.
Makes sense.
And so this is basically the Iron Blood Navy flag. They still have that still as their, for the country, but this is for the Navy.
All right.
It's what Bismarck and Turpitz agree with. They don't want anything related to anything else. But basically, in a way to help you understand, they're trying to go back to the ways of when it was when the Kaiser was in charge of Germany back in the Imperial German days. But their army is like a modernized Kriegsmarine, but has nothing to do with their previous time in the Reich.
Makes sense.
Again, Bismarck is destroying her previous past because she didn't like anything regarding with the Reich. She just pretended to. And she has admitted she never liked Hitler at all, despite he adored her. And she was like, in her mind, to hell with that, As she says in the anime, as she says in the anime in episode 12, loyalty above all else. So in her mind, she feels she was above him. She says, like, I shall fight for my nation and for my real German people, not for you and your Reich of evil. That's technically what Bismarck kind of mentions to the commander. And she said this whenever he hears his voice. Oh my goodness, Bismarck really gets personal.
Can't wait.
Oh, you will have to eventually. But you can catch up with all this if you want to, and we can talk privately about it afterwards. And this is the current story where I'm up to right now. A union in iron and blood.
That's
This is where I'm up to right now.
now that is interesting.
Yeah, and there's Grass Zeppelin. She's supposed to be the aircraft carrier of the Navy, and of
Oh,
course,
then her sister Peter Strasser.
no, that is not her sister.
Who's that? Your cursor's on.
That one there and that girl there, they
Uh-huh.
actually are. They are both from the Imperial German Navy, from the Kaiser,
Wow.
who were resurrected by Frere de Grossi. Bismarck's
Yeah.
successor in that recent Rainbow of World's End, or whatever it was called. So they're from the Kaiser era, from the Imperial Navy, from World War One, from Scapa Flow. And they've been resurrected in my timeline a bit early. Way too early, because they just came in the timeline today. But they've been resurrected, rinsed, because Bismarck is getting everyone back together to form how she envisioned the Navy to be. Okay?
Yep.
And funny enough, that one there, Sorcery, whatever her name is, Zitlitz, whatever her name was, she almost looks like a little Bismarck. But yeah, I can see why. But it's hilarious. So you'll be surprised. And they all speak in strong German accents. They speak a bit of English, but they can speak full German. So you're going to have to expect that a lot when they're talking.
All right. That I'll accept that.
And of course, if you ever want to know what they're saying in English, just copy and paste their whole dialogue and just put it in the Google Translator.
Okay.
Unless you know what they're actually saying in English without even trying to guess in subtitling.
I'll try to guess.
Yeah, try and vision their voice. And of course, this follows afterwards. I'm going to have to put that at the very end or whatever because something went wrong in the timeline. But this one was one of my best ones. This is where they finally reach their destination of Berlin. Yes, it is the Battle of Berlin all over again, except it's these two fighting together.
Makes sense. I mean, they're trying. It's a rewrite of history, just a little bit different.
Yep, two flagships fighting for a common cause. And yes, as you can see, again, I was Sabaton related. It's the last battle of Castliter. Enemies leaving the past when American ships and the German Navy finally join together at last. I know, that's insane.
Redemption upon redemption. It would have made it would have made more sense if it was UK and Germany because it would have made more sense.
Don't worry, that's gonna happen. Don't worry. And this is one of my favorites. Warfare Inferno. Why is that? Because Prince of Wales takes the British Navy in because she and the others believe that Bismarck didn't change. So they're going in to fight. But that's what causes his enterprise to really step it up a notch. And the commander. Because this is just at the point where they're battling really reach its climax. And spoiler alert, the sirens lurk at this point. Let's just say they're sort of in the shadows at this point.
Makes sense.
And that's when things get really nasty. As you can clearly see, the Iron Blood solution. You can guess where I based that off.
Yeah.
The final solution. And that is Bismarck there with her eyes glowing in hatred. With lightning and flames. Because there's the commander where he's finally got an Iron Blood on him. There's Deutschland, Grass Space's sister. I forgot who that was. There's Source Kree and the others. It's basically, spoiler alert, that is the villain. Yes, I did paint over Hitler, but he's supposed to be a bad guy who is actually, quote unquote, believes he's the resurrected version of him.
Okay.
He's the bad guy. He's the bad guy who they're trying to kill.
Makes sense.
Basically, spoiler alert, Bismarck's mission is to wipe out everything regarding Nazi ideology. It's basically to wipe out till it's not in existence. That's why it's called the Iron Blood solution.
So it's basically what Putin's trying to do, except he's just using it as an excuse while this isn't real. While Bismarck using it for bloody real.
No, this is nothing easy to see what we're seeing in Ukraine and Russia, mate. No, but that will come another time. This is basically recreating history again, basically what Hitler did to the Jews, except Bismarck's doing it with the other way around.
Yep, fight fire, fight with fire, karma with karma.
Yeah, basically killing evil with evil in a strange twist, as they would say. I know, Bismarck gets a lot of hate for what she's trying to do, but it's because she's trying to right what she believed her nation did so wrong. To correct her wrong past, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
It's like I am not the same Bismarck I was in the last century, who I was in my first life. And as this progresses onwards, as you will have guessed, Bismarck does begin to start to develop a bit of a love interest with the commander.
makes
And
sense.
yes, who would think that a quote unquote a beast made of steel would have a
Would not.
heart of romance?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
And yes, I was going to keep the commander like a mysterious guy. That's why I darkened himself out and made him mysterious, but you can always just see that part of him. Technically, that was the first time I put him in. I wanted to keep him mystique, but yeah, you can see his face. No point in keeping it a mystery, but that was how I first envisioned him to be.
Yep, I can see why.
He's a tall lad. He's 6'6", and Bismarck is described to be 6'4", so he's just under his own height.
Now that would make sense.
And then we get to the point where it gets really intriguing. This is during 2021, right? Last year at this point.
Yep.
And then we get to the point where we get to this one here.
Blue destination.
Yep, because they both got blue eyes. Both got blue eyes in them, and of course they're trying to sell their differences. And the commander definitely wants this to happen.
If
But
it
it's
was purple destination, it would have been Enterprise, and I don't even know who Blue has purple eyes.
Well, at that point, no. But at this point, Eagle Union at that point, spoiler alert, Eagle Union at this point have accepted the Iron Blood.
Makes sense.
So Enterprise knows Bismarck's changed her ways, but Royal Navy just can't seem to get it. Hood's the only one who seems to know. But they can't meet eye to eye because emotional intentions boil between the two of them. Not because of hatred, because of the shame and remorse they have for each other.
Makes a lot of sense.
But the commander is very aware that the two are somewhat in love with each other. And yet the problem is, at this point, the commander had, gone off from Iron Blood and he was actually called up to the Royal Navy. And he took command of them under the Queen Elizabeth's orders because he was knighted for his actions for what he was doing.
Yep, I can see.
And he is British and he takes full pride of it. And he's he's given the chance and he takes Hood. Yep, you guessed it. He's going to take Hood as his flagship, secretary.
Makes sense. I mean, Hood was the mighty Hood.
Yes, she still is. And the funny thing is, she ends up falling for him. Because in the video gaming, I've heard a lot of stories that Hood was the first one the commander took. If I'm not apparently, yeah. So it's very obvious he's going to fall in love with her. Problem is, he's developing a strange harem. He loves Bismarck, he loves Hood, he loves everybody, like a family. That's what he's doing. But he does admit, so he has a strange harem. Like, he's torn. Problem is, though, he's trying to get these two back together. So he's very aware of what's up between the two of them. That's when 2020, at this point, if I can help it, breaks out. Now, why do you think Bismarck is unsure of her counterpart with Rossini? As you can see there, that's what it's called.
The Parliament offer.
Yep, and she's reaching out to Bismarck, offering to merge with her navy with Bismarck, and she's like, why should I be with you? You guys, your country kicked my nation's ass back in 1943 when when Stalingrad beat Hitler's army all the way back to Berlin.
Yep.
But they're like, we've got the same, we need to let you know why. And she explains everything. And that's when, as you said about what Putin did to Ukraine, yeah, that's where shit really hits the fan. Now, you probably would be wondering why. because after what happened on February the 24th, Northern Parliament saw everything and they instantly rejected everything in their nation, and they actually left. And they head back to Azure Lane, and they were desperate for the commander for help. That's what unfortunately leads Azure Lane into the war with the Ukrainians. And if Putin ends up losing his life in this war, which many of us are praying for, then I can go ahead with the idea to make it like Azure Lane did the doing for him. And spoiler alert, this is what will happen when Bismarck finally gets her recognition with Hood.
All right.
You're probably wondering what that's about as well. It's almost like a reenactment of the Christmas truce when we came out of our trenches with them.
Yep. Except it's like 100 years after the truce actually happened.
Yep. But here's the thing. This is when the two finally make up and peace is declared. It's basically Iron Blood and Royal Navy come back together as one, completing Bismarck's journey back to being on the team again.
Okay.
It's sort of a happy ending in a way, because this is when they're battling together. I mean, the thing is, Hood and Bismarck know what they're going to do, but the troops and the commanders, well, except for the commander himself and the generals, they don't know. They literally do not know. And these are some of the screen caps. And this is like after it's all over with. Yep, in the commander's office. This is where he'll be.
All right.
And this is kind of like the aftermath when it's all over. Basically, when Azure Lane's back together as usual. And these are like during the build-up, if you get my drift. I'm not trying to be too spoiled. I'll explain to you guys later on. I'm just showing you the screen capping. There's the fanfics. As you can see here, this is like during, the build-up for it. And as you can tell in the trenches, the commander keeps jumping in and out in two separate sides.
Makes sense.
Yeah, none of the other guys don't even know he's on both sides. They think, oh, where's the commander? Oh, he's with us with Royal Navy. Oh, no, he's now over there on Iron Blood. Like, the generals and soldiers don't even know. Because they think they're fighting with they believe they're fighting with each other.
Makes sense.
But the thing is, they're being brought to the Sirens' main base, wherever they're located at, and they have to dig their trenches in. So they're going back to the old, trench warfare system.
Yep.
And of course, that's when, spoiler alert, when, of course, the commander is welcomed and Bismarck's right behind the door. Welcome to Iron Blood HQ.
Yep.
Yeah, because he knows he's back there. I mean, Turpitz took us to the office. And that's when, of course, I had a lot of fun with this one. As you can clearly see, he's happy to be back. This is actually in London. In a strange twist. And he gets no.
I can tell if it has Queen Elizabeth in it.
Yep, and he's bowing to Queen Elizabeth, who knights him as part of Royal Navy. That's how he gets his reward. Okay?
Yep.
And of course, there's little Laviora and the commander. He's a traditional attire, so to speak.
Yep. I do personally think that QE2 would have a better personality as this Queen Elizabeth.
Oh Jesus, we're not talking about the ocean liner Queen Elizabeth, who's the sister figure of Queen Mary. Oh God.
I'm not talking about her. I'm actually talking about the one who's in Dubai for some reason.
You're thinking of QE the second.
I have no idea why she's even at Dubai, but hey, it looks like Dubai wanted her.
At least they'll take care of her. What I was trying to say was sorry,
Known
mate.
to them, this incestuous tradition would lead to the downfall of the dynasty.
No, sorry about that, mate. I had my thing on auto thing there for a second. I apologise for that, Michael.
That's okay.
I was referring to Queen Elizabeth in terms of like the Royal Navy, but not the not the ocean liner.
No, I would picture all 3 Queen Elizabeths of Huon are better than this Queen Elizabeth by a long shot.
Unless you would think it was Queen Elizabeth growing up.
Yeah. Personally, I don't even think Queen Elizabeth, Battle of Jutland Queen Elizabeth, which is basically what this Queen Elizabeth is. I don't really picture her being like this at all.
No, I didn't think either, but I like the idea that maybe perhaps, she was created as the battleship. Maybe she was growing up and learning to. I'm just theoretically thinking here. Maybe this was before she took the throne. Mate, maybe, and she's
Yeah.
like lead. Maybe she's took the throne of the navy, but not of the nation just yet. Or maybe she was learning to become one. Who knows? But again, as some fans have said after the death of our queen, who was QE II, people are saying now she's already been immortalized in this.
Yeah.
As much as I would like to say that, but this is Queen Elizabeth I, not the second. Who knows what our who knows if Azure Lane went to the modern ships of today? Imagine what they look like in anime today.
Exactly.
And I have a good hunch that Queen Elizabeth II would look very much like her youth counterpart. Pretty all grown up, I would say.
Yeah, I would agree.
Yeah. As you can see, there's Aviora and, of course, her form there. And again, as we all go, that bit I did was a bit of a Sabaton tribute. Bismarck and the Commander.
Makes
And
sense.
yeah, blood and thunder and guts in the battle, that they make a deadly duo. And some way couldn't help but put Sabaton's lyrics in. It was intentional. And of course, this is the pre-Kriegsmarine fleet. This is what you were telling me about, weren't you?
Yeah.
There they are again. Eisenberg, there's York, and over there is Edmund. They are basically known as the two personality swans.
Oh God.
Because one was the first Edmund and the other one was named after it.
Oh wait, then should the second one be had Ezrat's in front of it, because Ezrat's means replacement. I know there was a few ships that would be named Ezrat's, then the ship that they will be replacing.
No, basically, from what I've learned on the video game, Edmund apparently, unfortunately, let's just say she had a ship named after her, and basically, yeah, one's light is to resemble the earlier one, and the other one's to resemble the later one, why she's all dressed in black.
Makes sense.
But here's the thing, it's basically part of her alter ego. Because in the game, she can actually change her personality. But when she got resurrected, let's just say they all came together. Yeah, so it's basically Edmund, but with two ships wrapped into one.
Makes sense.
Which I thought was kind of creepy, but I thought, holy shit, they must be twins. But no, it's basically the same name, just with two different ships who pretty much look the same, but their ships were very different. I know it's confusing, man. But that I can definitely tell the commander will have a field day with this when he finds out. Oh my goodness, I'm gonna have a lot of fun with it. She's an intriguing character. Just trust me on that one. And this is what I did, if I ever do. And yes, the commander's right there with his new symbol. And again, this is what's gonna happen if I do make it.
Okay.
And that's the army he leads with them. With the other navies, of course, who came to his help. And the others will go along with him. And I thought Bismarck will look good in the background, even though it's her somewhat dying in the game. And Enterprise as well. Because
Here's the girl above Prince of Wales.
Yeah, she's right there.
Yeah, who's above her? I can't tell who that is.
That's her Ross Senior's your sister.
Oh.
Balavosa.
I thought that was Soyu for some reason.
No, no, that's uh, Belarusia. There's this
Sovietskia or Sovietsky Belarusia or Soviet Belarus.
Belarusia. Yes, the one. Yes, that's her. She's the one who's said to be the young. Who? Yeah, that's
Let's
right.
not forget the ship that I can't even pronounce right. Oktябрьская Revoluция.
Revolution, Soviet Russia. Hang
Yep.
on. Hang on, let me go back to the poster again. I know everyone's looking and watching and thinking, what the hell are we seeing? Yeah, someone might not like this. I'll have to prioritize this afterwards, I think. Oh, come on, where are you? Balarovsky. Rossinia. There we are. I've got it. I just pronounced it. Rossinia.
Right.
There we go. There's the name. There we go. There it is.
Yep.
Rossinia. Rossinia. That's her name. Yeah.
Yeah. The Soviets had weird names.
But they have some good names though.
Yeah.
But like I said, they definitely aren't the villains in this case. Well, we don't know what their intentions are in the game just yet after what we've realized that they're using siren technology somewhat. Well, we don't know. They have more answers than ever. But in mind, they're still good guys. And I'm not sure why, but I trust them. Despite what we're seeing happening right now, they're not in support of Putin's causes. That's why they went to Azure Lane. Yeah, because they're going to fight. They're going to go against their nation.
All right.
They want to protect their people, but they're going against their government.
Okie dokie. And you sent it to Gmail, right?
Yeah.
All right. I'll check to see if I got it.
Check it out before we get going. Again, Michael, your icon changed since I last. What's all that about?
No idea.
It just went blank.
my icon is the same as it always was on my screen.
And yet yours has become blank. Holy shit! We've been on together for 5 hours and 26 minutes.
Yep, that has to be a record.
Sort of. Actually, we were on for 6 hours the last time we were together.
I'm not seeing anything yet.
Maybe I'll look again and just send me something back or whatnot.
All right. And I can possibly send you one of my Google Docs to one of my Thomas and Friends stories for my series I'm working on.
I'll have a look afterwards. And let me just check my hang on, I need to go to my email for a second. Did I? I'm sure I gave you some information, mate.
I think you'll probably have to send like some kind of like link to like something to me because
I did, yeah, automatically. I just said let's chat on Hangouts.
Oh, I have Gmail. I don't think I have Hangouts.
That's how I was able to find you.
There
we go. I'm using the email right now.
All right, then you can just send me something there, and then I'll get it.
That's a bit bizarre.
I'm currently watching ice skating with hockey pugs.
Oh, good lord.
Yeah, and that's not even the sport that I like. Trust me, in my family, I do not watch what you would consider American football, aka the sport doesn't even involve football, or the game where we have to stand on bags and pray to God that we don't get hit by a ball being hit by a bat.
Oh well, we don't do the NFL here, mate.
Nor the MLB.
No, it's very different. I'm just gonna give you a couple of my posters or whatever.
I mean, then again, I do have fascination with your game of cricket, even though I think it will be a bit hard to play.
It would be.
Because the paddles are so small.
Trust me, that wouldn't be good.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm just going to send you this one. There we go. Sent you the poster of Guten Tag, Commander.
All right.
Even
Guten
though,
Tag, Guten Tag, Bismarck.
yeah,
In my
Guten
in,
Tag.
in my
They,
series, I feel like Bismarck is a bit more like. I feel like Bismarck is calm, but she feels like everyone is scared of her, even her own ships.
that's the thing. Bismarck is to resemble that. She's trying to be a tough commander. Whenever she's out there, she does, and you see this a lot. Only when she's out in public, she does display that look. But when behind closed doors, she's very different. But when she's around her commander, yeah. Let's just say her backstory when she reveals her very first one didn't treat her too much. And she has no problem and of course we do mention some of the real life historians, like Hood mentions Admiral Holland in a flashback, like she's dreaming and then she hears him. And Hood is kind of thinking at times, spoiler alerting, she can remember General Admiral going to Luton's.
Hmm.
So let's just say, yeah, it's very intriguing when we hear his name. No, because with the commander, she looks at him and says, "You're the closest to her ever looking like him." Well, in terms of like how she looks after him.
Makes sense.
And we do actually get some more confessions from Bismarck in as the she remembers in her previous life. Like she admitted she was in love with Lucian's, despite he had a family.
Yep.
Hmm.
Well,
ex-
nothing coming up yet. I'll have to wait a few minutes.
Basically, actual gun to Lucian's actually has been immortalized now. He actually has a battle German ship named after him.
Oh yeah, I did hear about that.
If Bismarck had been around today, that would definitely make a unique pairing between the two.
Yep. No one is going to have a ship named after the person who had the smallest mustache in the world.
No, yes, indeed. Unless you want to, no one would.
Yeah.
And with the and as quote unquote, who had the worst side fringe of all time.
Yeah.
Indeed. But let's just say, like I said, that guy I've told you about who looks like him, the guy
Yeah.
with the evil mustache. Let's just say, yeah, he's kind of like pissing on Bismarck's mind because he's haunting her, and eventually it gets really bad.
Well, nothing yet.
Because the right chancery and everything else, it just gets really bad. But like I said, Bismarck is fighting for a cause, that she feels she needs to do. Like it's time for the resurrected new Kriegsmarine of Iron Blood to show what they should have been about. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I understand.
And they basically want to go back to the days of the to when the Kaiser was involved, back when it was known as Imperial Germany. That's the kind of vision they want for their nation. To live in a nation of peace and love and freedom, and not under a dark cloud of ideology of evil.
Makes sense.
And they do say anybody who believes in what the Reich were doing and what the Nazis were doing, they will not hesitate to draw first blood.
Oh dear.
Yeah, they won't. They will never hesitate. That's why Bismarck said in regret, in one perspective, she brought back the concentration camps. Yeah, I know they were terrible, but she did that in her ways to kind of like to bring the bad guys that she felt like in there to punish them. But Iron Blood did things a little differently.
Yep.
They didn't do what they did in the camp as much unless they needed to. They didn't use any of the lethal gases or whatever. No. They used Knockout One instead so they could put the bad guys unconsciousness. And then they'll dispose of them if they have to.
Well, I'm not seeing anything on my Gmail yet.
Maybe you didn't get me.
Try
But I
to send
didn't.
it to me. I'm sure I gave you the right link.
Well, I got you the right one. It popped in.
Uh,
You're appearing on my end.
uh, I'm, I don't see you on my end though.
Says that you're away, pal.
Eh.
Oh, add to contents. That's a bit strange, but I've got you right there, mate.
Uh,
And I'm active.
I think I'll have to. Are you on Gmail?
Yeah,
All right. I think I have to leave the stream to see if
that's
it's
where that's where
if
I've been for the last 25 minutes.
if I have to leave, I think I'll have to leave the stream and come back because I know a lot of people have to contact me when the streams are not on. So I'll probably have to leave the stream and contact you.
That's all right, pal. Any cases,
All right.
like I said, I really have enjoyed this. I mean, I'm still hearing some fireworks in the background. I can still see some flashing. Let me just double check because it's gone hazy out there again. Yep. Yeah, I think it's all right. I think we did it.
All right. I think your name on Gmail is Kane Fan something, right? So I can look for that.
That's definitely your first clue, Paddy.
All right. I'll look for it then.
Yeah.
All right.
You'll see me in my alter ego suit.
All
That's the first
right.
picture of what I looked like 10 years ago.
And good. And here's a good fun fact: your favorite wrestler happens to be my dad's favorite wrestler.
Nice. That's the guy that's who I named my man after in his honor. I know. I'm glad to figure out your dad and me have the same favorite. Well, in terms of wrestling, yes, but it was the Ultimate Warrior who got me into wrestling. Kane came after many years later, who I would find a connection with.
Yep.
When it comes to wearing a mask, having long hair, and doing all these badass maneuvers, yeah, it's a long story.
Okay.
But anyways, guys, I know for you guys who've had a great time with this, seeing the fireworks go off. We'll have to watch all the way back before then. I didn't mean to go on too long into the next day, but this has been pretty good. Michael, I'd like to thank you for being in right to the very end.
No problem.
For any of you guys, I mean, we went from talking about fireworks to steam trains to Titanic, and then we went to the Azure Lane, and yeah, this was a good streaming, and I have to admit, it was very enjoyable.
Yep.
And again, we'll see where we go afterwards, but who knows when I'll come back streaming again. But I hope you guys enjoyed it. And for those of you over in the United States, if you have yet to do your own bonfire nighting, I wish you all the best and have a nice night.
Okay.
This is GameFan701. Until we meet again on another bonfire night for next year. Take care, chaps.